Tabling of documents. The Honourable President, la Présidence du Conseil de Trésorerie.
The President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to table the public accounts of 2022. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General of Canada has also expressed an opinion on the government's books. So here they are. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 8.2 of the Auditor General Act, a report of the Auditor General of Canada to the House of Commons entitled Commentary on the 2021-22 Financial Audits.
2021 à 2022 et 2022. Pursuant to Standing Order 1083G, this document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to have the honour to present, on behalf of the International Trade Committee, in both official languages, the second report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, entitled Canada-United States Relationship and its Impact on the Electric Vehicle, Softwood Lumber, and Other Sectors. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr.
Boulris, seconded by Mr. Angus,
Permission de dépôt.
seeks leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Replacement Workers.
This motion is deemed adopted. L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's quite a pleasure for me to rise in the House to table this bill. It's close to the heart of NDP supporters. We've always been a party of the worker, and for years there's been no ban on replacement workers, so the job is not done. It disrupts the balance between workers and management, the balance of power. The NDP has tabled a few bills on this. Karine Trudel and Scott Duval, my predecessors, tabled similar legislation. So it's a real pleasure for me to table this bill to modernize the Act and defend the rights of workers and prohibit the use of replacement workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Boulris, seconded by Mr. Angus, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
Sénat. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
Oh, the Honourable Member for Simcoe, not Simcoe North. Simcoe North?
Riding in York Simcoe.
Yes.
Good morning. Thanks very much. I'm happy to rise today and present this petition on behalf of the hundreds of York Simcoe residents that have signed. Whereas high inflation rates are driving up the cost of living for all Canadians, the price of gasoline and diesel is hitting record highs across Canada, making it more expensive for Canadians to get to work, transport goods, and live their everyday lives. The Government of Canada has continued to make significant revenue from high fuel costs, far exceeding what would have been projected. We, the underlined citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the government to suspend the GST on gasoline and diesel and suspend the carbon tax. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Study at report stage of Bill C-31, Cost of Living Relief Act number 2, targeted support for households.
Motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-31. Motions number 1 and 2 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. I shall now propose motions number 1 and 2 to the House. Madame Fortier.
Ms. Fortier for Mr. Holland. Oh.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Fortier for Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moves that Bill C-31 in Clause 3 be amended by A.
On page 17 with the following. 2021, no later than the 120th day after the reference day. B, par substitution.
B, replacing line 2 on page 22 with the following. Consider an application within 24 months after the 120th.
Et motion numéro 2.
And motion number 2. Ms. Fortier.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moves that Bill C-31 in Clause 3 be amended by A, par substitution.
A, replacing line 17 on page 18 with the following. Vices, only 90% of the payment
is to be taken into account. B, replacing lines 23 to 29 on page 18 with the following.
Purposes of paragraph 1G is the total amount of rent paid in 2022 by the applicant.
La demande. Debate. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to kick off the debate on the report stage of Bill C-31, the Cost of Living Relief Act number 2. As the chair of the Standing Committee on Health, I had the honor to preside over 5 hours of meetings on Monday, where we heard from the Minister of Health and the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion for a couple of hours, and then spent 3 hours considering amendments proposed by the Bloc Québécois and the New Democratic Party, and that brings us to where we are today. I intend to begin, Mr. Speaker, by providing some insight as to how this will impact the people of the good riding that I am proud to represent, Charlottetown. Plainly put, it costs more to live in Canada. Bill C-31 addresses this problem and will help millions of Canadians. According to the 2021 census, the median household income in Canada was $84,000. But when you look at the riding that I represent, the median household income in 2021 was just $58,000. That's $26,000 less than the Canadian median income, 31% less than the rest of Canada. And while Charlottetown households have substantially less money to support their families and pay their bills compared to nationally, PEI is leading the country in the increased cost of living. Now, there are some things in Prince Edward Island that we are proud to lead the country in. Over the last couple of years, we've led the country in per capita population growth, among other things, but leading the country in terms of the inflation rate isn't particularly a badge of honor. For example, in May of this year, inflation hit 11.1% in PEI, the highest in the country. In fact, we've had the highest inflation rate in the country every month since March of 2021. So, Mr. Speaker, imagine the average Charlottetown family with a household income of $58,000 trying to absorb the costs of the worst inflation in the country. So when we talk about the cost of living, these numbers reflect where the people of Charlottetown are and demonstrate the direct impact C-31 will have in addressing those increasing costs. Allow me to begin with the rental housing benefit in C31. This Act proposes a $500 top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit. This is a $1.2 billion addition to the existing $4 billion Canada Housing Benefit. No doubt, the rising cost of housing is an issue from coast to coast to coast, from St. John's in Newfoundland and Labrador to Victoria, British Columbia, and everywhere in between in this country. It's also particularly acute in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. In April of this year, PEI's annual inflation rate for rented accommodation was 15.3%. Compare this to the national inflation rate for rental accommodation at 4.2%. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the average cost of a two-bedroom apartment. Nationally, it's $1,167. In Charlottetown, it's $1,055. Charlottetown renters are paying national prices with $26,000 less in income. Not only is renting more expensive, it's also harder to find somewhere at any price. If you were trying to rent in Charlottetown today, you would be contending with a 1.5% vacancy rate. That's less than half the national average. So what do these numbers tell us? That Charlottetown renters are paying more, finding less, and that they need support now. And that's why Bill C-31 is so important. Specifically, this bill puts $500 more in the pockets of those same Canadians who are struggling to pay for rent, like those in Charlottetown. We know that Canadians need help today, which is why we're not reinventing the wheel on this. Bill C-31 is a top-up on existing housing support, the $4 billion Canada Housing Benefit. This will cut down on administrative barriers and save time between money out the door and into Canadians' pockets to help pay for housing. One critique that's often repeated in the House is that this isn't enough. And because of that, one certain party is not supportive of the bill. To this I say, first, the $500 top-up is in addition to existing supports under the $4 billion Canada Housing Benefit to ensure that Canadians can pay for housing, which is on average $2,500 in direct financial support. Secondly, to not support the bill because some members say it isn't enough is quite frankly an insult to the very same Canadians who need the additional $500 top-up today. Those in regions where incomes are lower, where vacancy rates are lower, where inflation is higher, like Charlottetown. Housing is not the only area where people need financial support. Dental care is financially inaccessible to many low and middle income families in this country. Right now, Canadians are falling through the cracks trying to access dental care. Bill C-31 is a solution to close those gaps through the Dental Benefit Act. Specifically, this benefit will provide $1,300 per eligible child over 2 years. The benefit will be targeted for uninsured Canadians with a family income of less than $90,000 annually for children under 12 years old, which is most of the families in the riding that I represent. Regardless of family income, location, or employment, Bill C-31 will provide financial support for those under 12 years of age to ensure access to dental care in this country. Income is one determining factor as to whether or not Canadians can access dental care. We know that 1 in 5 Canadians are not receiving needed dental care due to cost. This means 7 million Canadians, because of their income, cannot get basic dental care that they need. Employment is another determining factor on access to dental care. It's true that 55% of dental care services were paid by private insurance through employers. While this provides financial support to pay for dental care services for many Canadians, 45% of Canadians don't have that option. Employment status should not determine whether or not an individual can afford dental services. Finally, location has increasingly become a deciding factor in which Canadians get dental care and which don't. For example, some provinces have made strides to publicly fund dental care programs such as for low-income families. For example, in the province home to my riding of Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, Prince Edward Island has the Provincial Dental Care Program, which provides a sliding scale coverage for low-income families and seniors based on family size and income and other criteria. More than 15,000 Islanders, less than 10% of the population, have applied to use this program. While programs like these have been useful, not all provinces or territories have them, creating an inconsistency of access across the country. That's where the Government of Canada must and will step in to create consistency of access coast to coast to coast. And this is one step of many to come. This new benefit is a bridge to a long-term goal of dental care for all Canadians. We are starting with children first to address current issues and alleviate long-term oral health problems. An estimated 2.26 million school days each year are lost due to dental-related illness. Madam Speaker, did I see you indicate that I have 1 minute to go? Increased costs have meant making tough decisions such as choosing between food on the table and dental care. Increased costs has meant paying out-of-budget rent prices to simply keep a roof over their head. Bill C-31 does not fix all affordability issues, but it tangibly targets key areas to put money directly into people's pockets where they need it. And that's why I urge my colleagues to continue to support Bill C-31. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member from Prince Edward Island went to great length in his speech this morning describing how Islanders are paying so much more and receiving so much less from the current government. Has the member ever spoken out publicly about the costly NDP Liberal coalition and the homegrown inflation caused by their reckless spending habits and policies? Or is another Liberal MP unable to speak out on behalf of his constituents about them paying more and receiving less from the government that he is part of?
What town?
I'd like to thank the member for that question because it gives me a chance to address the fallacy that's been created by the Conservative Party that inflation in this country is something that exists only in this country, which is patently untrue. Inflation is a worldwide phenomenon. Canada is faring significantly better than the other G7 countries. And I would be most interested in hearing from the party opposite which of the measures we put in place to help Canadians through the pandemic they would have cut.
Questions and comments. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know how my colleague feels with respect to C-31. They exclude the $500 that they're sending in rent support. Well, roughly hundreds of thousands of people are living in social housing. These are seniors, are women who were victims of domestic violence or mental health issues. They are excluded from C-31. We have tried to remove that 30% criteria so that these people can receive these checks. I'd like to know how my colleague feels about the fact that we won't be sending funds to people who are very vulnerable in Quebec.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. We have developed a program that is in this bill to help the most vulnerable. We have also created regulations in this program to accelerate the funds that will be given to the most vulnerable. This is something that is more efficient. This is very important to accept this situation. That's exactly what we did.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. He rightfully points out that housing costs is very expensive now for Canadians. In fact, it has been for some time, and many Canadians find themselves in a situation where they cannot find secure, safe, and affordable housing. So the $500 one-time benefit is something that absolutely the NDP supports and pushed the government to go forward with, and we're pleased about that. With that being said, on the ultimate goal of ensuring that housing is in fact a basic human right, which the government agrees in the National Housing Strategy, would he then support action in the upcoming fall economic statement and budget to reflect that with resources and investments into affordable housing and co-op housing?
The honourable member at Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Vancouver East for the question and also for the very constructive role she played at the Health Committee to present amendments that will improve this bill. The $72 billion National Housing Strategy has been critically important in increasing the housing stock in Charlottetown and right across the country, without a doubt. Her direct question is whether I would support further investments in the upcoming fall economic statement, and the answer is unequivocally yes.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that the member for Charlottetown pointed out in his speech how house prices and rents are far outpacing any wage gains. Kitchener renters need support just as much as Charlottetown renters do. It's why I'll support the measures in this bill. But we also have to recognize that a one-time $500 benefit is a drop in the bucket. Does the member for Charlottetown agree that more needs to be done to ensure homes are places that people live and not simply investments for corporate investors to trade, for example, by removing...
Give the honourable member, I thought he was ending there, but I will have to cut him off. The honourable member for Charlottetown, the brief answer, please.
The brief answer is yes. Homes shouldn't be used as a financial tool, especially given the conditions of the market at the present time. The government has taken substantial steps in this regard, and in terms of housing for the most vulnerable, probably the most effective program has been the Rapid Housing Initiative, something that we've seen with results on the ground. But there is absolutely no question. The member makes a fair point. We need more of that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. To my colleagues, always a pleasure to rise here in the House of Commons and debate legislation. You know, as I reflected upon this bill, obviously we've had time to see it in committee. Very little time, I might add, and very little time from stakeholders, and very little time in front of ministers to debate a bill which is sadly a gateway of spending $11 billion of taxpayers' money. And for that fact, you know, certainly I would say that here in the House, with a motion to end debate on this bill very, very quickly and have it rammed through is a difficulty. And that's the same experience that we had, Madam Speaker, in committee. I'm unsure as to why there's an urgency with this bill, other than it really panders to the political aspirations of those across the aisle and their costly coalition dance partners, which, as I mentioned, is going to jack up the cost for all Canadians as we move forward. You know, certainly everybody in this House wants to have their sound bites and their clips for social media. All that type of stuff, of course, is potentially important. And what I'm going to say, I know is going to be taken out of context, and that's the reason why I think it's important to preface it in that sense, Madam Speaker. There's not a dental crisis in the country. There's no reason that we had to run through this bill in this warp speed manner to try and ram it down the throats of those of us who would suspect that we need much more prudence in how we approach spending money in this House and exactly where we spend it. And I think that's important. What we do have, and it would have been much nicer if this were the mental health rental bill as opposed to the dental health rental bill. Why would that be more important, Madam Speaker? We know that in this country, and everyone in this House can attest to it, that there is a mental health crisis in this country that's not being addressed And that is the darn shame of it all, Madam Speaker. It's where we choose to spend our money in this House. And the difficulty is that we don't have unlimited amounts. I always liken this to my own finances. And you know what? When there's urgencies, when the roof is off your house, well, you know what? You have to put the roof on before you put the front step on. Are they both important? Sure, they're both important. They're absolutely important. But we have to look at priorities. We have to understand that certain things, a roof on your house is sadly more important than the front step. Do you need them both? Yes, you do. So that being said, there is a mental health crisis in this country. You know, 1 in 3 Canadians throughout their lifetime will have significant problems with their mental health. And we see it in the news every day. We see it from our loved ones every day. And we know that the government is not funding mental health. It's an odd fact that the commitment that the Liberal government made in their 2021 platform with respect to mental health has not been spent or committed in their current budget, Madam Speaker, and that's a huge difficulty. The irony is not lost that the cost of that Canada mental health transfer would be about $875 million, which, when you look at the costs in this bill, the exact amount is very ironic when you look at it. That this money could have been spent on the Canada mental health transfer, which would have done so much for Canadians who are in that significant crisis. And I think that we need to further look, Madam Speaker, of all those things that we hold very, very dear here in Canada, one of them being our access and our great Canadian healthcare system, which we know from the President of the Canadian Medical Association, we know that this system is on the brink of collapse. It too is in crisis. It's a catastrophe. It's a disaster. And any other superlatives that I could, negative superlatives, sadly, that I could actually come up with. We know that in my home province alone, 100,000, 10% of the population of Nova Scotia, 100,000 people do not have access to primary care. And the sad fact that we also know is that when you don't have access to primary care in Canada, it becomes very difficult to access care for your mental health as well. Further to that, Madam Speaker, we know that there's approximately 1 million people in Ontario who do not have access to primary care. So is there a crisis out there? Yes, there is, Madam Speaker. And as I said, I know that my words will be taken out of context and misconstrued. However, that being said, there is a crisis. It's not in dental health care. It is in mental health care and in the health care system in general. And I would be so bold as to say, if you want to ask Canadians how we should spend their money, I would suspect that they will say, spend it on mental health care, spend it on health care. And once that part of our house, once the roof of our house is in better shape, then let's put on a front porch, put on a front step. That makes perfect sense. I think, too, Madam Speaker, the other part around the dental part of this program is to understand that 11 of 13 jurisdictions in Canada do have dental programs for their citizens. I think it also is important that the Canadian Dental Association stated that a better idea than creating this Ottawa Knows Best federalist program would be to actually help tweak those provinces who are struggling, to look at provinces which have excellent dental health care programs, and then to help the other provinces better understand how they could make a better program. You know, and I think the other part that flows very nicely into that, Madam Speaker, is to understand that the administration of this program, although purported to be very simple, is in the hands of a government that cannot manage other simple programs, even programs that have been in existence for decades. Let's talk about passports, for instance. The passport system, as far as I can discern, Madam Speaker, in my own life, has worked in an excellent fashion for a very, very long time. You would get a piece of paper, you know, in the old days you would sign it, you would get a guarantor, you'd put it in the mail, send it away, and lo and behold, almost as if magic, your passport would show up in the mail. Nowadays, you don't need guarantors. You know, it's become even simpler than that. But now this government has bungled that as well, Madam Speaker. It's the government of everything is broken. The immigration system is broken. We have an Arrive scam app of $54 million. They can't even account, not only is it exorbitant in its cost, but nor can they even account for $1.2 million of who got paid, who got rich. And those questions can't even be answered. So how can we ask them to administer another supposed simple program, Madam Speaker, if we can't even run the programs that have existed for decades? How can we create a new program and say, oh, there'll be no problems with this. Look how easy it is. Anybody could access this. And we know you can't even get a darn passport in this country. And we know that the immigration system is broken. We hear, 40,000 Afghans are going to come to Canada. Well, less than half of those people have been admitted to this country. This is a crisis. They can't function in a crisis, Madam Speaker, and we know that perhaps that's the difficulty, is they are unsure or unaware or uncertain of exactly what the definition of the word crisis is. I think that's perhaps is the difficulty. We also know that, of course, they have bungled the whole greenhouse gas carbon emissions situation. We know that they haven't met any of their targets. And we now know that their provincial Liberal cousins in Nova Scotia are railing against them, knowing that for the average Nova Scotian this winter, the carbon tax, which the Premier of Nova Scotia rejected for a more robust and complete and overall and well-performing system, that he rejected their carbon tax system, that even though it's being rammed down the throats of all Nova Scotians, and it would appear that this is going to cost Nova Scotians $400 per year extra on top of the insane prices of home heating fuel. And we know that that's going to create significant difficulties for Nova Scotians this year. From the rental program, we know that this is in response to their failed housing strategy. We know that this is a Band-Aid approach. And when the patient is hemorrhaging, putting a Band-Aid on it is unfortunately, it's like that old story of the little boy with the dike. You run out of fingers eventually. We know the average rental cost here in this country is $2,000 per month. We know that the cost of housing has doubled. And of course, we also know that people are living in their parents' basements, and the unaffordability is just astronomical. So we have a government that is spending money, and not to be disparaging to drunken sailors, but they're spending it like that, and my apologies to drunken sailors. They can't run programs, and now they want to create another Ottawa knows best federally directed program, which again is likely to be a significant debacle. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And talk about being out of touch with what Canadians expect of the government. Here we have supports at a time in which Canadians are looking for leadership in Ottawa, and the Conservative Party continues to want to frustrate Canadians through the types of tactics, the types of policy, the flip-flopping that takes place. My question very specifically to the member is, why does he not support children under the age of 12 being able to have support in getting dental care? Madam Speaker, this will prevent children from having to go into the hospital. This will allow children to be able to get dental work that they need. Why is the Conservative Party opposed to these children under the age of 12? Shame on them.
The Honourable Member Cumberland Colchester.
Well, I think, Madam Speaker, I love children under the age of 12. I've had 3 of my own under the age of 12. I have 2 grandchildren under the age of 12. I love them very much. I think it harkens back, though, to understand very clearly that this government, why does this government not understand there's a mental health crisis, and they won't commit the Canada mental health transfer that they've promised in their platform since the election, which of course we all know was called during a pandemic and unnecessary in 2021, that they refused to commit that money. Why did it take them so long to create a 3-digit suicide prevention hotline? Why do they hate people who have mental health issues? I don't know, Madam Speaker, but I think, again, as I said before, understanding that if the roof on your house is off, then trying to fix the front step, it doesn't mean they're both not important, Madam Speaker, but it means you have to fix the most important thing first, and that's the crisis we have in the healthcare system and those suffering with mental health here in Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank and congratulate my colleague for his speech. At the beginning of his speech, and I was listening, and I said, he's really defending the same arguments as the Bloc. And I'd like to talk about how heavy the system is. We talked about endless debate about issues that could be solved much easier, particularly in terms of seniors, mental health, dental health. Well, strangely enough, it's the same things that are provincial jurisdiction, and particularly that of Quebec. Does my colleague not agree that it would be much easier and save time, and we could talk about other things and have constructive debate, particularly about the monarchy, if, for example, the federal government accept once and for all that we could accept the unanimous demand of the provinces for health care transfers. The issues should be solved by those who are responsible for them. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Madam Speaker, I do want to thank my colleague for his input with respect to this. I think there are certain things that I really enjoy my relationships with my Bloc colleagues. There are certain other things, of course, which make me sad inside as a Canadian to understand the difficulties that we have. And I wish we could all hold hands and sing Kumbaya and live in much more harmony in this great country, because we do have an absolutely fantastic country. You know what? It's interesting, Madam Speaker. This morning I got to my office at 8 o'clock so I can take French lessons twice a week. And I think it's important that we as Canadians embrace the great culture that we do have here. I also think, though, that there are certain provinces that are not going to be helped by this dental program. For instance, Nova Scotia has a great dental program now, and the amount of money that we will actually receive from this program is very, very minimal, when other provinces are going to benefit significantly. And I don't think that Ottawa knows best approach is any way to continue to do things, Madam Speaker.
Comments? A brief question. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Astonished by the speech by the member for Cumberland Colchester, where he pits people with mental health challenges against families who need dental health care. If we actually took away the money we spend, that we waste on fossil fuel subsidies, if we made corporations pay what they owe in terms of taxes, we'd have far enough funds in this country to pay for both dental health care and mental health care. So why does the member try to pit Canadians against each other?
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Madam Speaker, I don't think that's the point. Maybe the member perhaps wasn't listening carefully, but we're not trying to pit people against each other. The sad reality is that in spite of the fact that the Costly Coalition thinks money grows on trees in the backyard and it can be poured out of a fire hose, that is just not how any economy works. We know that we have to pick and choose where money needs to be spent. And again, if the roof is off your house, you don't put a front step on. I mean, I think that only makes sense to me. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible, Madam Speaker, and I'm unsure why people just have a difficult time understanding economics 101.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is my turn now to speak to Bill C-31, tabled by the government across the way, a Liberal government. What to think of it? Well, it's rather peculiar when it comes to bills, because what we have before us is a bill that says we will help people, especially families, children under the age of 12, to have access to dental care. And then they say we will help those who are hurting from inflation to better pay their rent. So, I mean, on principle, we can't really be against that. It's positive, it's laudable in principle. But then the question is why this was done. Okay, but how to do it is the next question to ask. Oftentimes one can have great intentions, but the implementation is not the best. In this case, what we see is the why has already been put forward. Inflation is the why, but the real reason for which this program and this bill has been tabled is because the Liberal government has a deal with the NDP, and the NDP sold its soul for some crumbs to say, hey, we'll accept everything you're trying to make us swallow, and we will stick our head in the sand even when things are illogical, but just give us a little bit of a tidbit for dental care. 2021 passed, they survived, and now we're in 2022, nearly at the end of 2022. And finally, the government is trying to push for things to happen more slowly. Well, the NDP then tells them, could you at least pretend to respect the conditions that allowed us to hand you over the keys to power? So they found a napkin and they invented a bill and a program. And then they have a dental program rife with problems, riddled with issues. It's not even a program, it's just checks being sent out to people. And so are people really going to be getting dental care because they received a check? Will people really have less trouble paying their rent by receiving a check? The question is, Madam Speaker, perhaps by rifling through the bill we can find a better answer. The most important question is who the checks are sent to and how they are spread out. First of all, rental assistance should help everyone. $500 for anyone who earns $35,000 or less. So if you don't earn $35,000, it's very difficult to live in any case, given the high increases in rent these days. And then these families that earn $35,000 or less have to spend at least 30% of their income to rent in order to be admissible. So that's the issue, Madam Speaker. And there's another issue with regards to dental care, which I will touch upon later. The issue is, here in Quebec, we helped our people. In Canada to decide to work otherwise. But in Quebec, what we decided to do was to have housing cooperatives where people pay based on their revenue and their income, and then a portion of people pay more to compensate for those who pay less. And so we avoid a situation where people pay more than 30% of their income on housing. It doesn't mean that these people are as rich as can be. It just means that people are helping one another. Unfortunately, with this bill, we see that these people are disqualified, which is really deplorable, Madam Speaker. The same is true with low-income housing, where a lot of people need to have access to housing, to affordable housing with their family, a roof over their head. People who don't have a lot of money, sometimes even retirees, who only have a federal pension, a bit of GIS, but who hardly have enough time, enough money to buy food. The government will say, we'll help everyone, but not you. It's the poorest at the end of the day who are not being helped. The poorest people, the less well off, are being said, well, we're going to help other people, we're not going to help you, which is deplorable, Madam Speaker, because there are many Quebecers who are completely disqualified because in Quebec we already have a social net, and now the federal government hasn't taken into account our social safety net because they wrote their program on a napkin. The NDP were like, oh, that's amazing, we can just say that we won. Which is really sad because at the end of the day, Quebecers lose out. Even more given the dental care portion of this program. In the Bloc, we already had certain reservations with regards to this bill, especially for the dental section, the dental part of it. When one speaks about one's tooth, we don't often think about the federal government because it's healthcare. Healthcare is provincial. So logically, it should be provincially. No, it's in the Constitution, 91 and 92 of the 1867 Act. But the Liberals on the other side, and well, they know the Constitution well. They wrote it themselves in 1982 when they repatriated the Constitution. They added some stuff, and so I'm sure they read what was already there to avoid any discrepancies in what they added. They themselves wrote this constitution, they're the guardians of this infamous constitution in 1867 and 1982, because in 1867, say what you will, Quebecers, well, there was no referendum to adopt it. There were huge debates as to whether or not it was a good thing or not. And there were very high voter absenteeism because the government at the time did not want this question to go to the ballot. Back to this bill. 91 and 92 of the Constitution of 1867 isn't nothing. I remember, Madam Speaker, that just yesterday I heard MPs from across the way saying it makes no sense, we can't vote on the monarchy, we can't split ourselves from the monarchy, we'd have to reopen the Constitution. The Constitution is like the Bible. They go to bed after reading a nice little chapter of the Constitution and they sleep on the Constitution as a pillow. But they can't do that. But now there are bills like the one here today. Well, for a bill like this, the Constitution may as well be toilet paper, because they don't follow the Constitution when it doesn't arrange them, when it's not to their benefit. Healthcare, at the end of the day, in the Constitution, is a provincial matter. It's a Quebecois matter. Had they said, well, we'll give healthcare benefits, dental benefits to Indigenous peoples, we thought, yes, okay, fair enough. Indigenous peoples are more on the federal side of jurisdictions. Or for military personnel, yes, that's more federal. But to say that they are going to stick their nose into affairs that are really not their own, when we see that they can't even grant people their passports, people are waiting days just to get a passport. And when they go to the airport, they wait for hours to try and find their luggage. There's interminable lines in order to get on the plane, to get out of the plane, to get your luggage. Not too long ago, Madam Speaker, I took the plane, and I was surprised. I went to Europe. There was no waiting lines in Europe. It was so quick. It was surprising. We were told, hey, it's a global crisis, but it seems that there are two worlds, Canada and not Canada. So the federal government cannot deliver its own services. Temporary foreign worker requests can languish for years. Some companies are failing because they can't get the workers that they need, and they made a request ages ago. But what the federal government is saying to Quebec is like, well, we know how to manage problems, we know how to do better than you, so we will impose this new system on top of the system that already exists in Quebec, because you must not forget that children under the age of 12 in Quebec, all those who are under 10, are already covered. There's already a universal coverage for those who need dental care in Quebec. And so everyone who's under the age of 10, well, this program is completely useless to them in Quebec because it already exists. What is unfortunate, Madam Speaker, is that unfortunately Quebecers will continue to pay. We'll continue to pay our taxes to the federal government, and the federal government, what will they do? They'll say, well, we're going to take Quebecois money and send it elsewhere because you already have your system. It's the same thing for the rental part of the bill and the dental care part of the bill. At the end of the day, we're the ones who suffer the most. It's not only the under-12s, the under-10s that are covered in Quebec. It's people between the age of 10 and 12 as well, children between the age of 10 to 12. We'll say, hey, maybe between 10 and 12 years old, we might we might have a better system. But we have a much higher rate of unionization in Quebec, which is pertinent. Well, the NDP should love this, but apparently it doesn't seem to bother them that much because they're supporting this bill. We have a very high unionization rate, and so oftentimes Quebecers have better working conditions. We're in negotiations that allow for better healthcare coverage, including dental coverage. And so there are many children between the age of 10 and 12 that already have dental coverage. And once again, thanks to the fact that there is a higher level of unionization in Quebec, it's unfortunate, Madam Speaker, because once again, you have no more time. I was trying to give you the 1-minute warning, but I'm sure that you will have that the honourable member will have time to answer questions and comments.
Mr. Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, you know, the separatists in the House of Commons, they do not want to see a national program that provides dental care for all Canadians, children under the age of 12. It doesn't surprise me. It's the same members that would ultimately argue that the federal government has no role, even though there's the Canada Health Act dealing with health care in the provinces. Canadians expect a national government to provide the type of care that is needed. Why would the member, if the member is so convinced that the province of Quebec will not benefit by this program, would he agree then that the salaries that are given to the bloc if there's any money that's being allocated to Quebec under this program, that it'll be covered by the members from the Bloc. It is silly for them to try to say that the people of Quebec, children in Quebec, will not benefit by this program because the member knows better. Will you not agree that there are children in Quebec that will benefit by this program?
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher-Berchères. The member's question is an interesting one because he's playing with words by saying, hey, you should agree because there are some people in Quebec who will get money. Yes, of course, there will be some people that will get the money, yes. But the issue lies in that the average received will be twice as small as what others will receive in Quebec. It'll be about $80 per child in Quebec, $160 per child elsewhere in the country. We've been conned. The NDP supporting this. That's a problem. And a member across the way who says, well, I find this very surprising. He said clearly that Canadians expect the federal government to implement great national programs, but at the end of the day, they're imposing their views on our provincial governments when there is a constitution that his party was defending just yesterday.
Comments? The Honourable Member Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And I do really appreciate the discussion that we're having here, especially when I'm listening to the government on this, because when we talk about these programs, I am wondering if the government actually did any consultations with the provinces and territories. I know that the Canadian Dental Association has also pushed back, saying that they would like to see an extension of the already existing programs that we already have in our provinces or that are existing. So when I'm listening to the member from Quebec, I do understand this because we have a government that is speaking about federal stuff, really working in a provincial realm. So I'd like to hear from him if he thinks that the province was even consulted on any of this. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher-Berchères. That's a very good question from my Conservative colleague. Were provinces consulted? As far as I know, the Canada Dental Association wasn't consulted. Well, had they been consulted, they haven't been listened because they recommended a better funding of current programs, existing programs, Madam Speaker. What is a shame is that not too long ago, the federal government decided to stick its nose in a jurisdiction that was not his, saying, we are going to fund daycare services. Well, we were a bit skeptical, but when they said, we're going to give provinces who already have a system a certain level of compensation for the fact that the system already exists, well, there we understood. We said at least they understood that we already have something that works well in Quebec. So why were they unable to do so for dental care? I just don't understand. It just seems like they're trying to squash or they're trying to do things either nefariously or it's just an accident. A quick question. Madam Speaker, the expression says, well, it's better to laugh than cry about it. We see that the Bloc is desperate because they can't find tangible gains for Quebec. The parliamentary budget officer for dental care is 71,000 children in Quebec that will benefit from it. For rental help, it's 416,000 people that will benefit from it. Can the member for the Bloc Québécois say that that is just not enough for Quebec? The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher-Berchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I would like to know if the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie agrees by the fact that Quebec will receive half as much as the rest of Canada when we pay the same level of taxes as everyone else federally. The federal government is sticking its nose in a jurisdiction that is not his. I would like to hear him defend that before Quebec is in his riding and elsewhere in Quebec, saying, well, I'm very proud that Quebec isn't receiving what it deserves from a federal program.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I really hope that he will wait for his next turn to speak, to be recognised. We are currently on the speech part of this debate.
For Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to join in this debate this morning on Bill C-31. As members know, Bill C-31 has two provisions to it. One is ensuring that children under 12 with limited incomes from their families would be able to get support for their oral health. And I know that we've heard from the Conservative members who are opposed to this. I've heard from them say over and over again that dental care is not a priority. I've heard them say very specifically that children who cannot access dental care do not need it. I can hardly believe what I heard, but yet I'm hearing this message over and over again. And in fact, very clearly, from the member from Colchester, Cumberland Colchester, my apologies, who said at committee very clearly, and I quote, I think very clearly we obviously established that there is no dental crisis here. Now, I have to say, Madam Speaker, I don't know which rock they've been sort of hiding under, because the reality is this. There are over 500,000 children who cannot access dental care because they don't have the financial means to do so from their families, because they don't get coverage. There are children who miss school, who suffer and are in pain because they don't have access to dental care. There are people who end up in emergency in need of dental care support. Now, just because the Conservatives, including their leader, who's had dental care support covered by the taxpayer for decades, it doesn't mean that there are people who don't need it. Those who do not get it, let me tell you, need it. I have met families in my community who need this service, and they are very thankful that finally this dream that the NDP had with Tommy Douglas 60 years ago, where he brought all of us national universal health care. And in his vision, he had always wanted to see dental care included along with pharmacare. That was always the dream. And 60 years later, yes, in a minority government, the NDP forced the Liberals to deliver exactly that. And I am very proud of this work, Madam Speaker. I want to also say the other provision related to this bill is around housing. Now, it's not everything I want, but it is something. So the NDP was able to force the government to provide a one-time payment for low-income families. And it is a $500 one-time housing benefit, which will benefit approximately 1.8 million people across the country. Now, at committee, I also moved 4 amendments. 3 of them passed, and which is why we're back here debating the amendments today. And I'm glad that the government supported these amendments, and that the minister have actually, on 2 of them, where it required royal recommendation, and the minister undertook to do that. And what are these amendments? 1, on the application process. The Bill C-31, originally only provided a 90-day window for people to apply. I was very worried about the 90-day window because there are people who have technology issues, may not be have the access to technology, and may not even be literate with technology. Many of the seniors in my riding also have a language barrier. And so 90 days was not, my fear, going to be enough for people to access this program because they have to apply for it. It's not automatic. So I moved an amendment, Madam Speaker, to change the 90-day requirement to 120 days, to give it that little extra time for people to make that application. And I'm glad that it was supported and that motion passed, not with the Conservatives, I don't think, but the Bloc and the Liberals supported that, and I'm thankful for that. The other amendment that I had moved in the committee was about the provisions of eligible rent that a person could claim if they were in a room and board situation. The original bill says they can only claim 75% of that rent. I was able to move an amendment to change it to 90%, to increase it slightly. Why? Because people, if you were paying room and board or other services, let's say your utilities may not be 25% of your total rent, but yet you will have 25% deducted in your claim. And so in my view, I think we need to actually close that gap, and so I moved an amendment to change that 75% to 90%. And I'm very glad that the government supported it and the Bloc also supported it, wanting to support people who need housing, this one-time housing benefits to help them out. And so I'm very thankful with the passage of that amendment. And lastly, the amendment that also passed with the support of the Bloc and the Liberals was to ensure that for families in a cohabiting situation, that the rent that they claim is not at 50% in terms of the respecting partners, but rather the actual rent that they pay. The original provision in the bill says that they can only claim 50% of that total rent. And to me, it should be actually the amount that they pay, not 50%, not some arbitrary number that the government had put forward. And I'm glad that that amendment to say that it should reflect the actual rent was adopted with the support of the Bloc and the Liberals. So these are the enhancements that we were able to bring forward as New Democrats to this bill, and that's what we're debating today. Now, for those people, for the Conservatives who say that no, they don't support it, I keep hearing them say we can't afford it, really is their underlying message. But notwithstanding the fact that the oil and gas sector made $147 billion last year, they will not have any discussion about imposing a profiteering tax, making sure that they pay their fair share, so those who are most vulnerable in the greatest need in our community would actually have a little bit of support during this time. And who are the people that will benefit? We're talking about people whose income is less than $35,000 if you're a couple, and less than $20,000 if you're a single person who's paying more than 30% of their total income towards rent. My goodness, Madam Speaker, it's pittance. If you think about it, $500 to support them. But yet, no, the Conservative says, no, we can't afford it. Oh my goodness. How could we? You know, the roof is falling. We can, how can we can't even fix our steps. Well, what are these steps? These steps that we need to address are the very people who have the greatest need. And just for all the members of the House who oppose this, let me just put on the record how many people are benefiting from their respective provinces. With respective province for this. In Newfoundland, 16,800 people will benefit from this. In PEI, 4,000. In Nova Scotia, 45,400. New Brunswick, 28,500. Quebec, 568,800. Ontario, 718,400. Manitoba, 63,700. Saskatchewan, 49,500. Alberta, 130,900. British Columbia, 159,600. All together, 1.785 million people. Madam Speaker, that's the number of people that will benefit from this housing benefit. And we're talking about a $500 housing benefit at a time when inflation and the cost of living, the cost of food is skyrocketing. That's what we're talking about. Can we really find it within ourselves to say we can't afford it? Can we really say that those people don't deserve some help at this critical time? I know that the Conservatives might be frustrated with my comments, and they should be, because they're being called out. They're being called out on their approach with this. And I get it that being in government is about determining where your priorities are. And yes, for New Democrats, we are there to help people. That's what this bill is all about.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the manner in which the members amplified how these programs are going to have a direct impact on so many Canadians in all regions of our country, Madam Speaker. And I guess what I would highlight is the fact that even though when we take a look at inflation rates, and Canada, in comparison to the world, is doing relatively well, we still need to take direct action to support Canadians. And that's really what C31 is doing, at the same time establishing a national dental program that's going to be there for our children. And I'm wondering if the member can just expand on the true value of how it's helping in a time of need, but it's also providing future hope for a more permanent dental program for Canadians.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, the Liberals have finally saw the light about the importance of the dental care program. Because the truth of the matter is that the Liberals and the Conservatives voted against this when the NDP introduced it just even last year. So here we are. I'm glad that the government and 24 New Democrats were able to force the government to act. And so this bill is the beginning of bringing dental services to Canadians. With children under 12 this year, with income on a scale of less than $90,000. And then next year, we're talking about seniors, we're talking about people with disability, and people under 18. And then the year after that will be for the other adults. So this is what we're talking about, and it is exactly what Tommy Douglas had envisioned, to bring forward a national dental care program for all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member Costa Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I don't think that Tommy Douglas would be very happy right now if he saw the state of Medicare in Canada with a quarter of Canadians without a family doctor. I think that's a crisis, and I think I'd like to hear my honourable colleague's response to this. How many Canadians would be affected positively by fixing Medicare versus the positive effects of the dental care program? And especially when it comes to mental health, which is a real crisis. And I congratulate her on her figures that she rattled off, and I'm sure she's got a great researcher. And I hope that she's given that researcher a raise, because her researcher is struggling with the cost of living. And we've got a cost of living crisis. We've got a mental health crisis. We have so many things happening in this country that need to be addressed. And I don't know how Tommy Douglas would feel about the coalition. I think that an honourable colleague...
I'll allow the honourable member to respond. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, first off, Madam Speaker, the great researcher is the Library of Parliament. I thank them for that excellent information. That is an aside. I will say this. Tommy Douglas would absolutely be astounded at the fact that the Conservatives under the Harper administration did not deliver the health care transfers that they promised that they would. In fact, they cut it, Madam Speaker. And you know what? I think Tommy Douglas would be appalled at the idea of the Conservatives wanting to pit communities against communities, to say somehow that because there's a need for health care, for mental health, that you don't need dental services. We here on this side with New Democrats are saying that all of those services need to be provided, and that the government can't afford it if we will just tax the rich.
Questions et commentaires. Une brève question, l'honorable député.
A brief question, the honourable member from Thérèse de Blainville. My question, Madam Speaker, is this. What I have a hard time understanding is this attempt to pass a poorly drafted bill that pays no attention to what Quebec already has as a social safety net at a time when the federal government is not dealing with its own programs under its jurisdiction for seniors, for workers, for EI. Would that have been the right solution to help people who are in need?
From the member for Vancouver East.
Well, let's be very clear, Madam Speaker. New Democrats has actually called for and will continue to fight for those other programs, for changes for EI, not only just during this period. We've been doing it for years now, and we will never give up on all of those provisions. This bill is what we're able to force the government to take action on, and we'll continue to drive for more action to support Canadians, including Quebecers.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm proud to speak to our government's plan for making life more affordable for hardworking Canadians from coast to coast to coast through Bill C-31, an act respecting direct financial support for dental care. It is fundamental that I begin my remarks by reminding this House as to why this legislation is essential to Canadians as we make the cost of living more affordable. In a time of global inflation, families are having to make challenging decisions when at the grocery store, when paying rent or other essential bills, and with all aspects of their daily lives. Inflation is a global challenge that is not restricted by borders and does not discriminate based on socioeconomic status. A result of the COVID-19 pandemic and exacerbated by Russia's unprovoked and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, our government is committed to helping families weather the impact of the higher costs of living by putting more money back to their pockets of the middle-class Canadians and those who continue to work hard to join them. When our government came into power in 2015, we understood how critical it was to cut taxes for the middle class and raise them for the wealthiest 1%. We have continuously stood with Canadians during the most challenging times and will continue to provide essential support through the implementation of Bill C-31. The current oral health care system does not provide equal access to services for Canadians. We know that families have made the challenging decision to forego essential dental treatments due to the high costs. To ensure that the most vulnerable and disadvantaged in our communities have access to dental care, we have proposed Bill C-31, an act which will deliver more than $900 million to support the oral health through Canada Dental Benefit. Beginning in 2022-2023, children under the age of 12 without insurance will be eligible to receive dental coverage. Advocating for improved access to the Canadian oral health care system is essential to Canadians. We understand that many families find themselves in a difficult position when they consider seeking oral health services. We do not want parents to find themselves in the position where they must decide between their children postponing or foregoing dental care at a time when their teeth are still developing. In Canada, dental surgery performed under general anesthesia in pediatric hospitals is the most common day surgery. This procedure amounts for 1/3 of all surgeries performed on children between the ages of 1 and 5. We know that 57% of children aged 6 to 11 have had a cavity with an average of 2.5 teeth affected by decay. In more severe cases, tooth decay in young children can lead to an infectious disease, one which causes pain, interferes with their sleep and growth, and causes lifelong impacts to oral and general health. It is the children in our communities who have experienced the painful and detrimental effects of poor oral health. It is our responsibility to ensure that no child, present or future, will experience the pain of not receiving essential dental treatments. The Canada Dental Benefit will ensure that the children who have not had access to routine oral health care will have improved oral health and an improved quality of life by reducing the potential need for more invasive and costly treatments later on in life. The benefit proposed in this legislation would help break the cycle of poor oral health care for the youngest Canadians. The Canada Dental Benefit would provide direct payments to eligible applicants totaling up to $650 per year per child for families with an income under $70,000. An estimated $390 for families with an income of between $70,000 and $79,999, and $260 for those with a family income of between $80,000 and $90,000. It is estimated that over 500,000 Canadian children could benefit from the targeted investment of over $900 million. To access the Canada Dental Benefit, parents or guardians of eligible children would apply through the Canada Revenue Agency. Applicants will need to confirm that their child does not have access to private dental coverage, that they will incur out-of-pocket dental care expenses for which they will benefit, To be eligible for those funds, you may not have received a full reimbursement for treatment under another government plan, and that they will need to provide documentation to verify the out-of-pocket expenses incurred during the benefit. This may include providing receipts to the CRA. Our government will take action to ensure that Canadians receive the benefit as quickly as possible so that children may begin receiving necessary dental care. This legislation will give the Minister of Health authority to implement this application-based, upfront benefit payment to eligible Canadians later this year. Our government has established December 1st, 2022 as the target implementation date of the Canada Dental Benefit, pending parliamentary approval and royal assent. The benefit will retroactively cover expenses between October 1st, 2022, as long as the child remains eligible on December 1st. In addition to our government's commitment to this program, we will continue to support the oral health in Canada for all Canadians, from coast to coast to coast. We'll continue to work with partners and stakeholders in providing oral health services and making life more affordable. In Budget 2022, our government committed $5.3 billion over 5 years and $1.7 billion ongoing to provide dental care to Canadians who otherwise could not afford it. Our government is working diligently to design and implement a long-term national dental care program to ensure that every Canadian can have access to oral health services. It will take time to ensure that this complex national program is sustainable long-term. However, it will remain a top priority for our government. We will continue working closely with key stakeholders, industry partners, academics, and dentistry associations and organizations to help inform decisions on implementing a national dental care program. Until such time, the proposed Canada Dental Benefit would provide parents with children under the age of 12 with financial support to help address the children's dental care needs and increase their quality of life. To provide the time necessary for healthcare and the CRA to make the necessary preparations to deliver the benefit to Canada, the legislation we are proposing needs to be approved urgently. I trust that all members will agree that oral health services are essential to Canadians and join us in supporting this bill that will help thousands of families from coast to coast to coast. Our government understands that parents want to do what's best for their children and that financial barriers should not prevent them from accessing necessary dental care their children require. Passing this bill is an important step towards protecting the oral health of children throughout Canada and ensuring that we eliminate the cycle of foregoing necessary dental care. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to remind all my colleagues of one thing. The bloc members were sent by Quebecers to the House to defend Quebec's interests. This is one of the bloc's priorities. We speak for Quebec. When it's good for Quebec, we vote in favour of it. And that's fine if it's good for the rest of Canada. But when it's bad for Quebec, and then it becomes complicated, and then we decide to vote. We voted to send this legislation to committee. We're going to give it a chance, but everyone refused our amendments at committee. Interesting. If I look at dental care, a family in Quebec will receive half as much as a family elsewhere. How do you want us to vote for that, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Member Surrey Centre.
Madam Speaker, when Canadians elected me, they elected me to represent my riding and to represent the interests of Canada. So unlike the members of the bloc who are just interested in their province and only if it helps them, our responsibility in this House is to make sure that all Canadians get the care they need. And I believe this Canada Dental Benefit is there for all Canadians, and it will be there. And if there are some issues that members from Quebec may feel that impact them differently from the rest of Canada, they're more than welcome to submit those. Thank you.
Comments? L'honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question.
we know that this $500 one-time benefit is going to help so many Canadians, as my colleague said, and it is a step in the right direction. But it is, of course, not going to solve the bigger issue of the financialization of housing that we're seeing. In my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, we recently sent a letter to the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion to call upon the minister to stop the financialization of housing. This includes 15 individuals from First Nations organizations, all asking for change from this Liberal government. I'm wondering if the member is in agreement that we need to move forward, ensure that housing is not being used as a commodity, and if he will be working alongside us to begin making the changes necessary so that Canadians can have access to their human right of housing.
Question, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Sure. Thank you for the question, and thank you to my fellow colleague from British Columbia. I think we are although I was speaking to dental care particularly at this time, I want to say housing is a big priority of this government. We are the first and only government that has created a national housing strategy, starting from those that are the most vulnerable, that are homeless and need homes, to the most, right to senior care at the end. We've invested well over $30 billion in that program. In particular in Surrey, British Columbia, I can see we've had 4 rapid housing initiative projects. We have had tons of new units being built for affordable rental housing. This is an ongoing struggle. It's a challenge that Canada has, and we have to ensure that having a home, having a place to stay is a right, and every person receives that dignity to have a home that's affordable and a good place that they can stay in.
The questions and comments. The honourable from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan, a brief question.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity for a question here. A promise is a promise in my house, and it should be the same in this house. This Liberal government made a promise of $4.5 billion to contribute to mental health, and I'd ask my colleague, why are they not fulfilling that promise and now making another promise that was not in their platform?
The honourable member for Surrey Centre has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you. I'm actually proud to say in the very first budget in 2015, we were able to put $700 million, I know for British Columbia, into the Health Accord, particularly for mental health health services. This was what a precedent is on top of the health transfer. So I think when it comes time to negotiating with the provinces, which is happening, as I understand, I think we will be there, and this government's been there every time when it comes to the health care, the dental care, and the mental health care of Canadians. We will be there.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's, as always, an honour to rise and speak in this House on behalf of the constituents in Saskatoon West. I just want to let you know right up front, I'm planning to vote against this legislation, but I thought it'd be fair, because I know you're always curious about why we vote the way we do, so I thought I'd let you know why I'm going to be voting that way. First of all, I want to talk about the rental benefit that's in this legislation. I want to set the stage, too. We're in an era of the highest inflation that we've had in 40 years. We have food that is in double-digit inflation right now. Our housing costs are the highest in the world, among the highest in the world. It's very difficult for people to afford to live right now. Our energy costs are high, and they're higher than they need to be because of all the taxes, including the carbon tax that has been put on by this Liberal government. Home heating is more expensive than ever. In fact, this winter, many people in Canada will be paying double or more on their home heating bills than they have before. Once again, it's partly due to the tripling of the carbon tax that's happening. So these are difficult and challenging times, especially for people on low income, seniors, and also for those who have fixed incomes. It's very difficult for them to find a way to stretch that money and make it work for the increased expenses that we have. There's an old proverb that I want to read. It says this: give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Now, Madam Speaker, I would suggest that this plan is in the first category, and I'll tell you why. What we need are long-term solutions. We need a way to fix things. This is a short-term Band-Aid. It's a one-time payment. The average rent in Canada right now is about $2,000 a month. So if you take that payment of $500 on a monthly basis, that's a quarter of a month. That's 1 week. But realistically, you know, you could think of it over a year. It's $42 a month for a year. And actually, the truth is, there probably isn't going to be an additional payment of this type during the tenure of this government. So if the tenure of the government happens to be 4 years, and I certainly hope it isn't, but if it was, that would be $10 a month over 4 years. $10 a month on a $2,000 rent bill makes no difference at all. The $500, nobody's going to refuse that money, absolutely, and I'm certain that people need that money. But the problem is, that's going to help today. That's going to alleviate the problem of today. What about tomorrow when the next bill comes due? How are they going to do that? This solution is not a long-term solution. So what is a long-term solution? Well, we could be encouraging more housing, not simply throwing money after housing. I was a home builder for 12 years, so I'm well aware of the challenges that are faced by home builders and housing providers in this country. One of the things that always frustrated me was how our municipalities would slow down the process, gum up the work, so that when you wanted to, for example, get a building permit, it would take months and months to get a building permit, when it shouldn't happen that way. When you have builders who are experienced and accredited, they should be able to get building permits quickly. And so you may have heard the term gatekeepers used around this place. That's a great example of a gatekeeper, is some of the municipal systems that are in place to just restrict and prevent things from happening in a quick way. So that's something that we need to encourage to fix. Another thing is reducing red tape and bureaucracy in general. And I'm thinking here of the building codes. We keep having more complicated and more and more building codes piled on top of building codes. And every time you add a new requirement into the building codes, it adds cost to the product that you're building, in this case a house, and time to build it. And so building codes are another thing that really reduce and end up restricting the amount of supply that's out there for housing. And of course, lower interest rates ultimately is what we need, because that's everybody has to pay, and that affects the cost of everybody. So we need more housing. The other thing we need to do, because how can we lower our interest rates? Well, what we need to do to lower our interest rates is build up our economy. So people may not realize, but over the last 3 years, most of the jobs that have been created in this country have been government jobs. They've not been private sector jobs, they've been government jobs. These are jobs that ultimately get paid for by all of us who are working through our taxes. What we really need to do is focus on the natural resources that we have in our country. When we develop and sell and export our natural resources, that produces not only wealth for our country, but also tax revenues for the various levels of government, including the federal government. We have oil and natural gas. We're the third largest reserves in the world, Madam Speaker. We have in Canada the best standards when it comes to environmental standards, when it comes to labor standards, and we pay very well in this country. And so when you're comparing us to almost every other country, we are far and ahead, a better producer and a more environmentally friendly producer of oil and gas. And we need to do that because we need pipelines so that we can get our products to the east, to the west. Right now, we cannot help Europe very much with natural gas, which is a huge need they have, obviously, because of the war in Ukraine. And it's a shame, Madam Speaker, that we can't help Europe when we have exactly what they need. We have rare earth elements. And in my riding, we have potash quarry. We have Nutrien. We have potash all over the place in Saskatchewan. We have a company called Nutrien. They have thousands of employees in Saskatoon. And we lead the world in potash production. The government is trying to push through a reduction in potash use in our agriculture sector, which is simply going to reduce the amount of output, the amount of food that's grown, ultimately raising the price of food. We cannot do that, Madam Speaker. We need to encourage non-government jobs, private sector jobs that create wealth for our country and raise tax revenues. Ultimately, this will stop inflation. And if we stop inflation, we can stop our deficits and our borrowing, and we can start to enjoy the benefits of a strong economy. And we especially need, in order to do that, we need a pay-as-you-go law, where when new spending is introduced, we find a way to save it somewhere else. The result of that is low inflation, lower taxes. That's teaching a man to fish. Now, I want to talk a bit about the dental benefit. There's a dental health crisis in Canada. Actually, no, there isn't. Now that I think about it, it's a mental health crisis. That's what's happening in Canada. I've not heard of a dental health crisis in this country. So what about the mental health crisis? 1 in 5 Canadians experience mental illness. Every day in Canada, an average of 10 people die by suicide. Mental health challenges affect every Canadian in different ways. Some of us struggle with diagnosed conditions such as post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, or anxiety. Others struggle in silence with shame and eating disorders, addictions, or alcoholism. Causes are hard to pinpoint. It can be trauma or tragedy of the worst kind in childhood or adulthood. It can be physiological chemical imbalance. Our DNA and genes we inherit from our parents play a role. Learned behavior growing up at home, in school, and workplace can also contribute. Add in race, religion, gender, sexual orientation, income bracket, and other factors. Treatment, unfortunately, is haphazard. Some mental health disorders are diagnosed by the police and treated by the courts with prison sentences. Other people are fortunate enough to find themselves a physician, a psychiatrist, or other professional who can help them. What we don't have in this country is an actual strategy to tackle mental health, the causes, the symptoms, and the treatments on a national scale. My Conservative colleague from Prince George, British Columbia, over 2 years ago, proposed a national suicide hotline. Sure enough, you would think this is a no-brainer that the Liberal government could support for Canadians. If you dial 988 right now, it will tell you to hang up and call a different number, in English only. Madame la Présidente, que faire?
Madam Speaker, what to do if a Francophone has a mental health crisis?
You to wait. In the last election, the Liberals promised $4.5 billion for mental health, and we continue to wait. Instead, we have $700 million for the dental health crisis. So why are we looking at this legislation today? Well, we have a problem to be solved. All legislation is like this. There's a problem to be solved, and the legislation is supposedly going to fix that problem. So what are the problems we have today? We have cost of living. Rental benefit doesn't fix that. It's a short-term Band-Aid. We have a mental health crisis, and this dental benefit certainly doesn't fix that. So why do we have this legislation? Was there research? Were there focus groups? Were there surveys? I doubt there are many people who want a short-term Band-Aid on our economy. I also doubt there's many people that want to spend more money and put us into more debt. And might I suggest this bill is simply the equivalent of a sideshow, a carny trick, a shiny object in the window meant to distract Canadians. It's meant to have Canadians believe that action is being taken to address poverty and affordability issues while nothing is really being done. Bill C-31 is like those fixed games at the carnival, flashy and exciting looking, but as you keep playing the NDP Liberal game and keep losing your hard-earned money with little return, you realize it's a sucker's game. They're taking and taking away from you in the way of higher taxes. They continue to have Canadians pay more and hoping to get that oversized stuffed animals. Then they give you a free play and another free play, except in this one they say you don't have to pay for it, but it's your grandchildren that are going to be paying for it in the future when our national debt comes due. In the meantime, they give you some scraps. Our government is running that kind of a game. Madam Speaker, there's a better way to run our country. For years, Conservatives have warned that the Liberal NDP, there's consequences about their action. Conservatives call on the government to scour government spending to find savings for these proposals. Examples like the $35 billion infrastructure bank, and stop useless spending like the $54 million ArriveCan. And finally, Conservatives call on the Liberals to cancel all planned tax increases, including payroll tax hikes for January 1st and the tripling of the carbon tax on gas.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export, Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development. A point of order.
Madam Speaker, I believe.
Questions and comments? Yes, sorry, that's who I was recognizing. Did I say resuming debate?
Yes.
I apologize. Sometimes it's just so automatic, eh? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export, Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do indeed have a question for the member opposite. And I'll put something to him fairly straightforward, that the official opposition is consistently concerned with fiscal prudence, and that's a fair concern. Would the member agree with me that if dental care descends to the point of dental disease and tooth decay results in things like gum disease for young people, that results in a concomitant knock-on cost on our publicly funded healthcare system? Wouldn't it be better to support preemptively care for young people to have their teeth and needs addressed so that they don't end up imposing a cost on the healthcare system that we all subsidize already? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. I understand how governing is hard, making decisions can be difficult, and many times we have to face trade-offs. And so I would suggest that the mental health crisis that we have in our country is the biggest problem we face right now. Yes, dental health and care for teeth is important. Don't deny that at all. But I think if you're ranking, if you have to pick one first and then the other second, I would pick mental health first. We have clear expense in our country on that we are seeing right now in our healthcare system every single day. It's not only affecting us in a dollar method, but it's also affecting us in number of lives that are not only affected and hurt, but actually lost every day.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my Conservative colleague for his speech. Earlier on the Conservative benches, another colleague mentioned how the administration is heavy and how the government's having a hard time taking care of its current tasks, and asked questions about we shouldn't be adding extra programs given the jurisdiction and issues in passports, etc. The question I'd like to ask is that when the government decides to implement programs with good intentions, well, these programs already exist in some provinces. Should the government not systematically include the possibility of a withdrawal for provinces who wish to do so, with obviously full compensation financially of programs that they set up? Would this not be a good way to make things fair and equitable and make the government to have an easier time of it?
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member for their question. He really uncovers a serious problem that I'm sure the Liberals will have with this legislation, and that is that healthcare is fundamentally a provincial jurisdiction issue. And so while the federal government does transfer funds and does dictate certain requirements to the provinces, ultimately the provinces are the ones who carry out these things. And so I think having money transferred to the provinces to cover off things, certainly the federal government does have the ability to suggest certain things that get done, and that's what might happen in this case. But I really do believe that it's the provinces that have to carry out healthcare, and it's the provinces that need they need more money. That's the bottom line. And the way this government has spent money on other things other than healthcare, I think a lot could have been diverted and could still be diverted to the provinces without actually increasing our spending.
Comments? A brief question. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it seems that the Conservatives want us to choose between mental health or people ending up in the hospital because of serious dental care issues. So instead of pitting people together, I wanted to ask my honourable colleague, through you, if he thinks that instead of placing the onus on people, whether he agrees with me that we need to divest from fossil fuel companies, we need to make corporations pay what they owe and take that money and invest in people instead of big oil and big corporations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member Saskatoon West has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe that corporations need to pay their fair share of taxes, absolutely. Also, if the member had listened to my speech, she would have heard that I also said that we need to fully utilize the gifts that we've been given in our country, which is natural resources, whether they be oil and gas, forestry, minerals, agriculture, potash, there's all kinds of them. And our country's wealth was built on natural resources, and it will continue to be built on natural resources. We can mine them, take them out of the earth, and use them in very environmentally friendly and effective ways. We lead the world in that category. And so that is something that we're good at. It's something we should continue to push ourselves on the world stage, because that is where we can make our mark. We can actually make the world a better place with our energy and our resources in Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export, Promotion, Small Businesses and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to recognize that I'm speaking to you from the House of Commons here in Ottawa, which is on unceded Algonquin territory. We're speaking today, obviously, upon a bill that is extremely important for those of us in this House, but also for the Canadians that are listening to this debate and the Canadians that are feeling the pressures of affordability right now. Bill C-31 will address two key facets of affordability in this country, in terms of housing and in terms of dental care. Madam Speaker, I guess the first thing I want to broach is sort of why we are targeting these two particular areas. It doesn't matter which riding you represent in this chamber. It doesn't matter which part of the country you come from. Canadians are feeling the same sentiment, and that is a sentiment about the cost of living, that prices are escalating and that life has become simply too expensive. This is partly a function of the fact of the pandemic, is partly a function of the fact of global conflicts, such as Russia's unjust invasion of Ukraine, partly a function of the fact of supply chains and the need to make them more resilient. And what we are doing as a government is trying to hear those concerns and respond directly to those concerns. Last week, we provided a doubling of the GST rebate, something that I believe all parties in this chamber supported, for which I'm thankful, for which I believe Canadians are thankful. Today, what we are talking about is, again, targeted relief on two indicia, the housing indicia and the issue of extended health care to include dental health. Madam Speaker, this bill will do two pivotal things. In terms of the housing benefit, what it proposes to do is provide a top-up payment to something that is called the Canada Housing Benefit. And it's a $1.2 billion investment that will result in a $500 benefit being made available to approximately 1.8 million people in this country who rent, including people who are students or people who are struggling with the cost of rental housing. The second key facet of the bill, Madam Speaker, as you've heard in the debate thus far today, is that it will propose to provide dental care for uninsured Canadians with a family income of less than $90,000 annually, and target that dental relief to children under the age of 12. Now, Madam Speaker, I think it's important to sort of recap for Canadians sort of where we are in terms of this fight to build a more affordable Canada and to ease issues that relate to the cost of living. In terms of what we've been doing on the housing front, Madam Speaker, since I've been elected to this place in 2015, about 2 years into our first mandate as a government, we launched a national housing strategy. The time it was launched, it was approximately $40 billion deep. That housing strategy has expanded to be something to the tune of $72 billion now, which included a $14 billion investment in housing just in the 2022 budget. Key to for the purposes of this debate is that what we're doing with the National Housing Strategy involves the Canada Housing Benefit, which is a $4 billion program within that broader strategy, which targets an average of $2,500 in direct assistance to assist those who are low income with the cost of rent and the high cost of rent that they're facing. There are other aspects of what we've been doing with respect to affordability, Madam Speaker. We can talk about the Canada Workers Benefit. We can talk about something that I'm very proud of, which is the Canada Child Benefit, which is a means-tested, non-taxable benefit that is directed directly to those families that need the assistance the most. With respect to childcare, we can talk about what we've done just in the past 12 months with respect to alleviating the costs of childcare for people raising a young family around this country. Reducing those costs by 50% by the end of this year and to $10 a day by the end of 4 years. What we've done is taken significant steps, and what I found troubling, Madam Speaker, in my time in this chamber as a parliamentarian is the consistent opposition we've faced, particularly from His Majesty's official opposition on many of the programs that I just outlined. I was very pleased to see support for the GST doubling of that rebate as recently as last week, but I'm still troubled by the fact that an initiative such as the one that we're talking about today, which is again targeted relief for those that need it the most to assist with some of their most basic necessities, such as housing and extended health care, are being opposed by some of the members opposite. And what I would do is urge them through the course of their deliberations on this bill to change their position in terms of their vote. And what I would say to you, Madam Speaker, is in terms of housing, I want to dwell a bit upon housing and dental care as specific topics. We know that housing has been expensive and has gotten more expensive in this country in recent times. At the end of September of 2022, the average rent for property types across the country saw a monthly increase of 4.3%, an annual increase of 15%, and a 21% increase since the market low, which was experienced in April of 2021. My city of Toronto consistently ranks amongst one of the most expensive rental markets in the country, somewhat neck and neck with Vancouver. What we know, Madam Speaker, is that this has become a challenge for the constituents that I represent, a challenge for people throughout Toronto, a challenge for people in Vancouver, and a challenge for people right across the country. It's something I'm reminded of by the constituents I represent and by the stakeholders in my community. I want to highlight a couple of key stakeholders because they've been doing consistent work in the area of affordable housing for many, many years. One is the Parkdale Neighbourhood Land Trust that have taken it upon themselves to both index the amount of rooming houses that are available as deeply affordable housing in the community of Parkdale. But secondly, through their Land Trust initiative, they've collaborated with city partners and provincial partners to actually purchase land and keep rooming houses viable in the city of Toronto, in my community, and keep people who need supportive housing, who need deeply affordable housing, properly housed. It's a tremendous initiative, and they do that in conjunction with PARC, the Parkdale Activity and Recreation Centre, which manages the property that they were able to purchase in 2019. That is a program I want to highlight. Another program I want to highlight in terms of housing is what we've been able to do very successfully as part of that national housing strategy with the Rapid Housing Initiative. Madam Speaker, this is an initiative that started out with about $500 million for urban cities, $200 million of which was dedicated to Toronto, and it was subsequently doubled in budget 2021 because of the popularity of this program, because it provides acute, targeted assistance to those that need it the most, and it does it quickly, as the name befits. So within 12 months, people are housed very, very quickly. What the new totals mean for the Rapid Housing Initiative as part of this broader suite of housing assistance that we're providing is that my city of Toronto will be receiving $440 million to create more than 1,000 new homes and to create them very quickly. How does this impact Canadians? Well, it impacts my constituents. We have $14 million of that money coming directly into Parkdale, assisting with the creation of about 50 modular units on Dunn Avenue, and that's sort of a housing policy that takes root and takes hold and starts to work and work quickly. This bill will help in the same vein, Madam Speaker. Bill C-31 will provide an additional benefit for those who already receive the Canada Housing Benefit. And when I say targeted and means tested, I think the facts are important to articulate in this chamber. We're talking about a one-time benefit that will go to applicants with incomes of less than $35,000 if they are a family, or less than $20,000 as individuals. Certainly, every member in this House can agree with the idea that for people in those low-income brackets, they deserve our help the most, and they deserve targeted support on behalf of the Parliament of Canada. Madam Speaker, I want to turn next in these last remaining couple of minutes to the dental idea. And we know that dental care is part and parcel of healthcare as we conceive of it in this country. You heard my intervention with respect to the previous speaker. We've heard from entities like the Canadian Association of Public Health Dentistry that talk about people who don't receive the dental care they need because of the costs associated with it. That in fact, 55% of dental care right now is delivered by those who have private insurance. 40% of Canadians pay out of pocket for their dental care, and some just don't access it because they simply can't afford to. What that does is it creates a knock-on impact on our healthcare system. So people who don't receive that primary healthcare that they need preemptively to prevent problems from mushrooming end up in our emergency rooms, in our hospitals, which are publicly funded, and that has a knock-on cost for our healthcare system. Let's avoid that cost by providing something as simple as basic dental care for people that need it the most. And I would dare say, Madam Speaker, that it's hard to argue with the needs of children in terms of their growth and their development, addressing their extended healthcare needs by providing something as basic visits to the dentist that would be provided free of charge. That's something that's important to do. That's something that we're trying to do through this legislation. Madam Speaker, I think targeting housing, targeting extended healthcare benefits through the lens of dental care is something critical to dealing with affordability as those challenges are being faced by Canadians right now. That's why I'm acting in support of this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Merci beaucoup.
Gentleman for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, I find it really interesting that this member and other members of the government have acknowledged the challenges related to affordability in this place. Yet, even when, I'm thinking back to the spring sitting of this place, when time and time again, when Conservatives brought these things forward, the Liberals voted against it time and time again. But my question specifically to the member is there is a very clear delineation between different levels of government in our country. And I am concerned, and I've heard from stakeholders across the country that have shared concern that this program is being brought forward without appropriate consultation with the jurisdiction that is responsible for providing, and also in the case of the dental in terms of dental care is governed by provincial bodies. So it's being brought forward without that appropriate consultation. So I'm curious as to why they are pushing this forward without working with the level of government that is actually responsible for ensuring that Canadians have health care in this country.
Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member from Battle River Crowfoot for his intervention, but I'll just very politely but firmly sort of point out that healthcare and healthcare delivery is a matter of shared jurisdiction, not exclusive provincial jurisdiction in Canada. And I'll point to several examples. The Canada Health Act, the Tobacco Control Act, the Narcotics Control Act. We already provide the Canada Health and Social Transfer. And if we were going to be criticized for actually attaching conditions to the financial resources that we're putting on the table for provinces to deliver, I will readily wear that criticism. Those conditions are necessary because the prioritization needs to be, in this context, the delivery of dental care services, so that it does not pose a knock-on impact on the overall cost of our healthcare system. And I would further add that his colleagues' comments with respect to the need for prioritizing mental health are well put. Similarly, when we provide funding for mental health, it needs to be dedicated to mental health, thus necessitating the attachment of another condition. Merci.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from across the way for his speech. We see that dental care is important to him, which is laudable, but maybe he's not aware of the fact that Quebec, well, healthcare is provincial, so Quebec already has its own dental care system. That means that under 10s are already covered, and therefore the program the Liberals are implementing, the check system, it's not really a program, it's just checks being sent out to people who could perhaps need dental care. It means that Quebecers are receiving 13% of the amount when they represent 23% of the population. Is that normal that they get half as much as what they should per capita? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I appreciate the question from the member. What I would like to highlight is that we are already in relation with all provinces to figure out how healthcare can be delivered in Canada. We already have agreements with Quebec and with all other provinces. When we give money to treat Canadians, be they in Quebec or outside of Quebec, we will always use conditions that are pertinent. We'll continue to do that for general equalization or health transfers, or more specifically for dental care in this case.
Brief question, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his very thoughtful response and speech to this bill. Now, one of the issues that he raises is about the critical issue around affordability in housing, to which I wholeheartedly agree. Part of the problem is with respect to the financialization of housing, where housing is being treated as a commodity instead of what it is, a basic human right. So would the member agree that we need to take action to address the financialization of housing and to begin to put a moratorium on it?
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member from Vancouver East for this question and for advocacy on this particular issue. I would agree that the commodification of housing in recent times has become a problem in Canada, is resulting in housing shortages and also housing becoming increasingly less affordable. And I think one of the important aspects that we can tackle initially is real estate investment trusts that form part of our campaign platform, and that's one thing that I would prioritize. Merci.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is an honour and privilege to rise in this House and on behalf of the people of Northumberland, Peterborough South. Of course, today we're discussing Bill C-31, known colloquially as the Rental-Dental Bill. But before discussing the substance of this legislation, I think it's important to give some context as to the position we're in. Of course, this bill is largely in response to the economic conditions which were created by this Liberal government. After 7 years in power, we've seen a dramatic cost rising for Canadians, and we've seen that the pain for Canadians has risen exponentially over these past 7 years. So let's walk back a little bit in history here. So when this government was elected in 2015, the then candidate, now Prime Minister, said there'd be a small little, tiny little deficit, so small that you couldn't even see it. Well, well, it appears that maybe he was a little bit off in that calculation, in that math, and we know that the NDP are not well renowned for their math abilities, but this is perhaps not surprising where we are with the NDP Liberal coalition. And so he said there'd be this tiny little deficit. Well, underneath the previous finance minister, there was fully $100 billion in deficit spending before COVID even touched our lands. That's $100 billion of reduced fiscal firepower that this government could have been using to help Canadians. But instead, it piled on to our deficit. Then let's go to COVID. Of course, you know what? Let's put the record straight here. Conservatives supported supports during COVID. We saw that people were in difficult situations, and so we supported many of these programs to get people as a bridge. What Conservatives did not support was the wasteful spending. Over $200 billion, according to this government's parliamentary budget officer, was not used for COVID. So we got $100 billion, we got $200 billion of non-COVID related deficit spending. So, and in fact, when you look at this government's track record, it has actually racked up more deficits, more debt than all of the previous governments combined. Just let that sink in there for a second there. All of the rest of the governments, from John A. Macdonald to Brian Mulroney to Pierre Elliott Trudeau, they were racked up more debt than all of those governments combined. And you know, history, it said, repeats itself, and in this case, we certainly saw that, because in Pierre Elliott Trudeau's time, we saw record spending, we saw record deficits, record debt, and what followed that? Inflation. Now, I remember I was actually I was watching Finance Committee when the leader of the opposition, then just a member from Carleton, was talking about the fact that if we print money, we get inflation. And the response from the governor of the Bank of Canada was, no, we're not going to have inflation. Anyone know what the response was from the deputy leader, the current finance minister? Inflation's not an issue, it'll be deflation. Madam Speaker, you know what? If a doctor is completely off with their diagnosis, that has consequences. If an economist is completely off in their predictions, that has consequences. Unfortunately for this government, the idea is, you know what, we're going to very much follow the definition of insanity and keep doing the same things over and over and over again. So let's talk a little bit about the pain that inflation is causing for Canadians. We have food inflation now at over 11.4%. For the members in this House, it's not fun to go to the grocery store, but for the most vulnerable in our society, it is downright devastating. Downright devastating, Madam Speaker, as they go to the grocery store, looking at their bank account on their app or counting the cash in their wallets and realizing that they simply don't have enough to feed all their family. There are literally moms out there who are watering down milk. There are over 20% of Canadians who in 2022 went to food banks. This reached a record high in Canada in March of 2022, with 1.46 million Canadians going to the food banks. Fully 1/3 of the clients of food banks are children. This is a desperate situation. And 7 years in, I love how this government seems to think inflation was just something that came in, that this affordability crisis was just something that was out of their control. They've had 7 years to control the economy, to take the steps necessary to make life more affordable for Canadians, when instead we've done the exact opposite. We continue to tax and spend, tax and spend, tax and spend. Well, Madam Speaker, while Conservatives definitely believe that all Canadians should pay their fair share, there has been no nation on this earth ever in the history of humanity that has taxed itself into prosperity, and once again, this Liberal government seems to be finding us out the hard way. When we look at the costs of living, one of of course, the primary drivers of our everyday costs is the cost of energy. And this government has done nothing but to drive up the cost of energy. Some will even say that perhaps that is on purpose, that as they continue to reduce our ability to extract and explore great, clean, sustainable Canadian clean energy, at the same time piling on their carbon tax. The carbon tax was set to triple, and that'll just increase the cost of home heating, of groceries, of everything, Madam Speaker. When we look across G7 countries, all of them, every single one of them, have attempted to reduce the cost of fuel. This government, nope. We're going to go ahead and we're going to triple that carbon tax. They're completely, they just do not see the suffering of the people of Northumberland, Peterborough South, and the rest of Canada as we go to work every day trying to put gas in their car and feed their family, and inflation continues to increase year after year after year. And what's this government's next step? Well, you know what? The workers of this country, we are dealing with a labor shortage. So what's this government's response? We've seen to the affordability crisis, their response is to make things more expensive. Doesn't make much sense to me, but I don't know. So their response to a labor shortage, let's disincentivize work. The average $65,000 employee will pay $750 more in payroll tax because of this government's efforts to increase taxes over and over again on our workers. We have the best workers in the world, Madam Speaker, and we should be incentivizing and celebrating their work going forward, not continuing to add additional layers of taxes and regulation, which does nothing but to suffocate our workers and our business owners. We need to have an environment where we encourage and celebrate and incentivize work. So, in response, once again, Madam Speaker, to an affordability crisis, it's to increase expenses. It's to raise the inflation tax, raise the carbon tax. And our response to a labor shortage is to disincentivize work through incredibly high amounts of taxations. We have people who are earning $50,000 or $60,000 a year who are being taxed at a cumulative rate of taxation of 30, 40, or even 50% when you add clawbacks and provincial taxation and municipal taxation. It simply isn't leaving enough in their pockets. This government's response to this affordability crisis, in addition to increasing taxes, in addition to making life less affordable for Canadians, is to virtue signal, to make it look like they're doing something. A rental bill that offers a $500 one-time payment. In my riding, in communities like Port Hope and Cobourg and Orono and Crammy and Campbellford and Brighton, you will see that the average rent is more than $2,000 if you can find a place. If you can find a place. That $500 is a mere drop in the bucket in helping our residents. So, what this government needs to do is it needs to give itself a look in the mirror and reverse the policies that have caused the conditions that Canadians are currently in. A simple $500 one-time check, more same tax and spend, will not solve the issues that plague this country. We need to celebrate workers. We need to empower businesses. And we need to make life more affordable by getting this inflation machine under control. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He had a lot of stuff in there. I was trying to find one positive thing that he would say that our government did in the last 7 years. I didn't hear one, so I think it was somewhat biased. But that being said, the big difference between the opposition and our government is that we look at investing in Canadians rather than what they call spending money. So we've invested, and I'd like him to tell me what areas that he thinks we should withdraw. So we've invested in the child care benefit, which has helped and continues to help, in my riding alone, $5.2 million per month, Mr. Speaker. $60 million a year going to my riding, so is it going to his riding and every riding across this country. So that's a big one. I'd like to know, would he cut that, for example? Would he cut the child care 50% down to 50% in his riding? Can he tell the people in his constituency? So I'd like him to maybe see if there's not a couple of good programs that we've invested in that Canadians are benefiting and his constituency is also benefiting. Thank you.
The member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And I, too, share his, I have not been able to identify one thing in 7 years his government has done right. So we share that. We're in common there. And where I would cut $50 million from a Mariah scam. I would cut $50 million going to MasterCard. I would cut $12 million going to Loblaws. I would have looked at the $200 billion in non-COVID related spending, or the $100 billion of pre-COVID deficit spending that has led the inflation crisis that will cause children to go hungry tonight because this government cannot get its spending under control.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of housing, my Conservative friends, they're good at criticizing the Liberals, but they're not so good at finding solutions. They point out what the government's spending. There seems to be an interpretation problem. Are you...
I'm going to try this other one.
All right, we'll just stop for a second and make sure there's a going from. Je vais parler en.
I'm going to speak French, and I hope this works. Is the translation working? Okay, the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Start over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, my Conservative friends are pretty good at criticizing the government, and rightly so, given the housing crisis, but C31 does absolutely nothing about the housing crisis. I'll just put that out there. But the Conservatives aren't so good. We're not hearing a lot of solutions coming from them. They're always saying, leave it up to the market. But I was talking to a CMHC economist a few weeks ago who said that in Quebec alone, if the market were left to its own devices for the next 10 years, 500,000 units would be built. But that's if it's left up to the market. But the need for accessibility and affordability currently in Quebec, we need 1.1 million units. So there's a 600,000 unit shortfall. How are those 600,000 units going to get built? That's what I'd like my colleague to answer.
I think it's a little bit of a mixed characterization that Conservatives want to leave it to the free market. We want to leave it up to Canadians because we believe in Canadians. We don't believe that the best decisions are made here in Ottawa. We believe that they're made in Port Hope, in Quebec, and everywhere else in this country. Secondly, we would get the gatekeepers out of the way. It's governments that's stopping. They are the problem that are stopping houses from getting stuff. We will sell off a percentage of federally held properties, the largest landlord in all of Canada, and we'll get those properties to people. So we need a government out of the way so we can get people in their homes.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech today. You know, we're talking about global inflation, and the reality is right now Canada is the worst in the world. If you look at our ports, the Port of Vancouver is the worst in the world. Pearson Airport is the worst in the world. People are waiting in lines for passports for days. These are the failures of this Liberal NDP government. And I would like my colleague to comment on, you know, healthcare in my riding. When I go out indoors, my residents are pleading with me, Scott, I would love to have a doctor. We're spending $1 billion on this dental care program, and they're going, I don't have a doctor. And, you know, people are waiting months and months for a specialist. I wonder if my colleague could comment on that.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Increasingly, thank you for the excellent question. Tough but fair. The excellent question. Unfortunately, it appears as though over the last 7 years, more and more things in Canada aren't working. More and more things are broken in our country. Whether it be looking at getting a passport in a reasonable amount of time, whether it be getting a ship built in a reasonable amount of time, whether it be delivering the most basic of government essentials, it seems like there's delay and failure after failure. It is time for a change, and the Leader of the Opposition will finally put people first.
I believe we have time for one quick one, so the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the member for Northumberland Peterborough South is concerned with policies like a carbon tax that only raises gas prices by just over 2 cents a litre this past year, while being an efficient tool to address the climate crisis and returning revenue to Canadians. I know he's also aware that we're in a climate emergency and oil and gas company profits were up 18 cents per litre this year alone. Can he talk more about the need to address affordability by addressing the gouging by the oil and gas industry?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South. A very short answer.
The organization or the institution that has been taking excess revenues is the Government of Canada. So perhaps he's gotten that incorrect wrong. If you look at the oil and gas sector, they contribute per worker per hour $645. That's on average Canadian is $50. The oil and gas industry is literally fueling our economy as we go forward. We need to support Canadian energy. And the carbon tax is raising costs. I'm not sure if he's talked to the residents, but it is making gas unaffordable. And it's how many emissions targets has this government hit since they had the carbon tax? Absolutely none. That's an abject failure.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank all my colleagues for coming here today to listen to my speech, my colleagues on this side of the House in particular. It's an honor to stand in front of this House and actually talk about a bill that's going to affect Canadians for a long time going forward here. Another trinket, if you will. Let me start, because it is a big bill, but I'm going to start by focusing my comments on the dental care benefit that's part of this bill. It's Bill C-31. And I see the Liberals over there shrugging their shoulders about the support that they've given the NDP when they brought this motion, this legislation forward here. Let me say they know it came cheap, the support from the NDP to continue on with their supporting their government. Dental care is a cheap trinket for them to actually push forward here. This House will note that this government, that they've aligned the NDP with them continuing to drip a dental care plan into delivery with their continued deficits. And why wouldn't they? No sooner would the Liberals deliver on their full promise for dental care than the NDP would up their demands for continued support of this spendy government. So who's playing whom in this support agreement that allows the Liberals to continue to plunge the country into an economic hole that will take decades of responsible government to recover to our previous fiscal stability? That's why dental care is in front of this House, not because of any health reasons, not because it's going to give something to Canadians that has been taken away with the inflation that's causing, obviously, a dent in their take-home pay. It's a political support agreement so that the NDP could show people that they might be relevant, even though they're backing a government whose spending is out of control. And a great amount of taxpayers' money is going to Liberal lackeys. Dental care support, it's a nice gift. Like my colleague said earlier, it's a nice shiny trinket in the window. Dental care promotes good health, no doubt about it. Oral health leads to better health overall. We've known this for years. So I spoke to a friend at home, and she brought it forth, and she asked about why the federal government shouldn't establish a new federal bureaucracy in charge of Canadians' dental care. Why an Ottawa knows best approach to superimpose a new federal program on top of the existing provincial dental program across Canada. Programs, because I believe each provincial jurisdiction has a provincial dental care program. How costly would the program be? How much taxpayer funds would be spent or lost in bureaucratic overlap? Federal bureaucrats interacting needlessly with provincial bureaucrats in a program that's already being delivered in every province across Canada. Not a health transfer to fix an underfunded healthcare system in Canada, but a new program overlap. Let's ask the NDP about the Halloween candy they bargained for with this government. It's provincial responsibility. Did any premier, including the NDP premier in British Columbia, ask for dental care funding in their provinces? The answer is a very clear no. What did the premiers ask for? An extra $26 billion from this federal government to help the strain on our healthcare system. A strain that has been exacerbated by a pandemic that lasted 2 years, and obviously costs thrust upon the shoulders of the provincial governments. Notably, all of this is provincial responsibility. The Canada Health Act imposed standards of healthcare delivery on the provinces, so it was a shared jurisdiction for a while. Healthcare was funded 50-50 between the Liberal budget cuts of the mid-1990s, when suddenly they were changed. And that became not the 50-50 that the Healthcare Act was premised upon, but now, Mr. Speaker, 22% of healthcare funding in Canada is funded by the federal government. And for every province, healthcare spending has become the largest budget item. This government has been running huge budget deficits the entire 7 years they've been elected. So with this new program, they're going to continue to buy Canadians with their own money and continue to put it onto the backs of taxpayers who aren't paying taxes today, who may not even be born today. So this intergenerational transfer of taxation versus the benefits that are being felt by Canadians today is unjust. The country's finances right now are more strained than they have been since the Liberals cut health care funding in the 1990s. Perhaps the NDP needs to take a lesson from history about how this ends. My friend in Calgary and I, we did a little more research on dental coverage for people in my province, Alberta. Alberta Child Care Benefits provided full dental coverage for low-income families. Notable differences, of course, between the Alberta plans and the proposed coverage in this bill. Alberta plan covers low-income households for full coverage up to the age of 18 in low-income families. This new plan is for low-income families to cover children up to $650 per family, up to the age of 12. In Alberta, it's up to the age of 18, no matter the number of children. Additionally, the definition of low income ends in Alberta at $46,932, again to cover 100% of the dental expenses of children under the age of 18. This new program gives a sliding amount per family up to a family income of $90,000, down to $260 per family. Will there be overlaps with these different definitions? Well, of course, and obviously. Private insurance that pays out first, provincial insurance on top of that, which goes second, and then the federal plan. So is this just another public service jobs debacle on the horizon? All different formula and all different eligibility. This spells huge bureaucratic overlap in the delivery of this new service. Obviously, we're going to have to hire more federal government employees on top of the 15% increase we've had over the last 2 years. We're on a job hiring spree and we're getting less and less from federal government services. Surely a realistic, accountable federal government could deliver a program like this a little more effectively. Unfortunately, a realistic approach to better dental care wouldn't allow this government to buy the support of the NDP. This is another Liberal NDP boondoggle. Canadians deserve better. Not just optics, but actual delivery of programs that help them and don't overlap with all of their other provincial benefits. Let's talk about inflation and how this is actually impacted. Every Canadian is having more expenses, including dental expenses, including expenses for food, including expenses for their housing, which is pronounced and actually is addressed a minuscule amount in this bill. These are all mounting expenses for Canadians, and this government has thrust this upon Canadians with their full-on federal spending of over $500 billion in deficits over the past handful of years. It is a ridiculous financial strategy that has led us to where we are today, with mounting inflation, with mounting government debts, with no end in sight to actually how this ends or where it ends, except on the backs of future generations of Canada. Cost of living is going up, inflation is going up, deficits are going up, and this government doesn't have a handle on how they actually deal with those real problems that are affecting the lives of Canadians. Their approach is to give trinkets in this bill that will not be able to deliver, but will have a huge cost upon the Canadian population writ large. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member talks about trinkets. And I can assure the member that not every province is alike. You will find if you're a 10-year-old child or an 11-year-old or a 4-year-old child, depending on the province, there's different types of dental programs that are available. But what we do know for a fact is that there will be tens of thousands of children in every region of the country that will benefit by this dental benefits program. We know that for a fact. Yet the Conservatives seem to want to deny those tens of thousands of children to be able to have a dental benefit. Many of those children will end up in hospital situations, we know that for a fact also, as a direct result of not having the types of benefits that are being proposed within this legislation. Will the member at least acknowledge the fact?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I watched my colleague listening to my speech intently, but he seemed to have missed much of what I said. There is dental coverage. There is different dental coverage in every province. There is a better way of delivering increased dental coverage if the federal government actually wants to contribute to the provinces that are actually delivering healthcare services across this country. These are different modes. You think about the way Canada is governed. We're governed in a federal system. We have provinces deliver real services to their constituents. We, as the federal government, also have our realm. This is very clearly provincial realm. If the federal government wants to be involved in dental health care, say so, put some constraints on the provinces, some direction on the province, and transfer some funds. Don't give it as just a gift to the NDP to stay in power, which is a really obvious power buy at this point in time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for...
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend the member for Calgary Centre on his speech. I liked it when he referred to the various jurisdictions federally and provincially in his answer to our friend on the other side. But one thing I'm a bit disappointed about, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Conservatives, is that I've been asking this question for 3 years and I've never got an answer. But I have the feeling that I might get an answer from this honest and reliable man. The Premier of Quebec and those of the provinces have agreed, there's a consensus, that health transfers should be increased to 35% in 3 years. I've never gotten an answer to that question. I've never heard anyone say yes, they would agree to boosting health care transfers to 35%. Is it possible, once and for all, for them to put a number on those transfers? I'd like to ask my friend whether he agrees that Quebec and the provinces should get that 35% increase in...
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to thank my friend for the question. I'm not sure about the 35% number that he mentioned, but I am sure that the premiers have called on the federal government to increase the healthcare transfers by a certain amount. I'm just not 100% sure that $26 billion amount is the equivalent of the 35% the member was alluding to in his question. I just don't have the numbers at my fingertips, but I do support the calls from the provinces for more federal funding for health.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member. You know, I had an adverse reaction to to dental care, having access nationally to dental care as being referred to as a trinket. It's very problematic to me when I hear day in, day out from constituents and Canadians across the country that they want access to dental care. We know dental care also having access to us saves us money. There's no economic reason. We actually are going to be proactive in preventing the cost to our healthcare systems. And so I'm wondering if the member could share what he has to say to constituents in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith and Canadians across the country who are asking for dental care, and instead he's referencing it to it, and in my opinion, belittling the need for dental care by referencing it as a trinket.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my colleague, for the question. I called it a trinket in my speech. It is a little thing for the Liberals to put in the window to show the NDP that they're actually relevant to the support agreement that they've given here to continue to have this government supported by them over the short term until it's actually done. Giving dental care to Canadians is easy. As I said in my speech, and I hope she was listening, there is a far more effective way to improve dental care across this country, and that is to actually transfer health dollars to the provinces, as we've spoken, as my friend in the Bloc Québécois also answered. To call it a trinket means that here's something we've given that has to be identified here that's going to create a massive overbuild and more public servants required to deliver that. That is the overstep here. It is provincial responsibility. If the federal government wants to deliver this to the provinces, and if she actually has her constituents putting it in the top 10 needs of Canadians, then this is the way it should be more effectively done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it's an honor to be able to enter into debate in this place. And I would simply, Mr. Speaker, if you would indulge me for a moment, I learned just a couple of hours ago that in a small community, one of the many that I represent, there was a veteran, a World War II veteran, the last in that particular community of Coronation. Just a number of days ago, passed away. So as we are approaching Veterans Week and, of course, Remembrance Day, I would pay tribute to Wilf Seeger in this place. Died at the ripe age of 99 years old. And certainly I know, yes, my thoughts and prayers, of course, are with his family, and I know he was an active member of the community and passionate about many things, including agriculture, service, and very, very thankful to be able to acknowledge him in this place here today. Mr. Speaker, we are debating there's the Bill C-31. And I find it very interesting as over the course of the last number of weeks, certainly since Parliament returned in the fall, and how and of course with a new leader of the opposition, there's been a dramatic shift in the attitude of certainly the government, and I would suspect, this is somewhat speculation on my part, hearing from constituents, and I occasionally get feedback from across the country, whether it's through travel or friends or people that reach out to my office looking for that common sense conservative perspective from areas that are not currently represented by conservatives. But there's been a fairly dramatic shift. You know, all of a sudden the economy became a priority. All of a sudden, the cost of living became a priority. All of a sudden, I think, the NDP realized that maybe they're not holding true to the Democratic part of their party name is coming home to roost in terms of fleeing support. And, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the consequence of that in the legislative agenda. In fact, I find it continually ironic that the Liberals especially, but we're hearing it equally from their coalition partners in the NDP, are quick to say that us doing our jobs in this place is somehow not what Canadians want us to do. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that when it comes to many issues, but virtually everything that we are debating here today, but also over the last number of weeks, these are all the priorities and the things that conservatives have been talking about for months. You know, I find it very interesting when it comes to the issue of inflation. That was not a big deal up until the new leader of the opposition was pushing it as an issue on the national stage. Now, of course, we are seeing the devastating consequences of that. When it comes to the issues surrounding health care, And that's where there's going to be a very close connection that I'll get to here in a moment, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to making sure that the federal government is seen as a partner, not an overlord, but a partner with provinces. We just haven't seen that, not only over the past number of years, but the last 7 years, a true erosion of what I believe and what constitutional experts suggest our federation should be. And of course, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the issue of housing, Conservatives have been talking about this for a long time. And it is interesting how now, when there is I was sent a meme here recently of a reference to our country, and it was with a picture in front of a dumpster fire. And Mr. Speaker, I think that in many, if you look whether it's at passport offices, if you look at Canadian Unity, if you look at any host of metrics, service delivery to Canadians, whatever the case is, we see that in so many ways Canada is broken. And it's unfortunate because Canada, I believe, and I state often, is we are blessed to be Canadian, the greatest country in the world. But over the last 7 years, and especially as we have seen an unprecedented crisis over the last number of years, certainly since I've been elected, we have seen so many things erode. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Bill C-31, we see something that is very, very troubling, and it's a continuation of an attitude, and even a question that I asked to a parliamentary secretary earlier today. It's a continuation of the idea that Ottawa knows best. It's that the Liberal government suggests that it's their will that should be imposed on every other level of government in this place. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to unpack a little bit as to why that is so problematic. Because the true essence of our federation is that we have a national government that is based here in Ottawa, but there has to be strong regional governments. And the approach is not one of overlordship. In fact, we've seen numerous case precedent through the Supreme Court. We've seen the very clear constitutionality of having in our case, provinces, different federal systems around the world call them different things, but in our case, provinces need to be respected. But, Mr. Speaker, we do not see that. Even when I asked a question to the parliamentary secretary earlier today, he was willing to say that he was willing to be criticized for telling provinces what they should or shouldn't do. Now, here's why that's problematic, Mr. Speaker. Because when the Liberals, from the position of being the national government in Ottawa, a minority one, and one I would remind the Liberals that they seem to have forgotten, they actually receive fewer votes than the Conservatives, legitimately, of course, won the most number of seats of any other political party. But their unwillingness to acknowledge that there has to be that ability to work together, whether they agree with their provincial counterparts or not. You see, Mr. Speaker, that's key, because we see how, in our country, the Liberals only want to dance with those that they agree with. And, Mr. Speaker, that's not how our federation is supposed to work. And we see the consequences of that, whether that's through this bill or so many other aspects of the way that these Liberals approach governing here in Ottawa. And the result is poorer outcomes for Canadians. The result is a dental program that's being proposed that is not going to have nearly the effect. In fact, the Parliamentary Budget Officer did unpack some of these things, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer's numbers are different than the Liberal government's numbers. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that it's this weird political dynamic between the coalition partners to try and get something across the finish line that they can point to and say, hey, we won. When the reality is, had they taken the work of governing seriously, we would be in a very, very different situation. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that it's very, very problematic, the overall attitude that we are seeing that has led to Bill C-31 before us. And I will reference another bill that Conservatives actually supported, C-30. We supported sending a few dollars back to Canadians that are facing immense challenges from the inflationary pressures that are being faced. But, Mr. Speaker, what the Liberals fail to acknowledge, let alone give credit to, is that Conservatives had actually proposed measures that were not all that different in terms of cuts and removing some of the taxes on products and commodities that were facing significant increases in prices. We've been proposing those things for months and months and months, but now all of a sudden, because I hope Liberals listen to their constituents, because certainly, although sometimes it seems that may not be the case from some of the Liberal constituents that have reached out to me, and I know some of my colleagues, but Mr. Speaker, they finally decide to act months and months after Conservatives made the suggestion. And Mr. Speaker, I will close with this. I think that we have a troubling precedent within governance in our country that has resulted in poor outcomes for Canadians. Canadians are struggling to get ahead. Canadians are feeling left behind. And a patchwork of federal programs implemented without appropriate consultation and without a true acknowledgement of the pressures and challenges that Canadians are facing. It may make good headlines today, but the question I urge every member of this place to ask is, will it solve the problems for tomorrow? So, Mr. Speaker, one further comment that I would like to ask, and it's more of an open question. The Minister of Health yesterday, in question period, referenced a 10% increase coming in the Canada Health Transfer. I believe that's something that needs to be stated again in this place in order to try and get some clarification as to what that actually means when it comes to whether an Ottawa imposition or what the plan for that is in terms of our nation's future and specifically with our publicly funded health care. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I found it interesting the member made reference to Bill C-30 because it kind of goes hand in hand with C-31. Both of them deal with the issue of inflation. And the member said, well, you know, the Conservative Party, they voted in favor of it. And yes, the Conservative Party voted in favor of it. Then the member went to say, well, we were encouraging it and started to try to take credit for it. I need to remind the member that the Conservative Party of Canada, which he is a part of, actually initially did not support Bill C-30, and it wasn't until days later, after being shamed into it, they changed their position and supported Bill C-30. My question is, recognizing that Bill C-30, the one he just said was good bill, C-31 is also a good bill. Does he believe that the Conservative Party could be shamed into supporting C-31 as they were done on C-30?
Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I find it really interesting, the revisionist history that often comes about. And I'll get into another example of that here in a minute. But that member knows full well that Conservatives were not shamed into supporting that bill, but rather it is Liberals that refused to support Conservative initiatives months ago that would have given the needed relief to Canadians. In fact, that member is dishonest at best, and there's an unparliamentary word I would use to describe what he's actually doing. But, Mr. Speaker, here's the reality. We see time and time again the Liberals pivot away from their record and are quick to blame whether it's Conservatives, they're quick to blame anybody else. In fact, when there were lineups at airports, who do they blame? They blamed Canadians for not remembering how to go through security. Mr. Speaker, time and time again, we see the Liberals equivocate, pivot, and endeavor to deflect the blame when they, as the Leader of the Opposition stated yesterday, the arsonists are trying to claim that they'll fight the fire when they were the ones that started it in the first place.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure. Thank you very much. I'd like to commend my colleague for his speech. Always very impassionate. Mr. Speaker, earlier I asked a question to another colleague, and naively I'm going to ask the same question to get the right answer eventually. Perhaps the colleague will be able to agree with me. The Liberal government, in a number of programs, has made engagements sticking their nose into provincial jurisdictions like healthcare, as is the case for C-31 and dental care. We were talking about mental health earlier. The Conservatives seem to be concerned with regards to mental health. Would it not be simpler, Mr. Speaker, to do what all provinces in Quebec are unanimously requesting, a significant increase in health transfer up to 35%, to make sure that provinces in Quebec can manage these questions, because these questions are provincial. Dental care, mental health. I'd like to hear my colleague on the matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, I think that mental health is a clear example of where the Liberals have dropped the ball. In fact, it was only partway through the last election campaign that all of a sudden they added that to be a part of their priority. Well, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, was because Conservatives had been championing that issue, even though it was an unnecessary election and all of these things. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives were championing that issue because it's something that Canadians should be able to find common ground on. But instead of acting, they dither, delay, and simply fail to deliver. Now, with respect to respecting provinces, absolutely. We need to get back to the point where our federation respects regional differences, provincial jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the member from the Bloc to ask the same question that I did at the conclusion of my speech. And that's, what's the deal with the health minister all of a sudden in question period saying a 10% increase is coming to the Canada Health Transfer? Certainly there's a lot of unanswered questions in association with that statement that maybe slipped out of the minister's mouth in question period yesterday.
Questions and comments for a very short one. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A short one. I have so much to say. First, I want to commend the member on highlighting the work and perseverance of the NDP that have forced the Liberals to finally do what it's right and put in a dental, to move forward with a dental care plan nationally. I feel that the member perhaps is a little bit upset that the Conservative Liberal coalition that existed just a year ago that voted down dental care has clearly broken up, and here we are today. The member, I do agree that there is a patchwork approach in place currently that's leaving so many Canadians behind, not accessing dental care. And I'm wondering if the member can share why he is opposed to a national approach with the leadership that we need so that all Canadians have head-to-toe health care, including dental care.
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I find it fascinating how the fourth party in this place is quick to suggest that somehow they are forcing the government to do anything, when here's the reality, Mr. Speaker. I think we see weak leadership, certainly from the Liberals, certainly from the NDP, and an unwillingness to do the hard work that Canadians expect of them. So, Mr. Speaker, my suggestion to that member and the NDP is if they really wanted to do the hard work that Canadians require, work in the context that our country was meant to function in. That's work with provinces, ensure that we have programs that actually deliver services to Canadians. And I know I'm out of time, Mr. Speaker, but there are so many things that require hard work, and the laziness demonstrated by certainly this coalition is inhibiting that from actually taking place in this country.
Now, I'll do my normal weekly or daily public service announcement that the shorter the questions, the shorter the answers, the more people that get to participate in these great debates. Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always a pleasure to be able to talk about budgetary measures and legislation that is really going to have an impact on the lives of Canadians in all regions of our country. You know, we talk a lot about inflation, and there's a couple of things that I would like to convey right at the beginning. First and foremost, we have to be honest with Canadians and tell them exactly what the situation is. When you take a look at Canada as a nation compared to the world, much like the pandemic, we are not immune to it. There's inflation as there was a pandemic, worldwide pandemic, worldwide inflation. How does Canada compare to other countries like the United States, our greatest trading nation, partner, Europe, England? Canada compares relatively well, where our inflation rate has been consistently lower than those countries. It doesn't mean that we don't have an inflation issue. We hear it every week in our caucus, every day in our constituencies. As the Prime Minister has indicated, not only to Liberal members, but I would suggest you implied it to all members, that our responsibility within our constituencies is to take those ideas and concerns and bring them to Ottawa. That is, in fact, what Liberal members of Parliament do on a regular basis, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, what you see is a government that's trying to deal with the issue of inflation. And that brings to the second point on inflation. It's not good enough for us to say, well, because Canada is doing relatively well in comparison to other countries in the world, that we don't need to do more. No. We are committed to providing relief where we can. And that's why I made reference to the previous speaker that when you think of C-31, it complements other pieces of legislation, but in particular, I made reference to C-30. C-30 provided a doubling of the GST tax credit. Mr. Speaker, that had an impact on over 11 million Canadians. Our population is 38 million? 11 million Canadians benefited, money in pocket, as a direct result of the House of Commons ultimately passing this. And contrary to what some of my Conservative friends will try to tell you, they actually opposed the legislation initially. But to their credit, they did come on side and support it, recognizing that Canadians would benefit. So the challenge that we have now before us is to say to the Conservatives that C-31, like C-30, is good, substantial legislation that is again going to help the constituents in which we serve. Liberals will talk about when you think of inflation, it's going to the grocery store, Mr. Speaker. Look at the cost of groceries. It's going to the other places where you have to purchase commodities, widgets. Those are real dollars that need to be spent, Mr. Speaker. That's what Canadians are concerned about. That's what we should be concerned about. So when we stand up and we say that, look, we have children in our communities that do not have the financial means in order to get some of the dental work that is so critical for them to get, this legislation deals with that, Mr. Speaker, at least in good part. So we have a national government that says that we want to provide direct support for children under the age of 12 so that they can get dental care. Children that otherwise might not receive that dental care, and as a direct result of not receiving that dental care, could end up in our hospitals. Check with the Children's Hospital. Check with community hospitals. And what you will find is that there are children every day, virtually, that are going into these healthcare facilities because of dental issues that they were not able to get addressed with, Mr. Speaker. I applaud the New Democrat members in recognizing and prioritizing this particular issue, Mr. Speaker. I think it complements our healthcare system. I am not surprised with the Bloc. The Bloc want Canada to break apart. They're separatists, Mr. Speaker. They don't believe in national programs. But on the other hand, the Conservative Party, a national party, not supporting what our constituents want us to support. They are so out of touch with Canadians if they believe that the federal government has no role to play on health care. And I would suggest to you that every one of them is out of touch with reality in terms of what their constituents want, Mr. Speaker. Their constituents not only want, but I would suggest to you, demand that the national government play a role in health care here in Canada. We see that in the healthcare, in our Health Care Act. Talk about long-term care. Have the Conservatives not learned anything from the pandemic when it comes to health care? Do they not realize that Canadians expect issues like long-term care, national standards? Do they not recognize that they want a national government to invest in mental health? Previously, there are some members of the Conservative Party that say, well, maybe not on dental, but more in mental health. So some of them seem to acknowledge that the federal government should play a role in mental health, but they are definitely not consistent. We, on the other hand, recognize that Canadians want leadership on the health care file. And that is what they're going to get from this government. You get misinformation that's being provided from across the way when they say, well, the federal government provides 22% funding. I used to be a healthcare critic during the 90s, a provincial one. And that's just wrong, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the history of healthcare funding can go back where there was a tax point transfer given to provinces as a compromise, which saw the percentages going down. And yes, there was somewhat of a cut in the 90s, but there was also a guarantee of ongoing national involvement in cash transfers, equalization payments, as we call them today. And this government not only has invested historical amounts of money into healthcare transfers, but we've also invested in long-term care, mental health. And yes, today we are making a commitment to dental health, Mr. Speaker. Today we're talking about children. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about seniors and people with disabilities, recognizing that there is a need for it. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, it helps with the issue of inflation. Because C31 might get a lot of attention in regards to the dental program, but where the Conservatives are losing it once again is on the rental support. Millions of dollars. You know, I think it's close to $2 million. Don't quote me on it, Mr. Speaker. I think it's around 1.82 million people that are going to benefit. It's a substantial amount of money that's going to support low-income families and individuals with regards to rental support. This is something one would think that the Conservatives would want to support. If they talk about fighting inflation, helping Canadians through inflation, not only does C30, the GST, doubling the GST rebate, Mr. Speaker, assist, or the credit, not only does that assist, but so does C31. And I would suggest to my Conservative friends, because I'm anticipating that there will become a vote on this, and it will be a recorded vote, that they should reflect on whether or not they have constituents, children under the age of 12, in their ridings that would benefit by the passing of this bill. Ask, do you have tenants in your riding that would benefit by the passage of this bill? The short answer is yes, they do, Mr. Speaker. So hopefully they'll flip-flop and support the bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I'm going to keep it very simple for this member. Mr. Speaker, I just heard that there was 2 hours of committee on this. 2 hours. I'm wondering if you could share with me if the federal government actually worked with the Canadian Dental Association, worked with the provinces and territories, because the feedback I'm getting is that they do not like what this is coming from. The Canadian Dental Association has asked for an extension of the programs that already exist in our communities. I'm wondering, what did they do for consultation with these organizations that are providing the dental health? Thank you.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, this is the nice thing about it, Mr. Speaker. You know, here we have a plan that's being put into place. We've indicated to the provinces that we want to be able to see it expanded, Mr. Speaker. And ultimately, if provinces want to be able to come on side and start the discussions or work with the federal government in terms of how it is that we can have the optimal dental program for all of Canadians, so that there is a standard. If you're a child under 12, it shouldn't matter what what province you happen to live in to determine what kind of benefits that you'll have, Mr. Speaker. This ensures that all children under the age of 12 will have at least some benefit, dental benefit, so that we can get that critical dental work done. And if, in fact, every province hasn't been contacted, there's, the nice thing about the telephone, it works two ways. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that everyone is very much aware that the NDP and the Liberals have been pushing on this issue for a while now.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see that you seem to be enjoying yourself. Yes, it's always odd hearing the Parliamentary Secretary. I think that he is presenting a dental plan when it's not a plan at all. It's not a dental care program at all. It's just a check that will be sent to people's mailboxes, not knowing if the children will go to the dentist or not. The question I have, will there be two logos at the top of the check? The Maple Leaf logo and the NDP logo. It's not healthcare at all. It's sponsorship, unfairly spread from one province to the other. It's not a dental care program. No, we're not against programs. Mr. Speaker, we are for programs that help people. I need to speak to you, Mr. Speaker, of course. That's good for the Blue Peril in any case. But that's the reality of the matter. The Bloc Québécois is against what? A discrimination? Something that sticks its nose in provincial matters. Some people will not have dental care and will just receive a check indiscriminately. That is what I would like to hear the Parliamentary Secretary on.
Bravo. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course the Bloc Party doesn't support this program, because the Bloc Party is a separatist party. If it was up to the Bloc Party, Ottawa would be nothing more than an ATM machine. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I believe that the children, no matter where they live in Canada, even in the member that just posed a question, there are children in her constituency that could benefit by this program. There are parties that support the idea of having a national program for children under the age of 12 for today that will expand. And that is something that is good for all Canadians, no matter where they live in the country, no matter where they decide to move to or from, Mr. Speaker. I see that as a positive thing. But then I'm a nationalist, I'm not a separatist. And for the NDP, at least the NDP seem to have outmaneuvered the Bloc in terms of they are becoming more relevant than the Bloc in terms of national policy.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for, we'll make sure we get somebody in here. I know I see Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I do appreciate the Liberals finally listening to the NDP and ensuring that no child goes without getting their teeth fixed, and ensuring that everybody is eventually going to have dental care that needs help, that gets the lift they need. I also appreciate the top up for housing, but it's not enough. We know that over 20% of housing in Canada is owned by corporations. Does my colleague agree that we need to put a stop to the corporatization of ownership of housing in our country? Housing should be, it's a human right, and it should be for people to live in and for people to own themselves, not for corporations.
Parliamentary Secretary with a short answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really believe that the only way we're going to deal with the housing crisis is you have to get all three levels of government working together, with the national government playing a lead. But you cannot underestimate the importance of local councils, and whether they're big cities, small rural municipalities, they have to be engaged. There are a lot of ideas out there, and we have a Minister of Housing that is committed to working with all the different stakeholders to try to ensure that Canadians have the ability to own a home, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
All right, so we didn't do as well as I thought we would do in that last round to make sure that everybody gets to participate in the debate. So the questions were long, and the answers were long, and I see a number of people that had their hands up that really wanted to participate in this. So let's try our best to make sure everybody gets to participate in this debate. Continuing debate, la reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's ironic that it's a pro-independence member who has to come and remind this House how the Canadian Constitution works. The government never misses a chance to remind us that the Constitution shouldn't be touched and that all the issues related to it are not important for Canadians and Quebecers. The measures we're looking at today have noble objectives to take care of people affected by the difficult economic times we're in. The problem is these measures are ill-adapted to the diverse situations of Quebec and the Canadian provinces. Even with all the good faith in the world, it was inevitable. Health and housing are not federal jurisdiction. This place has no business dealing with those issues. And I want to show you why these measures are inappropriate in Quebec and elsewhere probably too. Why can't the federal government stop interfering where it has no business when they can't even do their own job properly? Go ask a constituent in Terrebonne who's still waiting for their passport if they trust the federal government to solve the housing crisis or take care of their kids' teeth. The Bloc is in favor of this bill in principle. The objectives are to improve dental care and access to housing. Those are laudable. But, as is too often the case, Quebec was not consulted, and this bill was drafted without taking into consideration what's already being done in the provinces, and particularly in Quebec. We did vote in favor of this bill at second reading, in the hopes that we could improve it to make it more adequate for Quebec. But unfortunately, our many attempts to improve this bill were rejected, even though the Bloc represents many people in Quebec, people who could have benefited from this bill. Or could have benefited from solving the fiscal imbalance. As I mentioned, many provinces have insufficient financial resources because of the fiscal imbalance. The federal government has surpluses to meet its responsibilities and isn't doing so. Or more simply, as Bernard Landry said, the needs are in the provinces and the means are in Ottawa. So it's clear, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed our fears. As the bill stands, Quebec would receive only 13% of the $700 million provided for in this program. This program's unfair to Quebec. If Quebec got its fair share, that would be 23% of the budget because Quebec makes up 23% of the population of Canada, but Quebec is systematically underfunded. And you have to wonder, is a Quebecer worth less than a Canadian? History, unfortunately, shows that the federal government pays short shrift to Quebec. And even if the federal government tries to deny its existence, the fiscal imbalance is a major issue and has been recognized since the 90s. As the population ages, the cost of Quebec's social programs is rising rapidly. It's up to the Quebec government and the government of Quebec alone to determine where social program funds should go. The federal government's repeated intrusions into provincial jurisdiction add up over time and eventually erode Quebec's spending power. Yet it's Quebec that's faced with an aging population and the massive cost of that. The federal government is in a good position. It's not responsible for health care, but it can send checks and appropriate the political points that result from it. The evidence is clear, Mr. Speaker. If you look closely at Canada's public accounts, you can see the extent of the fiscal imbalance. In 2020, spending on health and social services per capita increased in Quebec by about 20%. Since healthcare spending has increased, One would think that the generous government of Canada must have contributed. No, Mr. Speaker, quite the opposite. Canadian health transfers per capita in Quebec have only increased by 2.5%, and for social programs it's even worse, only 1.8%. The government of Quebec keeps asking for increases to health transfers, and what does the federal government say? They suggest another federal interference into a program already covered in Quebec. Thanks so much. Knowing that health is a strictly provincial jurisdiction, the very existence of the federal health department is an absurdity. The expenses of this department were more than $5 billion last year, which is a huge loss of efficiency, as only the federal government knows how to do. But the Bloc acts in good faith, Mr. Speaker. We voted to have this bill studied in committee. We brought constructive proposals in a sincere desire to improve the bill and make it a viable bill for Quebec. For example, on the housing section of the bill, the rule that reserves the check for tenants who pay more than 30% of their income for housing puts Quebec at a great disadvantage, since 3/4 of people ineligible for the program live in Quebec. So we proposed at committee that this rule be removed, but the amendment was ruled out of order. I ask you to please withdraw that 30% rule. Strike that rule so that people who truly need assistance will get it. The reason the proposed policy on dental checks is so bad is that the government still stubbornly refuses to consult Quebec and the provinces when designing its programs. Quebec already has the most progressive dental plan of any province. Because of its progressive labor code, Quebec has the highest rate of unionization and group insurance in North America, which makes our workers ineligible for this new federal program. Once again, it's Quebec that's being held back by the federal government because Quebec already has a good social safety net in place. Ultimately, this bill is nothing more than a conditional transfer that increases the federal spending power and accentuates the fiscal imbalance. All of this is yet another example of the archaic federal framework that is slowing down Quebec's march towards progress. At the heart of this debate is the role of the federal government. If our colleagues want a unitary state where all decisions are made in Ottawa, well, they should just say so. Some countries operate that way, and it's a defensible position. But then we would have to reopen the Constitution that they're so afraid of. I'm sure Quebecers will never accept losing their autonomy. My colleagues in the other parties call themselves federalists. Well, be federalists then. They should just accept the fact that they don't have all the powers, and they have to treat Quebec and the provinces, they have to respect their jurisdiction. Once the problem of the fiscal imbalance is recognized on one hand, and the need to act to help our fellow constituents on the other, this House must ask itself the real questions. When the federal system was established, the real needs were federal. Participating in the wars of the British Empire, taking over the diamond mines of the Boers, building battleships to support London in its colonial competition with Germany, destroying the First Nations through starvation, reserves, and residential schools. In 2022, the real needs are in Quebec and in the provinces. The solutions to the real problems are also in the hands of provincial governments. If this place really wants to help people with their housing and dental care for children, they should. Think not about coast-to-coast projects, which are bound to work poorly, but rather about abandoning the federal government's pretensions to control everything. Let's reverse the fiscal imbalance. Give Quebec and the provinces the means to do their job. Or be sincere. If that's missing, if what's missing is reopening the Constitution, then let's do it. Unless they're too afraid that this time Quebecers will say, we're leaving for real. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions.
Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess this is where we definitely have to agree to disagree. You see, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you are a 10-year-old child, that it should not matter whether you live in British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Quebec, or Nova Scotia, you should be entitled to be able to get a benefit to deal with your dental care. I do believe that it's important to recognize that even through equalization payments, Manitoba has benefited immensely because of equalization payments, as I know the province of Quebec has been able to. Through those equalization payments, we're able to better provide social services to our communities. The question I have for the member, does she not believe that no matter where you live in Canada, I realize she represents Quebec alone, but does she not believe that every child in Canada should be able to have some sort of a dental benefit?
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, I'll simply repeat the substance of my speech. Yes, I fundamentally believe that a child in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, or Nova Scotia should have access to dental care. Yes, indeed. But that's up to the provinces. It's not under federal jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Come on.
Questions and comments?
Answer the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech. You know, I don't want to talk about the failures of this government on ports, on airports, on health care, and numerous other things, and I could go on and on about that. But, you know, I want to ask the member about, we've got a federal government now that seems to be going around the provinces with respect to that bill, and I wonder if she could comment further on that.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you to my colleague for his question. Yes, I do believe this bill is probably based on good intentions, and that's why we voted in favor of it at second reading. But it is poorly drafted. There are a number of shortcomings that we mentioned constructively at committee, but unfortunately, once again, and it's kind of strange because in a democracy, you should be able to make positive contributions, but none of ours were accepted. And now the bill cannot accept a bill that basically runs counter to Quebec's interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'm sure my colleague knows that many Quebecers do not have dental insurance and that this bill is just the first step in our plan for all Canadians, including Quebecers. And to provide dental insurance. Can my colleague say a bit more about whether or not she agrees with a dental plan that includes all Canadians? The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and I truly appreciate her effort by asking the question in French. We don't see that often enough here in this House. To answer her question, fundamentally, Quebec kids already have access to dental care, either through the RAMQ, the Provincial Healthcare Insurance Plan, or through their parents' employers, because we're a very progressive, highly unionized province. So whatever's going on in the rest of Canada, fundamentally, I think it's up to those provinces and their provincial governments, not the federal government, because that's where we disagree. The jurisdictions should be respected as long as that's in the Constitution, and that's what the Constitution provides for. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Terrebonne for her excellent speech and very precise answers. Mr. Speaker, I take umbrage at the member for Winnipeg North saying that the Bloc is opposing this and that we don't want young Canadians to get dental care. That's not true. We want dental care for everyone. But wouldn't the solution, Mr. Speaker, be by respecting provincial jurisdiction and respecting the programs that already exist in various provinces, wouldn't it have been easier, to more simple, to include for each province and Quebec the ability to opt out with full compensation? Wouldn't that be a fair and equitable way of solving this problem in the interest of all Quebecers and Canadians? The honourable member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my colleague from Drummond for his excellent question. Yes, that would be ideal if we could just opt out of all Canadian projects as well as the country while we're at it. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to take the floor to speak to C31. That's the bill we're debating today. Such an important bill, and we agree with the principle, but when the rubber hits the road, I'm going to explain to you why this is bad for Quebec and why it discriminates against Quebec. Mr. Speaker, this bill has a number of parts, and I'm going to deal with the first part, which is the dental benefits component. First of all, the Bloc's position on this. As you know, my colleagues and I supported the bill at second reading because we agree with the principle underlying it. In a cost of living crisis, such as the one we're currently going through, it is laudable and, in fact, necessary to relieve the financial burden on lower-income households. They're the ones most affected by price increases at the gas pump, at the grocery store, and in rents and virtually every area of daily life. By funding dental care for low-income families with young children and by supporting tenants, this bill could help Quebecers and Canadians get through these tough times. However, and you can see where I'm coming from, good intentions are not enough to make for good government or good laws. So as it stands, this bill does not give Quebecers their fair share because it discriminates against them and it's unfair toward them. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, we will not be supporting this bill at third reading unless the interests of Quebecers are given more respect. So let's begin with an overview of the dental care portion of the bill. So in order to be eligible for a dental care benefit, an individual, an applicant, has to meet all the following conditions. They have to have a dependent child under 12. They have to have a family income of less than $90,000. The dependent child cannot be fully insured under either a government or a private plan. The applicant must have or expect to have dental expenses for the periods covered. And the applicant must be receiving the Canada Child Allowance, the Canada Child Benefit for the year preceding the application. If and only if the applicant meets all the requirements I just set out, then they will be eligible for the following benefits. For a household with an income of less than $70,000, they'll get a benefit of $650. For a household earning between 70 and 80 grand, the benefit is $390. And for a household earning between 80 and 90 grand, the benefit is $260. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the bill provides for the possibility of receiving a payment for two separate periods, the first from October 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, and the second from July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. So you can already see this is far from being a permanent and sustainable program. The government and the NDP boast that it is just that, but as you can see, it's a lovely promise, but in reality, it's not the same.
So I'd like to talk about the injustice of this bill right now towards Quebecer. At first glance, everything seems very nice and well. Obviously, this bill seems like to be a very good thing, but when we look at how the funds are distributed to promote the oral health of young children in Quebec and Canada, well, Setting public policy requires rigorous consideration of the consequences of proposed measures. And when you consult the independent and thorough report produced by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, which we note we're not opposed to all the details of this bill, but if you look at the way it currently stands, Quebec would only receive 13% of the total amount dedicated to the dental component, or $92 million, out of a total amount of $703 million. So, Mr. Speaker, it's the NDP Liberal government. If they had tabled a truly fair bill, where Quebec receives its fair share, corresponding to the proportion of its population, which amounts to 22.98% of the Canadian population, it would receive $162 million. So literally, Mr. Speaker, Quebecers suffer an injustice of $70 million, courtesy of the NDP Liberal government. $70 million, Mr. Speaker. It costs slightly more than what the monarchy costs us in Canada. So let's go back to dental care now. But $70 million, Mr. Speaker. I'm ready to answer questions. People think we're going to help Quebecers, but people need financial support for dental care. But who should say that this is not an important sum? We're talking about $70 million. It will not go into the pockets of families and young children who would need this money more now than ever right now. So to illustrate this blatant injustice to Quebec families, well, they will receive on average $83 per child under 12 years old, whereas families outside of Quebec will receive an average of $168 per child. So in reality, Mr. Speaker, since these are one-time checks, this reality will be translated on the ground by the fact that half of the families who would be entitled to a check if they lived outside of Quebec would receive $0, nothing at all, niet. Why will Quebec families get less? Let me explain. According to the PBO, there are two factors that explain the great prejudice that Quebec families would suffer from this bill. The first, Mr. Speaker, is that the Quebec government has established a government program. That means that many parents who don't pay any fees when they visit the dentist. And second, the rate of unionization in Quebec is higher than elsewhere in Canada, and therefore our population is more likely to have group insurance that covers these dental costs. And in concrete terms, Mr. Speaker, Quebec is being deprived of its fair share because its government has established a dental plan for children, and it's been in place since 1974, and its workers have better social benefits. Quebec is being penalized because the visionary and progressive decision makers there have long since decided that this is normal, fair, and desirable in advanced society like ours for children to receive dental care regardless of their parents' income. And one voluntary result of this bill, Mr. Speaker, well, it is voluntary. I can't conceive that this injustice in Quebec is a deliberate consequence of the bill introduced by the Liberals and NDP. I have confidence, Mr. Speaker, in the goodwill of my colleagues in this House, and I have no doubt that they wish the best for all Quebecers and Canadians they represent. Rather, I think it's a mistake, one that was caused by the desire to quickly establish a complex regime in which the federal government has no expertise. And this bill has been hastily put together to keep a shaky coalition alive. And the implementation of a dental plan, Mr. Speaker, is nothing new. It was already part of the NDP's platform in 2019 and 2021. And they have muzzled debate to keep this poorly crafted bill alive. And civil society players and Canadian dental specialists have said that this bill is not the best way. The money should be directly transferred to the provinces. Quebecers would thus be able to really make progress and to move forward, and Quebec would receive its fair share for all these measures so that the government could repair its mistakes. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess it's a fairly straightforward question in regards to the idea of having a benefit program that's fairly easily administered, the manner in which it's been brought together, and it will provide dental care, and there's no doubt about that, to a great number of children. That, in turn, I would suggest to you, will ultimately assist in preventing some children from having to go into hospitals. And I'm wondering if the member could be very clear in terms of supporting the principle of that and then providing his comment on how he will actually be voting.
The honourable member for Rimouski Nejet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I'll repeat this again. I'm not sure how many times we have to say this so that Liberals understand. We agree on the principle of this bill. It's just poorly crafted. Can my colleague from Winnipeg North agree? Well, and tell the people of Quebec, you'll get $70 million less. Is that what public programs that are fair and equitable have? Why would Quebec receive less than other provinces? Because it already has a program for dental care, whether it's group insurance or public insurance. They're already being supported by the Quebec government. So, Mr. Speaker, today we're not against this principle. We're against the fact that Quebec will not receive its fair share. Also, that this is fully Quebec jurisdiction. So, Mr. Speaker, it's nice to look nice by sending checks to people. But when you craft a bill, take the time to study the issue and make sure that it supports everyone without discrimination that the bill is targeting. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg. I'm going to try this one. I'm sorry. Oh, my gosh. Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker. And, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. And I know in Quebec, and this is great, children have dental care. The NDP put forward a plan, is pushing for a plan so that all people across Canada can have dental care. I know that many people in Quebec do not have dental care plans, would benefit from it and support this plan. Does he not agree with me that he needs to support Quebecers, adults who do not have dental care?
The honourable member for Rimouski Nejet. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, what I think we should support is for the federal government to mind its own business, just like the Canadian Dental Association has asked. Stop making programs with quick figures to support shaky agreements. That's not what Quebecers want. They want to have real programs. And right now, Mr. Speaker, and I said this in my speech, this is a temporary measure. It's not universal, even if the NDP would like it to be. So, Mr. Speaker, you can't be against such virtue, but when you craft a program, you have to first respect provincial jurisdiction, such as dental care is, and secondly, you have to create a program that will be lasting and really reflect the needs of people, and of course, without any discrimination like this current bill. How can we justify, Mr. Speaker, that 10% of children from Quebec will receive less support than the rest of children in Canada? That's unacceptable. Questions and comments?
The honourable member Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this bill, there is a rental benefit of $500 that I think is positive news, but just a drop in the bucket given the state of the housing crisis right now. The member from Rimouski Nejet, can he tell us what his opinion is on the importance of addressing corporate investors that are treating our houses like merchandise. For example, we could stop giving them tax breaks, and we need to invest more in the construction of building of social housing. The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet. 30 seconds or less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question. In my region, the housing situation is serious. In Rimouski, we're the only city in Quebec, well, we're the city that is the most affected in Quebec. We have a high vacancy rate, and it means that people are homeless often. They have no roof over their heads. It's very serious, and it's a serious concern for me. I'd like to tell my colleague, obviously the federal government in the 90s did not invest in affordable housing and social housing. We know that sometimes they reinvent terms. Well, that's another topic. But, Mr. Speaker, what we're asking is to invest 1% of the overall budget, namely $3 billion, to reinvest in social housing. And what we're asking, Mr. Speaker, above all, is to transfer this money to Quebec. We should stop losing time. We need construction starts, new housing. We have to stop creating national standards, etc.
Le débat continue.
Ongoing debate.
Honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House today. We're here obviously talking about Bill C-31. And I thought because it's to do with the inflation issues that are in Canada, I would quote a famous economist, Milton Friedman, not a Canadian economist, but nonetheless a Nobel Prize-winning economist. And here's what he says about inflation, and this obviously, he's been dead for years, so obviously this rings true today. There is one and only one basic cause of inflation: too high a rate of growth in the quantity of money, and too much money chasing the available supply of goods and services. Now, that quote was made approximately 50 years ago, and it is as true then, it is as true today. And another thing he said was, people learn, governments never learn. And I think that's also true today as well. If you look at what's happening in Canada and you look at the M2 money supply and how it's continued to increase, and you take, based on the numbers I have, of course it's increased a lot in the last 2.5 years, but if you take a look at where it peaked, which my numbers say in July, it is also roughly the time in which inflation peaked in Canada, which is June, at 8.1%. So it is no coincidence that the comments that economist Friedman made many years ago ring true today and are actually evidence-based here in this country. There is only one place where inflation starts, and it is with the government and the money tree, the printing of money. Now, former Finance Minister Bill Morneau and the current Finance Minister, again, in my opinion, have very little credibility on where the cause of inflation started, and have even less credibility on how inflation should and shall be fixed. Let me just go through some excuses that have been proposed in the last year alone. September and October of 21. Don't worry, folks, inflation is transitory. Can we all remember that? I can hear a child crying in the background because she just found out how much she's going to be paying for her fair share of the debt, okay? In November, greedy corporations. Do you remember that one? December, supply chain bottlenecks. And in February, the blame was laid on the Russian-Ukraine conflict and the spiking of gas and oil prices. At the end of the day, the root cause of the inflation in this country can be laid at the feet of finance ministers and the Governor of the Bank of Canada. Another point of reference, another point of data on inflation, October 2015. October 2015, there was a conservative, balanced budget, and the inflation rate in Canada in October of 2015 was 1%. Further proving our point here that fiscal policy directly impacts the inflation rate. So in October of 2015, conservative balanced budget, that's the last time we've seen a balanced budget, inflation rate is 1%. Today, spending is out of control and inflation is over 7-8%. If you went up and down the country roads and you went up and down the main streets and you asked people, where is my biggest point of pain right now in inflation? They're going to say, it's the cost to heat my home, it's the cost to pay for my electricity bill, it's the cost to keep my vehicle on the road, and it's the cost to put groceries in my cupboard and in my fridge to feed my kids or my family. Almost 100%. I'm not saying these other things are important, because they are, but if you're asking people today what are the most important, it doesn't matter what political party you're from, the people you represent are probably going to tell you that. We've heard it today, and I'm glad it was brought up, and it's in regards to consultation. It's in regards to consultation. The idea of this bill here goes back a long ways. Jack Harris had a bill similar to this in the previous Parliament, M62, my old buddy Jack. And what I would say is, though, with this particular bill here on dental, it's obvious there's no consultations. When the minister made the announcement, it wasn't with provincial health ministers, it wasn't with premiers to say, look what we've done together. This was a direct cash payment support to keep the government of the day in government. And wouldn't it have been great to have a consultation with the provinces, healthcare professionals, dentistry, etc., and say, what is the benchmark? And I know our speaker is from Nova Scotia, and there's a good possibility that Nova Scotia has one of the best dental care programs in the country. In Ontario, the province I represent, it's called Healthy Smiles, and I think on average the Nova Scotia plan would exceed, is enhanced from what Ontario's is. But wouldn't it have been great for everybody to meet together and say, okay folks, Nova Scotia's is great, maybe we need to put it in over a number of years, but let's have it all hammered out, and let's have 5-year plan, 10-year plan to make it. Because what we're looking at today, you can call it dental care, this is not dental care. This is not a form of dental care. The provincial programs, I would argue those are a form of dental care, and we can argue if they're good or bad or they need enhanced, but that truly, what I would say is a form of dental care. What we're seeing today is a direct payment to people to help pay for a dentist bill or what have you. The other thing I would say is, if you went around the countryside and you asked people, what is your number one priority in healthcare, dentistry would not be in the top 2 or 3, I don't believe, depending on maybe who you are. If you ask families what maybe the number one priority is, it's I don't have a family doctor. That's probably the number one problem. I don't have if I'm sick, I have really no place to go other than the emergency room, and I have no doctor that has a reference of my medical history. Now, I just mentioned emergency room, and in my emergency rooms in the area I represent, and I'm sure for many of the members of Parliament around here, their emergency rooms are closing at night or completely closing, like they are in the case of here in Bruce. If you said to the people in my communities in Clinton or Walkerton or Seaforth or other places, what's more important, they'd say, well, it's all important, but this is probably the most important. This is the most important thing for us, because we don't want to wait 12 hours for a kid to be seen by a doctor to let us know what is wrong with it, to what is sick with it. And if you're a parent, you've probably had that experience before. There's a lot of issues. And think about how times have changed just in the last 7 years. I heard an anecdote today on the television, and they said, I used to worry about if I could get a parking space downtown. Now I'm worried if I go downtown and park, am I going to get stabbed in the back by somebody and get robbed? That's all in 7 years. Mr. Speaker, and I don't lay blame completely at the Liberals, obviously, on that one, but these are what people are thinking. Now, on the rent, I know we're running out of time, but what I would say on the rent is, I'm in a rural area. I know, Mr. Speaker, you're from a rural area. We have huge affordable housing needs in my riding, amongst many others. The dollars that are offered here in this rental program, they will help. But if you're really looking at what could make a difference in the country, to make a difference in rural communities, we should give that money to the provinces and let those provinces work with the counties and municipalities and build some long-term affordable housing. That would have been a far better use. Mayors in Saugeen Shores, Kincardine, Goderich, Exeter, Clinton in my area, they would have been very well served by some commitments for affordable housing. Thank you very much, and I look forward to my questions going forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Lac.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Attentively to the member's speech, and he created some very loose associations, starting with the fake Harper surplus of October 2015. Let me read what Bill Curry of the Globe and Mail, a reputable newspaper in Canada, said at the time. Quote, "The Conservative government's long promised return to surplus relies on a series of accounting moves that include slashing the contingency reserve, assuming oil prices will climb, and collecting billions more in employment insurance premiums than necessary." Now, putting that aside, that fake surplus was preceded by 9 years of deficit. Yet, as the member himself just said, inflation was only 1% after those nine years of deficit. So how does he square that, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Well, it's great, and it's great he recognized it was 1%. The biggest difference is we didn't have the money printer on full speed. You folks have the money printer on full speed. We don't have it. We didn't have it on full speed. The budget was balanced in 2015, and if we're debating a balanced budget in 2015 with a Bill C-31 from the Liberals, we know they're taking on a lot of water with their bill here today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I am concerned about how hard it is for people. You know, I represent Winnipeg Centre that competes to be the second or third poorest urban riding in the country at any given moment. But here's the thing. Why should it be on the backs of people and families to have to pick and choose what should be available for them? Proper mental health care, dental care, affordable housing with rent geared to income. I'm wondering if my colleague agrees with me that instead the Conservatives need to focus on making corporations pay what they owe, stop funding fossil fuel industries, stop fraternizing with their corporate friends, and take that money with a windfall tax and actually invest in people and divest from all their corporate support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Well, I would argue from the NDP's point, this is a windfall. The government has received a windfall in the form of their increased tax collection because of inflation and oil and gas record profits to be able to put into the government taxes. Think about what it would be if it wasn't, Mr. Speaker. We would have a deficit double, triple, quadruple what it is today. So the coalition should be happy where they sit today, but the taxpayers in this country should not be happy where we sit today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his speech, I heard the member for Huron-Bruce with various critiques of the dental support that is provided through this bill. And sure, there may be some criticisms to be had of it. I'm also of the mind that something is better than nothing. And Huron-Bruce, as is the case in Kitchener Centre, folks there and kids under the age of 12 don't have access to any dental support for their parents right now. Wouldn't he agree that this bill has dental support in it that would ultimately support folks in his riding just as it will for mine?
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Well, it'll support kids, but the point is the Liberals and the NDP are calling this dental care. and it's a dental subsidy. And if they truly wanted to do dental care, they've had plenty of time. The Liberals have been in government 7 years, and the NDP have been propping them up for many of those years. They've had years to put this together. They've had years for consultation, and you know what? They haven't. Go and look through the press releases and find out where a federal provincial health ministers meeting took place, and there was a substantive discussion on dental care, the funding of dental care, best practices in dental care. You won't find it. You won't find it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. A very short one. Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Towards the end of his speech, the member talked about his region, his riding being a rural riding, and sometimes I worry about the government's programs being, a cookie-cutter, one-size-fits-all program. So I just wonder if the member would like to elaborate how programs need to be. It's not just a one-size-fits-all program for the entire country. Every region has a different need, and I liked what he had to say about getting money into the hands of the provinces, letting each province decide what they should do.
Here, here. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Let's not create more bureaucracy. Let's not create red tape. Let's not create more chaos on people figuring out how this all works. We already have a delivery mechanism. It's through the provinces. In the province of Nova Scotia, 14 and under, regardless of income, you get your dental, you get an x-ray, a cleaning, a checkup. They fill your cavities of your kids. That would have been a great place to start, from coast to coast to coast, sea to shining sea. That would have been fair. That would have been equitable. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be here this afternoon and speak to such an important piece of legislation that our government has brought forward and that I hope to see in place to help millions of Canadians very quickly. Mr. Speaker, we know we live in what I would say very challenging times. We live in times that require flexibility with the government, that require swift responses. We live in a time where Canadians from coast to coast to coast are facing increases in the costs, from everything from lettuce to gas to rent to everyday essentials. And we understand that, Mr. Speaker. Canadians elected all 338 members of Parliament to come here and to ensure that their interests are put forward, that we are putting in place programs that assist them and their families to have a better future, not only today, obviously, going into the future, of course. Here today, Mr. Speaker, we are debating Bill C-31, an act respecting benefits in relation to dental care. Mr. Speaker, I've said this before with regards to dental care. This is an interim first step, the Canada Dental Benefit. And no child, especially under the age of 12, and no family that can't afford to bring their children to the dentist should have to go without it. And this is a measure not only for today to address increased costs that Canadian families are seeing from coast to coast to coast, of course, but also a longer-term measure in line with other measures our government has brought into place, including the Canada Child Benefit, including the increase to old age security, including 2 tax cuts for middle-class Canadians, including asking the wealthiest Canadians, the top 1%, to pay a little bit more, to build a stronger economy, strengthen our social fabric, and, yes, reduce inequality and ensure that inclusive growth happens for all Canadians, and that's what we're doing. The interim Canada Dental Benefit would provide eligible parents or guardians with direct upfront tax repayments to cover dental expenses for their children under 12 years of age. This is a first step, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with the proposed legislation, direct payments would be made to eligible applicants, totaling up to $650 per year per child for dental care services for applicants with a family income under $70,000, $390 for those with a family income of $70,000 to $79,000, and $260 for those with a family income of $80,000 to nearly $90,000. Since starting in 2022, the interim Canada Dental Benefit will deliver over $900 million to support oral health for children under the age of 12 without dental insurance. Mr. Speaker, this is tangible progress to help Canadian families and their children. This is tangible progress to ensure that Canadians that are faced, especially our most vulnerable, with the increased costs of everyday expenses that we all know and our families all speak about, to help them. That's what Canadians sent us here for. This is the first stage of our government's plan to deliver dental care for families with income under $90,000 who do not have access to dental insurance. Our government has introduced this bill because we know that the cost of dental care can be difficult for some families to bear. This means that many parents have to postpone or forego important oral health care for their children at a time when their teeth are developing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is unacceptable. Dental care is essential to maintaining good oral health. Unfortunately, we know that poor oral health can lead to a range of health issues with consequences that can be lifelong. Furthermore, poor oral health can lead to reductions in quality of life and associated factors, including mental health issues, employment challenges, social shame, nutritional issues, and isolation. In 2018 alone, Mr. Speaker, it was reported that approximately 6.8 million people, Canadians, yes, 6.8 million Canadians, avoided visiting a dental professional due solely to cost. And in the same year, 10 million Canadians did not have dental care coverage. We are addressing that, Mr. Speaker, first starting off with children under 12, but then, Mr. Speaker, we will also ensure that seniors are covered and ensure that in my constituency office in Vaughan Woodbridge in the city of Vaughan, that I do not have phone calls from seniors asking how they can get that emergency dental care service when the bill comes, it's $500, $1,000, $300, and they can't afford it at the end of the month. That's a decision seniors will make now, today in Canada, between putting food on their table and getting dental work done, which we know is very, very important. According to the Public Health Agency of Canada, early childhood tooth decay is a severe form of tooth decay that can affect baby teeth, especially the upper front teeth. It is the most common yet preventable chronic childhood disease in Canada and around the world. Furthermore, treatment of dental problems is the leading cause of day surgery under general anesthesia, Mr. Speaker, in Canada among children under the age of 5. It is estimated that negative impacts of poor oral health account for over 2 million missed school days annually. That is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Applications will be processed quickly, automatically in many cases, payments received within a week for individuals requesting direct deposit. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-31, if passed, will give the Minister of Health authority to implement an application-based interim benefit payment to eligible Canadians. Starting later this year, applicants would be able to apply for and receive the interim benefit upfront before accessing dental care. Eligible, that is before, Mr. Speaker, before they incur the cost, because we know going to the dentist can be, yes, expensive and absolutely necessary. Eligible Canadians would apply via CRA Secure My Account portal or by calling the Canada Revenue Agency's Client Contact Center. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that dental care needs vary from one person to the next. In this regard, the interim dental benefit can be used for any dental care provided by a licensed member of regulated oral health profession in good standing with the pertinent regulatory body. The exact care the interim benefit is used to purchase will be decided between families and, yes, their oral health care providers. Families will have choice. To access the interim benefit, parents or guardians of eligible children will need to apply through the Canada Revenue Agency. In addition, they will need to attest that, firstly, their child does not have access to private dental coverage. Secondly, they will have out-of-pocket dental care expenses for which they will not be fully reimbursed from elsewhere. Thirdly, they understand that they will need to provide documentation to verify out-of-pocket expenses occurring, i.e. show receipts if required. The interim Canada Dental Benefit is an important step in the right direction that assists Canadian families to ensure that they have access to dental coverage for their children first, and then later on we will do it for seniors to ensure all Canadians have access to dental coverage. I'm sure that my fellow members would agree that this strategic investment within our fiscal framework, and fits in perfectly within our fiscal framework, in dental care would most certainly have a ripple effect that will improve the lives of children, again, from coast to coast to coast, for years to come, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to note that the work is underway to set the stage for a development of a comprehensive, longer-term national dental care program. So specifically, the Government of Canada is working with key stakeholders, industry partners, academics, and dentistry associations and organizations to help inform decisions on implementing a new national dental program. The interim Canada Dental Benefit is intended to help make life more affordable and bridge the gap for families who struggle to pay for dental care for their children. Our goal is to ensure that eligible children under the age of 12 are able to access the interim Canada Dental Benefit before the end of this year, before the end of calendar year 2022. For that to happen, this legislation we are proposing must receive royal assent as soon as possible. I ask all parties to support this common sense measure that's going to assist Canadian families and those families with children under 12 who do not have dental care coverage or insurance, much like many of us here, obviously all of us here, enjoy as members of Parliament. Myself, with 3 kids under the age of 12, I know full well the cost of bringing my child to the dentist, and I know full well the benefit of myself as an MP having dental coverage. We must provide the same benefits to Canadians. Our government is of the view that measures in this bill build on strong action we've taken since 2015 to make life more affordable and build on an economy that works for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. From cutting taxes on the middle class in 2015 to increasing the basic personal exemption amount to $15,000, to asking the wealthiest 1% to pay their share, to reducing the age for eligibility for old age security and GAS from 67 to 65. Mr. Speaker, we are on the right path. To increase the Canada Workers' Benefit this year up to $2,400 more for working Canadians, for lower and middle income Canadians to receive when they file their taxes. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Child Benefit, again, tax-free, monthly, helping 9 out of 10 Canadian families raise their children, receiving more funds, not sending checks to millionaires like the party opposite side did when they were in government. Mr. Speaker, we are doing what's right for Canada to grow our economy, make it more inclusive, and lifting literally hundreds of thousands of children and families out of poverty, which we continue to do. We know we are in waters that are rough due to global conditions, but we are guiding Canada on this ship in the right direction to continuing prosperity, low unemployment, and ensuring that Canadians have a great future ahead of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There, it being 1:56 or 1:57. Is the House ready? No? Oh, questions. Seeing there's no comments. Resuming debate. There you go. Now this. Now, is the House ready for the question? The question is on motion 1. May I dispense? If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of His Majesty's loyal opposition, I'd like to request a recorded division.
The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. The next question is on motion number 2. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Tassi, move that Bill C-31 in Clause 3. May I dispense? Thank you. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried on division, carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, and invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we'd like to request a recorded division.
Le vote par appel nominal sur la motion.
Declared motion. Vote is deferred.
Normally at this time the House would proceed to taking of the deferred recorded divisions at report stage of the bill. However, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the recorded division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of time provided by oral questions. And I know we're about 2 minutes early here, but maybe the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, we'd be prepared to advance it to 2 o'clock so we could begin member statements.
Agreed? There you go. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Vancouver Centre.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today on the 30th anniversary of the end of the LGBT purge in Canada, we acknowledge the painful impact it had on the 2S LGBTQ1 plus movement and its fight for realization of human rights. Since then, Canada has made strong progress on LGBTQ rights, but there are still gaps in access to safe, equitable, and inclusive federal workplaces for this group. To mark this day, let us all commit to act, to fully consult with LGBTQ communities, federal employees, networks, and human rights experts to understand the lived experiences and the systemic barriers they still face. Let us build strong equity, diversity, inclusion, and decolonization strategies in the Canadian public service. Thank you.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to the Canadian Cancer Society, the number of new breast cancer cases diagnosed is expected to increase by 40% by 2030. In Canada, 89% of women diagnosed with breast cancer will survive at least 5 years after their diagnosis. And that is why it's important that we talk about our breasts and talk about early detection. We need to know how to personally detect our abnormal growths, when to see a doctor, and when to have a mammogram. Breast cancer doesn't usually present any signs or symptoms in its early stages. The most reliable way to detect breast cancer early in a woman is through a mammogram, a low-dose breast x-ray, identifying tissue for cancer. I had mine just 3 weeks ago. Be sure to talk to your doctor about your risk and determine if a mammogram is right for you. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. By raising awareness and funds to support breast cancer research, we stand up for our mothers, sisters, daughters, and women from coast to coast in fight against this terrible disease. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to thank a dear friend, His Worship, the Honourable Mauricio Bevilacqua, for his 34 years of public service to the exceptional citizens of the City of Vaughan. Mauricio's leadership and vision led the way to the transformation of our city, making it the best place to live, work, invest, and raise a family. Some of the accomplishments spearheaded by Mayor Bevilacqua include a new hospital, a university, a subway, a 900-acre park, and a vibrant downtown core. It has been a pleasure working by your side, Mauricio. I wish mio caro amico the absolute best in the next chapter of his life. To Vaughan's new mayor-elect, Stephen Del Duca, congratulations. I look forward to working with you to continue strengthening our residents' quality of life. And to all 9 re-elected and new members of council, auguri. Last, to the 2 councillors that serve the constituents of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, Rosanna Di Francesca and Adriano Volpentesta, auguri again. You are all stewards of our thriving community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député. The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, weaving, crocheting, petit point, this is serious art, a precious, unique and rare art that might have disappeared if not for the Cercle de Fermières du Québec. Here in Île-aux-Coudres, this art is more alive than ever thanks to the women who are not only masters of their craft, they also pass on their skills with science and passion. Today I'd like to salute the 65th anniversary of the Cercle in Île-aux-Coudres. The Circle is fortunate to still have 2 of its founders from 1957 in its ranks, Fernand Desgagnés and Marie-Ange Harvey. I'd also like to spare a thought for my late grandmother, Mathilde Tremblay, who was also a founding member. They have done an amazing job of transferring our precious cultural and artisanal heritage. For this important passing of the torch with pride, I offer my congratulations to the Circle and to all of Quebec. L'honorable. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, this week I'd like to take the opportunity to highlight the journey and exceptional work of an inspiring woman from Sherbrooke. Magali Brodeur was named one of Canada's 100 most promising black women in 2022 by Canada International Black Women Excellence. This is in addition to the many awards she's already won, and her track record proves it. She has a BA in Economics and Business Administration, a Master's in History, and a PhD in Public Administration, Applied Human Sciences, and Medicine. Her quest for knowledge is fascinating. She also specializes in behavioral addictions. Dr. Brodeur and her team are producing a guide to assist Canadian physicians in the management of compulsive gambling disorder. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Addictions, I'd like to thank her for her contribution to medicine and for continuing to break down the taboos associated with mental health and addictions. The recognition of Magali Brodeur's achievements, and she has the University of Sherbrooke tattooed over her heart. Her accomplishments will be a source of information for future generations in Sherbrooke and all across the country.
South Surrey, White Rock. Mr. Speaker, last weekend I attended a candlelight vigil for Bhupinder Singh Chahal,
well-known, well-liked, a celebrated athlete in India and a successful realtor in Canada. Bhupinder died by suicide, leaving behind a grieving wife, Rani, and a grown son, Gary, who are struggling to understand. Gary has started an initiative he terms "It Ain't Weak to Speak." Suicide is the #2 cause of death among men under 40 in Canada, the #3 and 4 cause over the age of 40. Men die by suicide at 3 times the rate of women. Support exists. Heads Up Guys has an online self-check to start down a road of reducing risk and living a healthier life. Depression is as real an illness as any other. Delayed treatment makes things worse. There is no higher priority than health. Trust me, Canadian women would rather share tears than be left alone and behind. Heads Up Guys, it ain't weak to speak. Stay here with those who love you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize some heroes in Scarborough Agincourt who have served our community so well during the pandemic and now. Lee Soda of Agincourt Community Service Association for the services given to newcomers, seniors, the homeless, tax clinics, and support for women entrepreneurs. Alfred Lamb of the Centre for Immigrant and Community Services has a community garden and greenhouse that is environmentally sustainable, providing healthy produce for the centre's food bank. Farouk Khan from the North American Muslim Foundation provides programs for youth and families and has a food program recognizing the surrounding diverse community. And Bonnie Wong of Hong Fook Mental Health Association, who provides crucial, culturally specific mental health services to youth and our community. In Scarborough Agincourt, we are so fortunate to have strong leadership and caring organizations. These community members make me especially proud to represent Scarborough Agincourt. Thank you.
There you go. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a number of measures that the government is taking to deal with issues like inflation, things like Bill C-30, which deals with the doubling of the GST rebate, or C-30 or C-31, dealing with dental and rental benefits. There's one of the programs I'm a big advocate that we often forget about that came out in the budget 2022, and that's the new multi-generational home renovation tax credit. Mr. Speaker, this is a fantastic program that enables people to look at the value of adding a secondary unit to their homes. This is a great way to support our seniors, to support people with disabilities, Mr. Speaker. We all know that seniors thrive so much more when they're in that family environment, encouraging families to continue to grow together. To me, that's what that program's all about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, whether you live in the Thetford Mines, Granite, or Maple regions, the rising cost of living is making life tougher on all of us. Groceries are more expensive and the lines are getting longer on the day the flyers come out. When the Maxi store in Lac-Mégantic has been on strike for more than 3 months and the employees are only asking for fair treatment from Loblaws, like in other similar stores elsewhere in the country, this only makes things harder for customers and tougher for the workers. Enough's enough. Loblaws has to solve this dispute as soon as possible. Settle it so that customers have access to affordable groceries and workers have an income before winter. The Liberal Prime Minister said interest rates would stay low for decades, but he single-handedly borrowed more than all previous Prime Ministers put together. Canadians denied the Prime Minister a majority mandate to avoid him having access to an unlimited Liberal credit card, so he found a co-signer, only too happy to put his name on the credit card, the NDP member for Burnaby South. And that's how Canada ended up with 2 grasshoppers singing and dancing, with winter just around the corner and the carbon tax eating away at the savings of Canadians who only want to feed and heat themselves and keep working. The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Waste Reduction Week is an opportunity to reflect on the way we consume and the actions we take on a daily basis. Reducing, reusing, and recycling is part of a responsible green economy. I'd like to commend the work of Renaissance, which since 1994 has been a leader in the social economy in Quebec. It's a not-for-profit, an excellent example that it is possible to do things differently. By donating to Renaissance, you're making an environmental gesture and reducing the millions of kilos of clothing and household items that end up in landfills. By buying from Renaissance. You not only give a second life to your clothes, but you also change the lives of thousands of people. Each year, 100% of the revenue generated supports a job placement program. The donation centers, thrift stores, and bookstores employ 1,130 people on a permanent basis, and for 2022, the organization has made 520 job placements. In conclusion, let's all rethink our lifestyle and consume fewer resources to protect our environment. Thank you.
For Brentford Brent. Speaker, 6 years, 10 months, and 12 days ago, this Prime Minister received the final report from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The report listed 94 calls to action that have the potential to advance reconciliation. In almost 7 years, no significant positive shifts have happened. Most of the reserves still don't have portable water, Indigenous language schools are underfunded, and crucial development projects are being delayed. For someone who once said that there is no relationship more important to Canada than the one with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, this is an abysmal result which will be part of his legacy. He dresses up, apologizes, and condoles, but he fails to deliver on his own priorities. Our Indigenous neighbours and friends, including the residents of the Six Nations of the Grand River and Mississaugas of the Credit, deserve better. They don't need a government that speaks in platitudes. They need us to build authentic relationships and work to benefit all of us living in this beautiful country. Nawe.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Canadians can't afford the cost of living, and this week they've been hit with another devastating interest rate hike. That's the result of a Prime Minister who doesn't think of monetary policy and has added more to the national debt than all their Prime Ministers combined. While Canadians make sacrifices, these Liberals are blowing through taxpayers' dollars on themselves and their elitist friends. Shame. Most recently, we learned about the Prime Minister's luxurious trip to London. He saw it as an opportunity to spend $400,000, including a $6,000 night in one hotel suite for one night. But it's not surprising. Year after year, they haven't missed a chance to waste Canadians' money. The WE scandal gave $500 million to a company that lined the pockets of the Prime Minister's family. It cost $54 million to create the intrusive and glitchy Arrive scam app when it could have been made for $250,000. Former Liberal MP Frank Bayliss' company was part of the $237 million contract for ventilators that weren't even used. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have a record full of wasteful spending. It's unacceptable, and it needs to stop.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I came to this great place in 2015, laser focused with one goal, and that was to deliver much-needed strategic federal investment for my beautiful riding of St. John Rothsay. All right. Investment that was sadly lacking under the previous Conservative government. And because of that lack of investment, Mr. Speaker, St. John's waterfront was undeveloped until now. Mr. Speaker, we've announced $15 million to rebuild the seawall. Wow. We've invested millions of dollars in the boardwalk, in Fundy Quay, in the 506 Container Village. We just announced a new outdoor arena for our waterfront and a new digital light display for Jardine Alley. Mr. Speaker, our government believes in strategic investment that will turn ridings around like my riding. I'm proud of what my government has done. I'm proud that we've invested in spades in St. John Rothsay. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Winnipeg. One moment, please. Before we go to Winnipeg Centre, I just want to remind the honourable members that statements are being said, and shouting at each other when someone is talking is not polite or parliamentary. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in the last session I put forward a unanimous consent motion recognizing what happened in residential schools as an act of genocide. I was shocked when members of this House chose not to support my motion, confirming that residential school denial is still a reality. We need to do better. We need to find a way forward that honors the truth about what happened in this country, especially in light of Pope Francis's acknowledgement that what took place in residential schools was, in fact, genocide. So I will rise again today to seek unanimous consent for the following motion: that in the opinion of the House, that this government must recognize what happened in Canada's Indian residential schools as genocide, as acknowledged by Pope Francis, and in accordance with Article 2 of the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. This time, I hope that members of this House will not cut me off as a way to hide the truth, Mr. Speaker, and instead stop residential school denialism so that the experience of survivors is finally honored. Only then will we achieve justice and demonstrate that we are truly committed to reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, today in my riding, we're celebrating the 80th anniversary of the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean Forestry Association. Founded in 1942, the association is dedicated to educating the people of the region on the importance of the natural wealth that is the forest. More than an educational organization, it's also the standard bearer of the concept of forest culture, which was presented for the first time to the Coulombe Commission on the Management of Quebec's Public Forests in 2004. The association made great strides forward, since this notion of pride is now found in black and white in the preamble of the Quebec legislation on the sustainable management of our forests. Bravo. Today, it's an organization rooted in the community, led by the tireless biologist Diane Bouchard, offering educational activities from preschool to university. Sincere thanks to the association for your dedication to our forest, and happy 80th anniversary.
Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the ArriveCan app caused chaos from the moment that it was launched. It did nothing to improve efficiency at the border or to protect Canadians from COVID. Over 10,000 healthy, vaccinated Canadians were arbitrarily ordered to quarantine and subjected to threatening emails, phone calls, and home visits, all because this government clung to this useless piece of technology that they knew was prone to failure. The government spent $54 million to create it, but IT experts have proven that a GarageBand hacker could build it over a weekend for under $1 million. And now, Canadians know that there were false invoices and millions of dollars missing. From We Charity to SNC-Lavalin to the sponsorship scandal, waste and corruption are built into the Liberal Party's very DNA. That's right. Canadians need to know two things: who got rich and where did the money actually go?
Good question. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, October is Women's History Month, and I would like to recognize an amazing woman, Indrani Naganthuram, who is making a difference in the lives of seniors in my riding of Scarborough Centre. A strong and dedicated woman of Sri Lankan roots, Indrani pioneered the creation in Toronto of a culturally appropriate assisted living environment for Tamil seniors. For 20 years, the Villa Karuna Home for Seniors provides comfortable and healthy care for many seniors in the Greater Toronto area. Villa Karuna also provides employment and job training opportunities for personal support workers. Through the worst of the COVID pandemic, often alone, Indrani worked tirelessly to ensure the seniors under her care were looked after. And even in her 70s, she has not slowed down. Her kindness and hard work are an inspiration. Thank you, Indrani, for your service. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After $500 billion in inflationary deficits and taxes that have been increased on farmers, the cost of food has grown more than in 40 years. Now we have learned that in 1 month, 1.5 million visits have been recorded to food banks here in Canada. When the government will it recognize that Canadians can no longer pay more? When will they stop their inflationary policies? The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
We know that Canadians are facing difficult times, but this question speaks to two very different visions for our country. One where the Conservatives say to Canadians, they're on their own, the government should not have invested in you, the government should not have an affordability plan. Mr. Speaker, on the other hand is our government that was there for Canadians when they needed us during the pandemic, that got the economy back on track, and now we have an affordability plan that will double the GST, that will provide dental care to 500 million kids, and that will also give housing supplements to Canadians who need it the most. We will never abandon Canadians like they propose we do.
Before we continue, I just want to remind the honourable members that just because their hand is like this over their mouth doesn't mean we can't see who's shouting. So I just wanted to point that out. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the member would have Canadians believe that they've never had it so good. Yes. Well, if that were true, then we wouldn't have 1.5 million visits to the food bank in a single month in Canada. That's a 35% increase since 2019. This is after $500 billion of inflationary spending bid up the cost of goods, and new taxes on farmers has made food more expensive. Now their plan is to triple the carbon tax. Will they reverse that plan so that Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, there is a very clear difference on this side of the House in terms of what we are doing to support Canadians. Since we were elected in 2015, Mr. Speaker, 1.3 million Canadians have been lifted out of poverty, and that includes over 450,000 children, Mr. Speaker. We will not take any lessons from the Conservatives who are looking to cut benefits, who are voting against supporting Canadians, and who today actually have an opportunity to do the right thing if they care about Canadian families and vote to support dental and rental support.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When the Prime Minister spent $6,000 for one hotel room per night in London, and then spent that evening singing up a storm and partying in that fancy hotel lobby, it was really an analogy for his whole government. A $500 billion party with other people's money, and Canadians got the hangover. 1.5 million visits in 1 month to the food bank. The fastest rising interest rates in 30 years. Fastest inflation in 4 decades. When will the government realize that Canadians are out of money and the party's over?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition seems to have amnesia because over the past 2.5 years, it has been this government that has supported Canadians in their darkest hour. Mr. Speaker, we supported 9 million Canadians with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. Mr. Speaker, we supported millions of Canadians with the Canada Emergency Wage Supports. And Mr. Speaker, we have supported thousands of businesses and organizations with the CEBA. Mr. Speaker, I only can imagine that the Leader of the Opposition is suggesting that we would have not done that and we would have seen a tank in our economy. Mr. Speaker, we did not do that. We will not take any lessons from them, and we will continue to support Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
No, they had a big party with other people's money. The only problem is most people weren't invited to the party. The We Charity was invited. They got $500 million. The Arrive scam contractors were invited. They got millions of dollars of contracts, in many cases to do no work, and many of the dollars are still unaccounted for. Of course, other Liberal insiders got the money. Of course, even prisoners got CERB checks. That's how they racked up $500 billion in inflationary deficits that have bid up the cost of the goods we buy and the interest we pay. Again, will they realize that the money's out and the party's over?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. What the Conservatives are saying is that they would not have had CERB that kept millions of Canadians at home. They wouldn't have voted in favour of the wage subsidy that supported thousands, even in the oil sector. And they wouldn't have had rent support with tens of thousands of companies being helped. What they're in favour of is cryptocurrency. That's not a plan. And we have one, they don't.
The Opposition.
As part of their money printing scheme, this government flooded the financial and mortgage markets with $400 billion of cash that bid up house prices faster than at any time in history. Home prices doubled under this Prime Minister, creating the second biggest housing bubble on planet Earth. The government said rates would never rise, and families believed them. But quoting City News, now that they have risen, Rob and his wife have an adjustable rate mortgage and say their payments have gone up $2,000 a month. Wow. They have 3 kids. They can't pay it. What the hell do they do now? Yeah.
I just want to remind the honourable members that parliamentary language, I mean, that's kind of pushing it. Just remember, The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Speaker, we on this side of the House understand the importance of keeping access to the Canadian dream of home ownership alive. But the leader of the official opposition's voting record really shows that he doesn't actually care about making housing more affordable for working people across the country. And all he has to offer is empty rhetoric and buzzwords. Now he wants to gatekeep rent supports for people who need it the most. He wants to gatekeep dental supports for kids. This is not a plan, and Canadians expect better.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, if the government and the NDP really wanted to help Quebec families with dental care, they could have reached an agreement with Quebec. 100% of the costs for Quebec children would be covered, and according to the amount they actually paid. But instead, they created a dental check from scratch to which half of Quebec families don't have access and for which there's no control over expenses. Imagine someone who has a dentist fee of 20 cents can incur up to $650 in expenses for the state. It's an aberration. Why didn't they just come to agreement with Quebec? It's so simple. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada will give support to families who need it the most. And dental care is a part of it. We're thinking about children who cannot afford to go to the dentist. They have a lack of confidence at school. They can't approach their friends. And sometimes they need to go to the dentist. They'll be isolated otherwise. So there are real consequences if they don't have enough money to go to the dentist. So, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc doesn't care about that. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, they didn't even try to discuss this with Quebec, because is dental insurance not what they bought? It's majority insurance that they're paying for. This check serves no other purpose than to keep their majority. With a nice big maple leaf on this check, they invented a botched benefit which discriminates against Quebecers, and they're spending without control. Why should Quebecers pay more than their fair share so that other provinces can go to the dentist and they won't be paid as much? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The Canadian dental benefit will be offered to all Canadian families and Quebecers who are eligible, including those who are covered by public insurance programs. Our program is there to directly help families who need the assistance. And there is no withdrawal mechanism because it's not a negotiation with the government of Quebec. Thank you.
Député de Rosemont, La Petite Patrie.
The member for Rosemont. Mr. Speaker, there are people who are hungry in our country right now. There are people who are hungry. In a country as rich as ours, it's a shame. Food Banks Canada posted a report today saying that food bank use has never been so high, 1.5 million visits in 1 month. People are going without, and the Liberals to stand up to the CEOs of the big grocery chains to make them pay what they owe us. When will the Liberals truly tackle the corporate greed that keep families from feeding their children? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Clearly, we take this issue very seriously, and that's exactly why, as soon as we were elected in 2015, we were there for families and for children. 1.5 million Canadians were lifted out of poverty as of 2015, including thousands of children, and we're going to continue to be there for Canadians. And today, everyone in this House has the opportunity to support Canadian children, and I hope that the Conservative members will also do so. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, families are making difficult choices about what food they can afford, and costs are only getting higher. Today, a report from the Food Bank of Canada proved people just can't keep up. At record rates, families are turning to food banks to get the help they need. The Liberals have a responsibility to support Canadians. Instead, they've sided with rich grocery CEOs who are hiding behind inflation to line their pockets. When will the Liberals hold big grocers accountable for the price gouging Canadian families are experiencing?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
I think that
everyone in this House is concerned about inflation and about the price that Canadians are facing when they go grocery shopping across the country, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly why, Mr. Speaker, I called upon the leaders of these supermarkets and chains across the nation to do their part to help Canadians. I did call myself a number of them to say we want to see action. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I demanded from the Competition Bureau to start an inquiry and a study to make sure that we're looking to make sure there's no unlawful practice. We will do everything we can to support Canadian families at this time.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
The Liberal-made inflationary fire is hitting Canadians' pocketbooks, and Liberals will throw more fuel on that fire by tripling the carbon tax. Food Banks Canada says 40-year high inflation in groceries is forcing 20% of Canadians to food banks, 1/3 of whom are children. Liberals caused the inflation with their out-of-control spending, and now they're raising taxes when Canadians cannot afford it. When will the Liberals stop their inflationary spending and stop raising taxes?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear about what the Conservatives are saying. They are saying that they wouldn't have put in place the CERB, which helped keep millions of Canadians in their homes. They wouldn't have put in place the wage subsidy, which kept 60,000 people in the oil and gas sector in Alberta alone employed. They wouldn't have done the rent subsidy, which kept thousands of businesses open. Mr. Speaker, they want Canadians to be left on their own. We have their backs.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
The Prime Minister isn't serious about helping Canadians. He spent $24,000 on his hotel stay in London. That's the average annual rental cost in Canada, and he blew it in 4 days. Families and students are going to food banks and homeless shelters because this Prime Minister's inflationary policies are driving up the costs while he sings in luxury hotels abroad, finally putting his drama degree to use. He caused the inflation and interest rate hikes with out-of-control spending. How does he justify this to struggling Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
The leader of the official opposition talks about taking on gatekeepers. But you know what we found? He's the biggest gatekeeper keeping Canadians away from rental supports now. He's the biggest gatekeeper who voted against the Canada Housing Benefit. He's the biggest gatekeeper that has voted against the Housing Accelerator Fund. He is full of buzzwords and nonsense. He doesn't help Canadian families who, on this side of the House, we're here to help Canadian families. He can change his ways today and vote to deliver much-needed rental supports today.
I just want to remind the honourable members to pay attention to their whip. Very good. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
The people of Vancouver Island can't afford this costly coalition. Residents of Port Alberni pay nearly $2 per litre for gas. In Comox, groceries are up 11% since last year. With interest rates on the rise, many islanders are in danger of losing their homes. Their NDP MPs don't care. They're pushing the Liberals to drive up the cost of living with more greedy taxes and unlimited spending. Will the coalition show some compassion, stop their inflationary spending, and scrap their tax hikes?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, more than 600 lives were lost in British Columbia due to the heat waves and forest fires, something we've never seen in the history of this country. The most costliest natural catastrophe in the history of our country. Who do the official opposition think is paying for the tens of billions of dollars that climate change is costing to British Columbians and to Canadians all across the country, Mr. Speaker? They have no answer whatsoever on the climate crisis.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister should tell that to the Liberal MP from Malpeque who says he's considering leaving Canada because the cost of living is too high. Yesterday's interest rate hike is another punch in the gut for people in the Lower Mainland. The impact on renters and homeowners is cruel to families trying to make a living and meet their costs. This costly coalition is to blame for this mess. Their unrestrained inflationary spending drove up costs and interest rates. NDP Liberals need to stop hurting BC with irresponsible spending and high taxes while they act tax. The triple tax.
The Honourable Minister for Tourism. No, the Honourable Minister for Environment.
Last week, the Insurance Bureau of Canada unveiled that Storm Fiona caused more than $600 million of insured loss. These are not total damages, making it the most expensive storm in Atlantic Canada. On this side of the House, we are fighting climate change and supporting Canadian. Just 2 weeks ago, we sent $186 to families in Ontario, $208 to families in Manitoba, $275 to families in Saskatchewan, and $269 to families in Alberta. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg au Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we all remember the logo slogan that said, "We're working for the middle class and those who want to join it." Even the president of the Treasury Board was once the Minister of the Middle Class Prosperity, a position that no longer exists, by the way. But what's the bottom line? Martin Munger, Executive Director of the Quebec Food Bank, tells us that the food banks are currently facing a 33% increase in demand. Unprecedented. Can the Prime Minister promise not to raise taxes so that those who are part of the middle class can at least stay there? The Honourable Minister. We understand that the cost of living is very high for Canadians right now, and this is exactly why today there is an opportunity for all members of this House to support aid for Canadians and Canadian families with support for dental care and rental income. It's important for everyone to do this because cost of living is high right now, and I hope we can count on the Conservative members to vote with us to support families and Canadians across this country. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg au Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister decided to end the position of the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity, it shows that he didn't understand the economy. We recall that once he said he didn't think much of monetary policy and that budgets balance themselves. But the Royal Bank confirms that middle-class Canadians could see their purchasing power fall by $3,000 by the first half of 2023. And in Quebec, 500,000 food bank users are children. Can the Prime Minister be serious for once in his life and promise not to raise taxes? The Honourable Minister. Let's go back over our record. In 2015, when we introduced the CCB, what did the Conservatives do? They voted against it. Mr. Speaker, when we introduced support for daycare and early childhood learning, what did they do? They voted against it. And since 2015, we have lifted thousands of children out of poverty. Today, they do have an opportunity, if they really want to support families, to help them with dental care. Mr. Speaker, can we count on the Conservatives? Will they be there for Canadian families for the first time? I don't know. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The year ahead is going to be a difficult one. A new increase in the policy rate yesterday will increase household debt. The cost of living remains astronomical and a recession is looming. The government will have to make some tough choices in the economic date that will come in coming weeks. Spending like a crazy person would add fuel to the fire, and banning the core emissions of the government is a false solution. The government will have to choose between austerity and austerity. Spending is austerity, abandoning the most vulnerable. Who will they choose? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He knows full well that the Bank of Canada is an independent institution, and this bank helps us get through tough times in our society. Our responsibility is to be fiscally responsible. We got through the pandemic. We have a concrete plan to reduce the cost of living. We're putting support in for the most vulnerable Canadians, and I hope that the Bloc, the NDP, and the Conservatives will all vote for Canadians and for C-31. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's not clear. Amongst the most vulnerable people the government can't abandon are seniors. Food Banks Canada has shown that records were broken for this year. 33% more Quebecers are now using food banks compared to 2019. And the first people that are in line at the food banks are seniors who can no longer cope. Seniors can't take it anymore. Will this government stop discriminating against them based on age and increase OAS for everyone 65 and over? The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Challenges the seniors are facing with paying their bills and with grocery costs. And Mr. Speaker, that's precisely why we've been there from them from the very beginning. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly why we're doubling the GST tax credit, putting more money in their pockets. That's precisely why we're nearly helping 2 million low-income renters that will receive financial relief. Mr. Speaker, that's precisely why we increased the old age security for seniors. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to be there for seniors and Canadians. Thank you.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. They're forgetting half of that because abandoning seniors isn't being rigorous, it's austerity. We're talking about people who have worked hard for decades and to end up for the first time of their lives having to turn to a food bank. It's not true that the rising cost of living treats people 75 and years of age and under differently. There aren't two classes of seniors. There are just two classes of seniors in federal support. When will the government realize that the cost of living does not discriminate by age? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, here's a theme that's very important, that is really worth being debated. Yes, the Bloc had one day in the opposition to debate a very important theme, and I'm very surprised and also disappointed that the Bloc chose another theme rather than seniors or the fight against poverty. Now they have a chance to make up for it. Will they support our government on dental and rental care? Thank you.
St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, throughout this RCMP political interference scandal, the minister has been using very specific legal words concerning ministerial directives to the RCMP. But whether or not he directed the RCMP commissioner, it does not preclude political interference or inappropriate pressure. It doesn't rule it out, Mr. Speaker. Did he or his staff have any conversations with the commissioner concerning the release of weapons information or the pending Liberal gun control legislation after the massacre and before the April 28th press conference? Yes or no, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and the member opposite's assertions are completely incorrect. The independence of police operations is a key principle in our democracy. It's a government, one that our government deeply respects, one that I have always respected, and one which I have always vigorously defended.
I'm just going to interrupt for a moment. It's pretty bad when I see people on one side who are trying to listen and holding on to their earpiece because they can't hear. So I just want everyone to be able to hear the answer. The Honourable Minister, from the top, please, so everyone can understand and hear what you're saying.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I have said, the member's assertion in this matter is completely incorrect. And it's not surprising that the members opposite don't actually want to hear the facts, but here they are, Mr. Speaker. At no time did I or any member of our government attempt to interfere in police operations, and to be very explicit and clear, with words I hope the member might understand, I did not direct, I did not ask, and I did not suggest to the RCMP Commissioner to release information. And as she's testified under oath, Mr. Speaker, before the Mass Casualty Commission, and she said, I did not receive direction and I was not influenced by government.
Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, we have on the audio recording the Commissioner saying that Minister's office requested that she do this. That's irrefutable, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to ask him again. Did his office or himself have any conversations with the Commissioner concerning the Liberal gun control policy after that tragic massacre that killed 22 Canadians? Did his office politicize their deaths, Mr. Speaker? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, former Liberal insider and RCMP Director of Issues Management Dan Bryan recorded the April 28th meeting with Commissioner Lucki. When investigators came for the recording, he claimed that his phone had been stolen and that he had deleted the recording. We now find out that the phone was not stolen and that the recording had not been deleted from his personal phone. Honest mistake, I guess. Did the minister's office communicate with Dan Bryan about this recording, and when and how did the minister become aware of its existence?
The Honourable Minister.
Neither I nor my office communicated with Mr. O'Brien about any aspect of this matter. I have absolutely no knowledge about that except what I've read in the papers.
The honourable member for Churchill Kiiwetinoong-Aski. The honourable member for Churchill Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, a 15-year-old in Red Sucker Lake First Nation took his life in his own schoolyard following another suicide in 17 attempts. Red Sucker Lake Chief Knott is clear. This is a crisis. Young people need hope. It's time to fix their half-finished arena and deliver the new school they've been promised, build the regional treatment center they need, ensure people in poverty can afford basic necessities in the face of sky-high prices. It's time to end the third world living conditions. There can be no true reconciliation without action for communities like Red Sucker Lake. When will the Liberals step up?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we completely agree with the member opposite that it is unacceptable to have such levels of disparity across this country for First Nations people. It's why we committed to closing the socioeconomic gaps by 2030. It's why we've redoubled our efforts in investing in infrastructure and mental health and wellness and in supports for communities like Red Sucker Lake across this country. We'll continue, Mr. Speaker, to do more with First Nations partners because every child deserves a fair chance to succeed.
Bravo. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, in June, the minister said it would take 3 years for people living with a disability to get the Canada Disability Benefit. Last week, she told media it would take 12 months. And yesterday, her public servant said they can't set a timeline. This lack of commitment from the Liberals is hurting people who are suffering and cannot wait any longer. When will the Liberals deliver meaningful help to lift 1 million Canadians living with a disability out of poverty?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, I would really like to thank my honourable colleague for that important question. I'm so proud that this House unanimously supported the bill that will bring forward the Canada Disability Benefit. There is so much work to do, but I think what is important is noting that every member of this House believes sincerely that we need to ensure that we are supporting Canadians living with disabilities. We're going to continue doing that work, and we're going to ensure that we are enabling Canadians with disabilities a life of dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Mr. Speaker, I quote, "Carbon pricing is a remarkably elegant market solution to reducing emissions. Pricing would enable the reduction of a wide array of regulations and government interferences in the market. Pricing would give consumers and companies clear signals about the cost of negative externality and allow them to figure out for themselves the best way to respond." Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change tell us if he agrees with this, but also who said this?
Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who said this? None other than the Conservative Party of Canada's Director of Communications, Ben Woodfinden. He also said, and I quote, "Instead of scoring cheap political points, Conservatives need to get serious and offer their own alternative." Where's this alternative, Mr. Speaker? So why doesn't the leader of the opposition listen to his own Director of Communications and get serious and step up for climate action and a resilient, low-carbon economy?
I didn't hear it. Come and see me. The honourable member for Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, while Canadians were distracted during the pandemic, this government engaged in hundreds of millions of dollars of wasteful spending, including $54 million in a dysfunctional ArriveCan app that discriminated against seniors and sent thousands of vaccinated Canadians into quarantine. Wasteful spending is the cause of this current inflationary crisis. Canadians cannot afford this costly coalition anymore. Will the Liberals stop their inflationary spending?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to stand in this House and extol the important virtues of vaccination over the last couple of years. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, only very, very few Canadians have decided not to get vaccinated, and that means that we've done quite well in terms of the fatality rate in Canada. And it's so important that Canadians consider now, this fall, getting a bivalent vaccine for themselves and their families. So I'd encourage every Canadian to speak to their healthcare provider or their doctor and consider flu shots and bivalent vaccines this fall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, again, that was a non-answer. I was speaking about wasteful spending, Mr. Speaker, during COVID. This government also wasted $54 million on a failed ArriveCan app. That one developer replicated this app, Mr. Speaker, in one weekend and said it shouldn't have cost more than $250,000. In addition, several contractors said that they never worked on the app and they never received the millions of dollars that this government said that they paid to those developers. Where did the money go? Who got rich?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are aware of the costs related to ArriveCan. We are investigating these costs. But, Mr. Speaker, ArriveCan was important for digitizing the border, for making sure that we kept Canadians safe, for making sure that we could reopen the borders. The other side was hooing and hollering at us to make sure that we opened the borders. We had a tool in place to make sure that we did that. We invested $72 billion in Canadians' health to get us through the pandemic. They wanted us to invest less. We invested the right amount. The economy is healthy, and now they're upset because we did the right thing.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Did the Department of Heritage ask well-known, well-documented, self-declared anti-Semite Laith Marouf to apply for funding? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, as I've stated before and I'll say it again, anti-Semitism, hate and racism have no place in our society. The funding to this organization has been cut and we've demanded repayment of the funding. We are implementing new measures to improve the Department of Canadian Heritage's vetting processes to ensure that this never happens again. On this side of the House, we will ensure that we always stand against anti-Semitism and hate in all its forms.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Here's the problem. Known racist Laith Marouf got $133,000 of Canadian tax money from the department that claims he was begged to apply for it. The Minister of Diversity found out about his department funding, this vile anti-Semite, more than a month before he acknowledged it publicly. Now, the Minister of Heritage now claims that he didn't know about his department funding this racist until he read about it in a newspaper a month later, which of course no one believes. Who's lying? Laith Marouf, the Minister of Diversity, the Minister of Heritage, or all three?
The Minister for Housing.
Let me be absolutely clear. This organization was not approached by the Department of Canadian Heritage and was not specifically asked to run a program. We, in this side of the House, have repeatedly condemned anti-Semitic and vile and reprehensible comments against various groups made by this individual. We've cut the funding to this organization, we've demanded the money back, and we're improving the vetting processes to make sure this never happens again.
The Honourable Member from Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the US Secretary of State will be meeting with the Prime Minister later today. I know that they will be discussing some very important, critical issues, including the situation in Haiti, Ukraine and Iran. They will also be discussing the issue of refugees in North America. Right now, thousands of asylum seekers are crossing the border irregularly, without protection, at their own risk. Mr. Speaker, people who need help are not to be received in this way. Will the Prime Minister discuss with the Secretary of State the suspension of the Safe Third Country Agreement? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to, on behalf of all of us, wish a warm welcome to US Secretary of State Blinken, who is meeting his counterpart here in Canada. As we have said a number of times already, modernising the agreement between our two countries is something that is happening right now, something that we are committed to do. And, Mr. Speaker, what we are currently doing is enacting this approach, and I'm proud to have this visit here in Canada. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Okay, Mr. Speaker, at the rate things are going, there are likely to be over 30,000 irregular entries at Roxham Road in 2022. Desperate people exploited by criminal smugglers who often offer them false hope are intercepted by the police before they can make an asylum claim. From a strictly humanitarian point of view, this situation cannot continue. However, that is precisely what the government wants to do. Make it last, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister take advantage of the visit of the US Secretary of State to discuss the suspension, once and for all, of the Safe Third Country Agreement? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, listen. Our asylum system needs to be robust and humane. There is no magical panacea to all this. Asking that Roxham Road be closed or the Safe Third Country Agreement be suspended is not the solution. What we are doing is modernising this agreement, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in Neuchâtel, there are many food banks. There are shared fridges, 3 places where people can get food assistance. And in those areas, like elsewhere in Canada, there has been a significant increase in needs over the past few weeks and months. We learned today that 1.5 million Canadians, just last month, called upon food assistance. Mr. Speaker, it is not a luxury to eat, especially here in Canada. We need to have the means to do so. Can the government at least give good news to Canadians, ensuring that there is no increase in taxes in the next months and years? The Honourable Minister for Families. Mr. Speaker, once again, it is difficult to believe that the Conservatives are truly here for Canadians. Every time we implement something to help Canadians, those who need help, they vote against. So today they have a golden opportunity to support dental and rental assistance. Will they agree with us and support these measures? We hope that we will be able to count on them today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Canadians hope that they can count on this government to not increase taxes. That is what we're asking of them, Mr. Speaker, because people now have to go to food banks in order to feed themselves. In Canada, this is completely illogical. The price of vegetables has gone up by 12%, fruit 13%, bakery products 15%, cereal products 18%, pasta 36%. Expensive spaghetti means a country that's not in good shape. Can the government commit on behalf of all Canadians to not increasing taxes? It's a simple question. Please say yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Minister for Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. This is an issue that affects all Canadians, and I understand the situation, Mr. Speaker. That is a reason for which, and my colleague knows it full well, he knows it full well, I have spoken to the CEOs to many large corporations and businesses in Canada to ask them to do what they can and do their fair share, because in a situation like this, we must all do what we can to reduce prices for consumers. I've asked for the Competition Office to make sure that there is no disloyal practices here in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, understanding and doing something about it are 2 entirely different things. Behind this record inflation and rising interest rates are real people facing a real and harsh reality. They are exhausted, worried, and broke. And this Liberal government is intent on piling on even more financial burdens. Mr. Speaker, I asked this question last week and I'll ask it again. Will this government listen to Canadians and cancel their plan to triple taxes on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We waited 416 days for the member of Regina-Capelle's climate pamphlet when he was leader. The member for Carleton has now been leader of the Conservative Party for 47 days, and guess what? They still don't have a climate plan. Maybe his new director of communication can help his climate-denying boss to get with the program, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living has increased over recent months in Canada. Canadians are having to tighten their belts in order to make ends meet. Can the Minister for Tourism and Associate Minister for Finance tell the House what the government is doing to help Canadians with the rising cost of living? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for Darval-Lachine-Lassalle for her question and her excellent work. Inflation in Canada may be showing signs of slowing down, but we understand that the cost of living remains high for Canadians. It is an inflation that is caused by the war in Ukraine, problems with supply chains, and the zero-COVID policy in China. That is the reason for which we have acted to introduce and table bills C30 and C31. While C30 was adopted, we're now ready to adopt C31. We hope that the Conservatives will support Canadians and vote for C31.
Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the bill is coming due for the Prime Minister's inflationary spendings, and Canadians got clobbered by another massive rate hike. This is the most expensive government in Canadian history. The Prime Minister has added more to the national debt than every Prime Minister combined. Even his own parliamentary budget officer confirmed that 40% of this deficit is not even related to COVID. Will the Prime Minister end his inflationary spending today?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Canadians are facing a rising cost of living, but let's state the facts. Mr. Speaker, every time that we have lowered taxes for Canadians, the Conservatives have voted against. How did they vote against the federal minimum wage? Against. How did they vote against cutting taxes for working Canadians? Against. How did they vote against affordable child care for Canadians? Against. How did they vote when we lowered taxes on small businesses? Against. And are they going to vote for or against today? We'll see, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals didn't have the backs of Canadians. They went behind their backs. $54 million on a Arrive scam. $237 million for a former Liberal MP for unused ventilators. $150 million for SNC-Lavalin for unused field hospitals. $12 million for Loblaws for new fridges and freezers, despite record profits. Yep. Will the Liberals finally end the Friends and Family programs and give Canadians a break by ending this wasteful spending?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, for the past 2.5 years, the world has been going through an unprecedented global pandemic. What did this government do throughout that period of time? Supported Canadians. We supported Canadians who lost their jobs, 9 million, in fact, with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. We supported businesses who had to close their doors because of public health measures through the CEBA. Mr. Speaker, you know what else we spent on and supported Canadians with? Vaccines that made sure that we saved lives in Canada, Mr. Speaker. We are not going to apologize for...
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
The fact that they seem to miss is they spent $600 million supporting high school kids during COVID living at home. While Gilles in my riding, who heats with oil, had his tank filled up yesterday for $1,600. That's more than the $900 last year.
Okay, I'm having a hard time hearing the question. Order. If I can hear the question from the top, please, so we can all hear it, and then hopefully we'll be able to hear the answer as well. The Honourable Member.
They'd like to hear it again. They spent $600 million supporting high school kids with CERB. While Gilles, from my riding, heats with oil, and had to fill up yesterday, and it cost $1,600 to fill the tank. It was $900 last year. This just incredible 68% increase in his heating as a result of this government's policies, while they still want to impose another $360 in new carbon taxes on his oil tanks. Many people in my community have to choose between heat and eating. When will these Liberals stop their triple...
Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, the lack of compassion being demonstrated on the other side for Canadians who lost their jobs, for Canadians who lost their income.
Okay, we were... Order. Order! Thank you. So, we took the time and listened to the question. Now let's do the same thing to the answer that's given. The Honourable Minister for Families, from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, the lack of compassion being heard from the other side about pandemic supports that supported families, that made sure that parents could put food on the table, that parents could pay their rent or their mortgage, that families could ensure that they knew that they would be able to get through to the end of the month because of the Canada Emergency Response Benefit is unbelievable from the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, if they truly had compassion, if they truly cared about supporting Canadian families, they would vote with us today on C-31 and provide...
The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, the brutal murder of Mahsa Amini 40 days ago yesterday has sparked a feminist movement in Iran and across the globe. The Women Life Freedom Movement began with Iranian girls and women marching in the streets in defiance of the IRGC and the defense of freedom and democracy. Women across Canada and all corners of the world recognize these women and stand with them. In light of the courage and the tenacity of Iranian women, can the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth share what our government is doing to fight for women's rights around the world?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for her extraordinary leadership. At the G7, I called on our allies to sign a joint statement to condemn the Iranian regime. I said then, and I said...
We were doing well, and then all of a sudden it went, I don't know where the heck it went, but I'm going to ask the honourable members to please calm down. Well, one in particular who tends to have a very high voice that he's screaming across. And we'll let the minister start from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for her extraordinary leadership. At the G7, I called on our allies to sign a joint statement to condemn the Iranian regime. I said at that point, and I'm saying now, that this is not about headscarves. This, Mr. Speaker, is about human rights. I stand by that. Our government stands by that. I have to tell you, it takes immense courage to speak your truth, and I was so moved last night when women just did that. They shared their stories at a vigil for Mahsa Amini. I want women here and around the world to know, Mr. Speaker, we stand with them.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, on top of sky-high prices for food and rent, Canadians struggle to pay massively high cell phone bills each month. The announcement this week on the Rogers-Shaw merger proved there is a place to regulate gouging. Despite the minister's new position, the Competition Bureau still wants the merger stopped. Instead of blocking the merger in the entirety, the minister told the companies to go back to the drawing board in their CEO tables. This government needs to stand up to the corporate greed from big telecom companies who also get public money. When will this government act to stop the Rogers-Shaw merger so Canadians can get some relief on their monthly bills? When will he finally side with consumers?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, that answer is very simple. Every single day, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what I did, Mr. Speaker. I would, that's a member for whom I have enormous respect, but I would bring him back to this statement, Mr. Speaker. We actually blocked the merger of Shine Roger. I denied the license. Maybe it's a part of the statement he missed. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we said we support the work of the Competition Bureau, and should they allow the merger to happen, we impose additional conditions. We said that they would have to keep the license for at least 10 years, and the lower prices in Quebec, which are about 20% lower, would have to be applied in Ontario and Western Canada. We will stand on the side of Canadians every single day, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Atelti is a permanent resident in my community who applied for a travel document last February to join his wife in Sweden for the birth of their daughter. 8 months later, Atelti's request still has not been processed, even though it was marked urgent. We are working with dozens of refugees and permanent residents who are waiting months or even a year for travel documents they need to travel and return to our country. Can the immigration minister commit to a timeline for Atelti to meet his daughter?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I want to first start by commending the member of Kitchener Centre for his advocacy. We are taking measures to reduce wait times and will be doing more to tackle the backlog in the short term while making our system more sustainable in the long term. We are doing that by hiring up to 1,250 new employees to increase our processing capacity. By the end of fall, we are aiming to process 80% of all new applications within service standard. And Mr. Speaker, modernizing our immigration system is about putting the people at the heart of everything we do, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Before we go to the point of orders, there's a few of them tonight and this afternoon. Je voudrais signaler aux députés
I would like to tell members that we have in the gallery His Excellency Moussa Faki Mohamed, the President of the African Union Commission.
Now we have, I believe we have 3 points of order that I can see. We'll start with the Honourable Opposition House Leaders rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report indicating that 40% of the Liberal government's COVID spending was unrelated to COVID, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask that I be able to table it now.
Can you look this up? I just want to make sure that I understand that correctly. The honourable member was asking for unanimous consent? Yes. Okay. No. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will say nay. Unfortunately, we don't have unanimous consent. Now, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre is rising on a point of order as well, or?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. There has been consultation with the other parties, and if you seek it, I believe that you are going to find unanimous consent for the following motion. That in the opinion of the House, that the government must recognize what happened in Canada's Indian residential schools as genocide as acknowledged by Pope Francis and in accordance with Article 2 of the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The honourable member for Malpeque is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's one thing to mislead the House, but I wanted to stand and rise today, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that my constituents, that I love to represent them, I love our country, I love our party, and I'm not going anywhere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi.
According to the order. A point of order, the member for Manicouagan. There is no interpretation, Mr. Speaker.
It's going to fit a bit. The honourable member for Malpeque to repeat that so that everybody can understand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat. It's one thing to mislead the House, Mr. Speaker, but I wanted to ensure that the honourable member from Vancouver-Granville didn't mislead my constituents.
No, I'm Vancouver-Granville.
Mr. Speaker, so I love my country, I love this party, and I'm not going anywhere.
Seeing no other points of order, I'm going to continue. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to the order adopted on the 23rd of June 2022, the House will now take the deferred votes at the report stage for the bill. Call on the members.
La mise aux voix porte sur la motion.
The vote is on motion 1.
Seconded by Ms. Tassi, moved that Bill C-31 in Clause 3 be amended by A, replacing line 26 on page 17 with the following. Pour sur le revenu au plus tard.
2021, no later than the 120th day after the reference day. Replacing line 2 on page 22 with the following.
Months after the 120th. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for those voting electronically has begun, and the House will now take the votes of those in person.
The motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland, Mr. Sajjan, Mr. Blair, Mr. O'Regan, Monsieur Champagne, Ms. Tassi, Madame Petitpas-Taylor, Monsieur Serré, Ms. Jasek, Ms. Fry, Mr. Scarpaleggia, Madame Saint-Onge, Monsieur Vandal, Ms. Gould, Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau, Ms. Haidou, Madame Le Boutillier, Mr. Casey, Ms. Vandenbelt, Madame Brière, Mr. Bittle, Mrs. Romanado, Mr. Lamour, Ms. Sahota, Mr. Oliphant, Mr. Ananda Sangari, Madame Koutrakis, Ms. Dabroussen, Monsieur Lauzon, Madame Lalonde, Madame Bendayan, Monsieur El Khoury, Mr. Fisher, Mr. Kellaway, Mr. Sidhu Brampton East, Ms. Suds, Mr. Fragiscaros, Mr. Chang, Mr. Long, Mr. Longfield, Mr. McDonald Avalon, Mr. McLeod, Mr. Morrissey, Mr. Robillard, Mr. Sarai, Madame Shanahan, Mr. Rogers, Ms. Yip, Mr. Aldag, Ms. Latenzio, Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga, Madame Mendez, Mr. Van Bynen, Ms. Bradford, Madame Chatel, Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek, Madame Lapointe, Mr. McDonald Malpec, Mr. Noor Mohammed, Ms. Blaney, Oh. Back to Monsieur Terrien, Monsieur Sainte-Marie, Madame Normandin, Monsieur Bergeron, Monsieur Garon, Madame Gill, Monsieur Thériault, Madame Larouche, Madame Vignola, Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés, Madame Desbiens, Madame Bérubé, Ms. Kwan, Mr. Garrison, Mr. McGregor, Ms. Gazan, Ms. Idlaut, Ms. Barron, Madame Hughes, Monsieur Boulris, Mr. Davies, Ms. Matheson, Ms. McPherson, Ms. May-Saanich Gulf Islands, Mr. Morris,
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer, Mr. Doherty, Mrs. Thomas, Mr. Deltel, Mrs. Stubbs, Mr. Paulus, Mr. Upal, Mr. Hallan, Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk, Mr. Barrett, Ms. Dancho, Mr. Barlow, Mr. Moore, Mr. Baldinelli, Mr. Mazier, Mr. Jennis, Mr. Seaback, Mr. Small, Mr. Ellis, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Berthold, Ms. Finley, Mr. Abultaif, Mr. Chong, Mrs. Gray, Mr. Schmale, Mr. Vidal, Mr. Perkins, Mr. Davidson, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Viss, Mr. Calkins, Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Benzen.
Mr. Benzen.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period to continue its work.
Je désire informer la
I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period is over.
Due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Rempel Garner.
I vote against.
Ms. Rempel Garner against. Compte.
Ms. Sidhu.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Sidhu, 4 pour.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour.
Reyes pour 4.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
We will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 207, 207. Nays contre 114, 114.
I declare motion 1, or number 1, carried. The next question is on motion number 2. Monsieur Holland.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moved that Bill C-31 in Clause 3 be amended by A.
17 on page 18 with the following. Vices, only 90% of the payment is to be taken into account. May I dispense? Thank you. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion, please stand.
Mr. Sajjan. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Ms. De Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Noor Mohamed.
Mr. Noor Mohamed.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
May all of those who oppose the motion please stand.
Chair. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich. Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas. Monsieur Deltel. Monsieur Deltel. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Upal. Mr. Upal. Mr. Hallan. Mr. Hallan. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett. Ms. Dancho. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Mazier. Mr. Mazier. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Small. Mr. Small. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Workington. Mr. Workington. Miss Finley. Miss Finley. Mr. Abultaif. Mr. Abultaif. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Viss. Mr. Viss. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Calkins. Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Godin. Mrs. Roberts. Mrs. Roberts. Mrs. Block. Mrs. Block. Ms. Ferrari. Ms. Ferrari. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Melillo. Mr. Melillo. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison. Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Steinley. Mr. Steinley. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence. Mrs. Krant-Nyman. Mrs. Krant-Nyman. Monsieur Leroux. Mr. Leroux. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Monsieur Gourde. Monsieur Gourde. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Brassard. Monsieur Brassard. Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Cram. Mr. Cram. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Couric. Mr. Couric. Mr. Nater. Mr. Nater. Mr. Tolmie. Mr. Tolmie. Mr. Muse. Mr. Muse. Mr. Brock. Mr. Brock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Redekop. Mr. Redekop. Mr. Morans. Mr. Morans. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Benzen. Mr. Benzen. Mr. Doddle. Mr. Doddle. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Epp. Mr. Epp. Mr. Motz. Mr. Motz. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Shields. Mr. Shields. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Soroka.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has now finished.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Rempel Gardner.
I vote against.
Ms. Rempel Gardner, against, contre.
Ms. Sidhu.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Sidhu, pour.
Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Reyes, pour.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 206, 206. Nays contre 113, 113.
Je déclare la motion numéro...
I declare the motion number 2 carried.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Tassi for Monsieur Duclos, seconded by Ms. Haidu, moves that Bill C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing as amended, be concurred in at report stage with further amendments. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Leader Whip, I'll go with Whip. Mr. Speaker, we would request a recorded division.
Wow. Okay. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Holland.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Miss Jasek.
Miss Jasek.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Edmonton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald, Malpec.
Mr. McDonald, Malpec.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Kazan.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. May-Saint-Niche Gulf Island.
Ms. May-Saint-Niche Gulf Island.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Here.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallam.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Aboutir.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Allison.
Allison.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kraft-Nyman.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurd.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Benzen.
Mr. Benson.
Back to Mr. Fogg Provencher.
Mr. Fogg Provencher.
And then Mr. Benzen, and then Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Putzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Reyes pour 4.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 175, 175. Nays contre 145, 145.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. I would like to return to the point of order raised on October 25th, 2022 by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons regarding the oath of allegiance of the member for Belleuil-Chambly. Order! Order! Nous sommes tous tenus.
We are all required to take and subscribe an oath or make a solemn affirmation before taking our seats in the House and voting. By swearing an oath or making a solemn affirmation of allegiance to the Crown, members are swearing an oath to the constitutional principles of our country. A member's role includes important duties and responsibilities, and the oath reminds us of them. When the question was raised, I quoted the third edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, and I referred to a similar situation that arose in 1990. The Chair would like to reiterate the conclusions of the decision Speaker Fraser made on this subject on November 1st, 1990. I will now quote from page 14,970 of the debates, and I quote, "Your Speaker is not empowered to make a judgment on the circumstances or the sincerity with which a duly elected member takes the oath of allegiance. The significance of the oath to each member is a matter of conscience, and so it must remain." End of quote.
House are honorable members, and the Chair expects that they act accordingly, in words and in deed. In the same ruling, cited November 1st, 1990, Speaker Fraser reminded the House at the same page of debates, and I quote, "Only the House can examine the conduct of its members, and only the House can take action if it decides action is required," unquote. C'est donc la Chambre elle.
It is therefore the House itself that has authority over its members. It is for the House, not the Chair, to pass judgment on their conduct. That said, some matters should be approached with a great deal of caution. We may have here a convincing example of such an issue on both sides. I thank members for their attention.
Could I get some water, please? I'm ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on October 21st, 2022 by the House Leader of the Official Opposition concerning allegedly misleading statements made by the President of the King's Privy Council for Canada and Minister for Emergency Preparedness. In his intervention, the member referenced the minister's answers to questions in the House earlier this year, in which he stated that the government did not interfere with operational decisions of the RCMP. These remarks were made in parallel to the investigation of the April 2020 Nova Scotia mass shooting. He contended that a recording of a conference call between the Commissioner of the RCMP and other high-ranking officials submitted as evidence at the Mass Casualty Commission demonstrated that the minister knowingly misled the House. The parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader countered that it is the tradition of the House to take members at their word, and that the minister has consistently stated that there was no interference. He claimed that the allegations against the minister are conjecture and that the recordings did not contradict statements he had made. En soulevant sa question,
in submitting his question of privilege to the House, the House Leader of the Official Opposition correctly referenced the three criteria that need to be met when assessing a case of this nature. First, whether the statement was in fact misleading. Second, whether the minister knew when he made the statements that the statements were incorrect. And third, whether there was an intent to mislead the House.
Is a recorded conference call in which the Commissioner of the RCMP appears to reference a promise made to the minister that a line regarding the types of firearms used in the April 2020 Nova Scotia tragedy would be included in prepared remarks to the media. The House Leader of the Official Opposition maintains that the statement made by the minister in response to questions denying any interference in the investigation were, in fact, misleading. Pour sa part, le secrétaire.
The parliamentary secretary, for his part, argued that the minister confirmed that neither he nor his staff interfered in the investigation, and that the commissioner had to testify to this. The House Leader of the Official Opposition points to comments made by the commissioner on the recording in which she mentions the minister wanting to speak with her and that she knew about what. The parliamentary secretary's assertion was that the topic of discussion was never explicitly stated and is therefore conjecture. It is his contention that no facts contradict the statements of the minister or the commissioner.
Reviewed the documents presented and the relevant precedents. The House Leader of the Official Opposition referred to the ruling by Speaker Jerome from December 6, 1978. In that ruling, the chair found that a prima facie contempt of the House existed because an official explicitly stated that the minister was deliberately misled. In that instance, the admission was unequivocal, leaving no room for doubt. He stated at pages 1,857 of the debates, and I quote, "I can't interpret that testimony in no other way than meaning that a deliberate attempt was made to obstruct the member in the performance of his duties and, consequently, to obstruct the House itself," unquote. Dans le cas présent,
in the present case, the matter is not as clear. To the House Leader of the official opposition, the minister's statements were knowingly incorrect and made with the intent to mislead the House. The minister, for his part, has repeatedly maintained that there was no interference and that his replies were based on statements made by the Commissioner herself.
Members know it is a tradition of the House that members be taken at their word. It would appear that the chair, that there is a dispute as to the facts. Indeed, as noted by a previous speaker in a ruling on a similar matter made October 30th, 2013, at page 596 of the debates, and I quote, "Many of my predecessors in the chair have reminded the House that in most instances, claims related to disputed facts are not grounds for prima facie findings of privilege," unquote. La présidence poursuit à la...
In that same ruling, we can find at page 597 of the debates, and I quote, that the chair is bound by very narrow parameters in situations such as this one, unquote.
Precedents make it clear that the threshold when considering these situations is high. In the view of the chair, this threshold has not been met, and accordingly, I do not find that there be a prima facie question of privilege. I thank the member for their attention. Now the Honourable Opposition House Leader is rising for the Thursday question.
Yes, it's that time of the week that we've all been waiting for, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask the Government House Leader if he can inform the House of what we might expect, and just to flag for him that given some of the conversations around this place and responding over the last few days, responding to the deficit-induced inflation crisis that is hurting Canadians so much, I would like to signal to him that were he to introduce legislation to cancel the government's plan to triple the carbon tax, or if he were to introduce legislation to adopt a pay-as-you-go system so that any new dollar of government spending is accompanied by a dollar of savings, if he were to bring forward either of those two ideas in the form of legislation, I could assure him that the official opposition would fast-track that legislation so it could be enacted as quickly as possible.
Here. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and always a pleasure to stand on a Thursday and answer the Thursday question. I'll say to my honourable colleague across that but perhaps he isn't aware, perhaps he hasn't had the opportunity to peruse headlines from around the world to see that inflation is in fact a global phenomenon, and might also note that inflation is something that is actually much higher in the U.S., much higher in the U.K., much higher in the Eurozone, and that what we need to do is vote for measures. I was disappointed that they didn't support the legislation that we had today in C-31. They had an opportunity to support families with dental care and with support for housing, Madam Speaker. And I will say that I don't think it will come as a surprise to the member opposite that we will under no circumstance abandon the cause of climate change. We will under no circumstances stop the work that we're doing to put a price on pollution and to give 8 out of 10 families more money back than they pay to put that price on pollution. But, Madam Speaker, in terms of the matters that are immediately before the House, although I do encourage the member opposite to continue forwarding his ideas and look forward to those conversations, Madam Speaker, this afternoon we will complete third reading debate of Bill C-31 with respect to dental care. There's always a chance, Madam Speaker. I see the member opposite saying there's always a chance. And you know that although we have many and great differences, that there is also always hope for us, and I look forward to that hope. This afternoon, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to say we're going to complete third reading debate of Bill C-31 with respect to dental care and rental housing. Tomorrow we will finish second reading debate of C-9 concerning the Judges Act. On Monday we will continue to the 5th day of the second reading debate for S-5, an act to amend the Environmental Protection Act. Tuesday, the members will be happy to note, is an allotted day. On Wednesday, we will commence debate on S4, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Identification of Criminals Act, COVID-19 response and other measures. On Thursday, we will call Bill C-20, the Public Complaints and Review Commission Act. For next Friday, our plan is to start second reading debate of C 27, the Digital Charter Implementation Act 2022. I would also like to inform the House that next Wednesday, during routine proceedings, under ministerial statements, the Minister of Veterans Affairs will be pleased to deliver a statement for Remembrance Day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that, given the deferred division, the time will be prolonged by 39 minutes. Orders of the day.
Bill's comments. Consideration of third reading of Bill C-31, the Cost of Living Relief Act, number 2, targeted support for households.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, October 18, 2022, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-31 at the third reading stage. Madame Hadjou pour Mr.
Ms. Hadjou for Mr. Duclos, supported by Ms. Tassi, proposes that Bill C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing, now be read a third time and adopted. Debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, here we are on the third and final reading of Bill C-31. We just went through a voting process, and I suspect that most Canadians would likely be somewhat disappointed in the Conservatives and the Bloc not recognizing and voting against Bill C-31 at the report stage, the concurrence motion, Madam Speaker. It is concerning, given the very context in which we're having this debate. You know, members opposite talk about the issue of inflation. Members opposite talk about, the issue of how it is that we can help Canadians. And this is legislation in a very real and tangible way that will put money in the pockets of Canadians in all regions of our country. I've now had the opportunity to listen to the debate for a number of hours, whether it was in second reading and then earlier today at the report stage. And I can tell you that the arguments that are being presented by, in particular, the Bloc and the Conservative Party, I believe would disappoint a majority of Canadians. I think both of the opposition parties are not reflecting what it is a majority of Canadians would want to see, especially if you factor in the issue of inflation. You know, the Conservatives now, for the last number of days, talk about inflation. They're saying, inflation is so bad in Canada and we need to do something. And when it comes to actually taking an action, they don't support the government in doing that. We need to put the inflation issue, and this is what I hope to address, Madam Speaker, is 2 or 3 points in the next 18, 20 minutes, whatever it is, Madam Speaker. First is the realization of what's happening around the world, and I made reference to this earlier. Inflation is taking place around the world. Canada, as the government House Leader just finished talking about or mentioning, is really not doing that bad in terms of our inflation rate in comparison to countries like the United States, England, and many of the European Union countries. But that does not mean that we should be not taking action to support Canadians. And Bill C-31 is one of those pieces of legislation or budgetary actions that is there to support Canadians in every region of our country. Yet you will find, as much as the Conservatives like to talk about dealing with inflation, when it comes right down to it, standing up for Canadians by voting in favor of measures that's going to assist, they vote against. No, not completely, in fairness. After all, we did have the doubling of the GST tax credit. And I referenced that earlier today. That was putting money in the pockets of 11 million Canadians, Madam Speaker. Imagine that. 11 million Canadians were getting a doubling of the GST rebate. The initial response from the Conservative Party in particular was to vote against that legislation. In time, they saw the light. They saw that that was putting money in the pockets of Canadians, and they reversed their position. And good for them, Madam Speaker. But we're not seeing that on C-31. On C-31, it's establishing two manners in which people will have more money in their pocket, and in some ways, providing a child dental program that's going to prevent children from having to go into hospitals. And let me expand on both of those points, Madam Speaker. If you take a look at the issue of child dental work, in virtually every province, you will find that there are children that are going to hospitals because they were not able to get dental work that was necessary. And we know that for a fact, that our hospitals are in fact used as a last resort because of the lack of dental work being done with children. So when you stop and think about it, and you say, well, here we have legislation that's going to be saying to mums and dads and grandparents and guardians and others that if there's a child under the age of 12, no matter where that child lives in Canada, because I'll concede some provinces have better dental services than others, but we're not discriminating. We're saying if you are a child in Canada under the age of 12, based on an certain income level in terms of your guardian, that you will be provided a financial assistance in getting that dental work done, Madam Speaker. It's ultimately a positive step forward towards a true national dental care program. I believe if you were to canvass, that most of our constituents would see that as a positive thing. So why the opposition to it? Not only does it provide a good quality program of benefits, but it also enables those individuals to get that money to do that dental work, Madam Speaker. Especially in a time when people are concerned about buying their groceries. So they don't have to necessarily make that decision. Should my child, 7-year-old child, have extra groceries, or should I be getting that dental work done? Because there are many children or many households that are having to experience to make that decision. And the Conservatives in the bloc, apparently, based on the last vote, say it's not their problem. It's not the problem of the opposition party. They say, we don't need to provide this type of a service. I would argue, Madam Speaker, that the legislation before us goes a long way in ensuring that good decisions are in fact being made on behalf of the children in Canada. That every child, no matter what region that they live in, what province or territory that they live in, if they meet the criteria, will be in fact able to be assisted in getting that dental work, Madam Speaker. The bloc even go further. If it was up to the bloc, there would be no assistance whatsoever. Because often what the Bloc do is they look at Ottawa as nothing more than an ATM machine. They don't realize that whether you are from Quebec, Manitoba, either one of our three coasts, you will find that the people of Canada understand and value the national government playing a role in healthcare. In fact, we have legislation called the Canada Health Act to ensure that we continue to play that critical role. So during the pandemic, when we had serious issues with long-term care, or when we have issues dealing with mental health, that no one should be surprised when the Government of Canada steps up and provides support, both directly and indirectly. The Conservatives, but the bottom line is from the Separatist point of view, because the Separatists don't want to have these national programs. And I totally disagree with it. I respect where they're coming from, even though I absolutely totally disagree with it. The Conservatives, on the other hand, they seem to not want to recognize what Canadians have recognized for years. And that is that the national government does have a role to play in health care. And when you take a look at the issue of dental health care, that also matters. And it is not crossing provincial jurisdiction. The best way we are going to be able to move forward with a true national program is when we can get everyone on side, Madam Speaker, all the different stakeholders. In the interim, we are establishing a national benefits program that this year is going to deal with children, and next year is going to deal with seniors and people with disabilities. I would think that the Conservative Party would understand that. We have been there recognizing the importance of health care because we know how important health care is to Canadians, Madam Speaker. That's why we have the health care accords with all the provinces. That's why we have record amounts, historical amounts of money going to the provinces in the form of health transfers, Madam Speaker. Not to mention the hundreds of millions towards mental health. Not to mention whether it's a motions from the member from Avalon on long-term health care or other needs that are there. Because Liberal members of Parliament reflect the interests of their constituents when they come to Ottawa, Madam Speaker. That's what we see. We don't see that coming from the Conservatives. And that is really quite unfortunate. So that's one of the things that the Conservative Party and the Bloc is voting against. The other thing they're voting against, Madam Speaker, is the issue of rental support. Imagine 1.8 million people are going to be able to take advantage of having money in pocket through this particular aspect of the legislation. Individuals that are having a difficult time to be able to make rental payments, Madam Speaker. I would argue that what we're talking about is hundreds going into thousands of constituents, depending in terms of ridings in which we all represent. But let there be no doubt, every riding in this country will access that particular program. And that is somewhere in the neighborhood of up to $500. When the Conservative Party talks about inflation and what are we doing in regards to inflation, how are we helping Canadians? Well, Madam Speaker, this is helping Canadians. in a very real and direct way. You see, here's the difference. The Conservatives like to talk about inflation, to put conservative spin on inflation, to try to make it the impression that Canada's stand alone, or maybe we're the ones that dictate to the world that there's going to be inflation. All sorts of misinformation, Madam Speaker. And then they say, well, the government should do things. But when we're doing these things, when we recognize where the inflation is actually at around the world, Canada is doing well, as I indicated at the beginning. But it's not good enough. Because if you talk to Liberal members of Parliament, at the very least, and I suspect others, what you will find is that our constituents are having a difficult time when they go to the grocery store. When they want to buy some groceries and they see the price increases that are taking place, Madam Speaker. We understand that, someone's celebrating a birthday and they want to go to a store to buy a birthday gift for a friend. The costs are going up, Madam Speaker. I think people need to understand and appreciate the fact that we have holiday seasons that are coming up. Many of the measures that we are taking are happening in the short term to help Canadians where we can in providing more money in their pocket, Madam Speaker. And what do we see from the Conservative Party? Well, today in question period, they were mocking in regards to the CERB program. Remember the CERB program, which provided, yes, I admit, it cost billions and billions of dollars. But the CERB program was there to support Canadians at a time in which the government needed to be there, Madam Speaker. When the economies in certain areas were shutting down, when people were not able to go to work, the government of Canada had their back. And we provided bi-weekly, I believe it was, checks, Madam Speaker. Significant investment because we wanted to be there for Canadians. And we were in a very tangible way. And I must say, even though the Conservatives today criticize the billions that we spent in regards to getting Canadians through the pandemic, today they criticize it. But at the time, when Canadians were looking for support, we were there, we continue to be there, and the Conservatives are balking, and now they're criticizing us for borrowing money back then, Madam Speaker. And saying, oh, it's because we borrowed the money that we have the inflation. The Conservative Party needs to wake up to the reality. It's either you're supporting the people of Canada or you're not. And it seems to me that, the Conservatives on the one hand supported the many measures at the time of the pandemic when we were borrowing the money, but today, not only are they criticizing us for borrowing the money, but now they're saying it's because we borrowed the money to support Canadians that we now have the inflation rate that we have today, even though it's lower than the United States, our inflation rate, in England, in many of the European Union countries, Madam Speaker. They are not consistent. Policy advice that comes out, we all remember the current leader of the Conservative Party less than a year ago telling people the way you fight inflation, in part, is you invest in cryptocurrency, advising Canadians to use their hard-earned money and invest in cryptocurrency. For those that would have followed that advice, they would have lost substantially, Madam Speaker, 30% plus. Madam Speaker, they talk about the triple, triple, triple. I think they got the idea from Tim Hortons double, double. Triple, triple, triple. How misleading is that? They'll say, you know, on the price on pollution, 80% of the constituents in Winnipeg North receive more money from the price on pollution than they actually pay into it. And that's the independent office budget officer. That's not the Liberal Party saying that. And that is actually increasing, Madam Speaker. They try to give an impression, a false impression on that issue. And it's not the first time. Because they're trying to develop those bumper stickers that they believe that they can sell to Canadians, whether it's factual or not. And more often than not, it is not factual, Madam Speaker. I'm disappointed that the Conservatives voted against Bill C-31. They have one last chance, which will happen sometime in the next 6 or 7 hours. I hope that they will reconsider the manner in which they are voting on this bill, support their constituents, and vote in favor of this legislation.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, a very famous songwriter said, "It may be the devil or it may be the Lord, but you got to serve someone." And I recall listening to this member from Winnipeg North standing twice today to defend this bill. I don't know if his colleagues are willing to defend it or not, and I also heard him mention what Canadians want, and I seem to recall a promise for 7,500 healthcare professionals for rural Canadians. And that was just over a year ago. That was a priority. But now Liberal government seems to have lost its way, and it's more concerned with propping up the costly coalition. So we're out of 7,500 healthcare professionals for rural Canada. Are they still a priority, or is the priority shifted to propping up the coalition?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, unlike the Conservative Party, members of the Liberal caucus understand how important health care is to Canadians, and we realize that Canada as a national government has a role to play. So when you talk about health care professionals, we are genuinely concerned and care about the need to have more doctors in our community, to recognize some of the credentials that are not necessarily being recognized, that could be recognized. And we're encouraging that. So whether it's a budgetary measure from the Minister of Finance or it's an issue of credentials by the Minister of Immigration, both of those are active, ongoing files as we try to encourage and support provinces and other stakeholders to recognize the skill sets that are there today and to provide financial support to ensure that we can get more doctors and nurses.
L'Honorable Député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to make a comment about something that I heard from my colleague. Apparently, the Bloc thinks that Ottawa is an ATM. Well, I have a simple question. Who is putting the bills in that ATM? We are. It's our money. So if our colleague thinks that the Quebec is only asking for money and doesn't put any in, how come in this bill we only receive 13% even though we send 18% into that ATM? And that doesn't even include the money that we are paying into the system, into social services that are provided by the provincial government. So how come we only receive 13% instead of 18%?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, this is where I guess I differ with the member from the Bloc. You see, I believe if you are a 10-year-old child, whether you live in Montreal, Winnipeg, Vancouver, Edmonton, Halifax, or Toronto, it would be nice to feel comfortable in knowing that you're getting a compatible service. And this is where a national government can play an important role. In regards to the breakdown of budgets, the federal government receives huge amounts of revenues from a wide spectrum of resources. And at the end of the day, that revenue is distributed throughout Canada. I do believe whether it's Manitoba, Quebec, or other provinces, we are all getting a fair share of the entire pie. And I'm not going to be selective on it, but I do believe that it...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when I go door to door, people say, why should I vote? There's a lot of cynicism out there, and people watch what they sometimes think is a gong show in Parliament. And when you ask them what they need, we heard time and time again, people couldn't afford to get their teeth fixed. Seniors with serious teeth problems, young families not being able to look after their children's teeth. And we said, if we go back to this Parliament, we promise you, we are going to get this done. And tonight we're on the verge of the biggest new investment in federal health care since Tommy Douglas. This is extraordinary. This is actually about putting people first and putting the political antics to the back row, well, probably where the Conservatives belong, because the Conservatives are continuing with these antics. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague how significant he thinks it is that we can show people that we can actually deliver something that will make a difference in their lives and the lives of their children.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think this is an excellent example that I could amplify what it is that the member is so rightfully put on the record. And that is, you know, in the last federal election, it was a minority government. That means in order for the Government of Canada or the Liberal Party to be able to get things through, such as Bill C-31, we need to have a partner. We need to be able to have another opposition party to support us. As opposed to being strictly nothing but opposition and oppose everything, the NDP have identified goals in which they can work with the government and ultimately see things get through. And let there be no doubt, if it wasn't for the government, the Liberal Party, and the NDP party, that we would not be able to get Bill C-31 through. And that's delivering for Canadians. It's respecting what Canadians elected in the last federal election for parties to start working together to do things for Canadians. And that's exactly what this bill does.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Macon.
Madame la Présidente, and I just want to thank my honourable colleague for his discussion here today. I always learn something. I am concerned in Quebec. It is a little bit different. We already have a dental care program, so my constituents would be concerned, will anything be taken away from that dental care program? Will anything be taken away from the Canada Child Benefit, which has been just a tremendous investment in families in my riding? And is this a program that in being delivered to my constituents, is this something that will have improvements, let's say, in the future?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think it's an excellent question, and you know, for the member, in absolutely no way will this take away anything from the constituents in which she represents, and it is actually meant in the situation of Quebec where the legislation will complement what's taking place in the province of Quebec, and I think that's important to recognize. And then the second component of the legislation is the rental subsidy, and I'm sure that the member is going to be able to share with her constituents how it is that this legislation overall is going to make a positive difference, and I appreciate the hard advocacy the member does for her constituents.
The Honourable Member for Prince George Caribou.
Caribou
Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, at least we're consistent, right? Madam Speaker, I've got a couple concerns with this. One, that with the exception of a smattering, a few of our Liberal colleagues that are here, this member of Parliament, our honourable colleague, has gotten up 3 times, triple, on this topic, Madam Speaker, triple. But the real concern that I have, Madam Speaker, is that I sit on the Health Committee, and we literally were given 2 hours to study a bill worth $10 billion. $10 billion, 2 hours for parliamentarians to study a bill. I don't discount that Canadians are in need of some help because of this costly government. But, Madam Speaker, the other side likes to talk about working collaboratively. They have not worked collaboratively with the opposition. They have actually rammed this through. And, Madam Speaker, if anything, we have been sent here to be the voices of Canadians, all 338 members of Parliament. So, Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask, why my honourable colleague feels that it's important to ram a bill through that is $10 billion and will be on the backs of Canadians.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, the bill is a very costly bill, but realize that the money that we're talking about is going into the pockets of Canadians. That's why it's a costly bill. And the reason why, in most part, that the committee was somewhat limited was because the Conservative Party didn't want to give any indication in terms of passing it out of committee well before it was ultimately passed. If the Conservative Party wanted to have more time for it to be in committee, then why not negotiate or at least allow C-31 to pass second reading in an earlier time so there would have been more time for it to be debated inside committee, Madam Speaker. You can't have it both ways.
L'honorable député Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A child in Quebec will receive about half the amount that a child outside of Quebec would receive. This is unfair. Why? Because Quebec already pays for dental care. So Quebec taxpayers pay once for dental care, and then they pay again for the federal program. Meanwhile, the amount of money that Quebec gets back is half as much. It's unfair. While studying this bill, we could have corrected the situation. The government tried to muzzle us, bulldozed it through. Why is the government refusing to address this? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
15 seconds.
There are some people that would like to sabotage the bill. I would ultimately argue there's thousands of people that move interprovincially every year. I would like to think that if you're a child in Quebec today, you could be a child in Manitoba tomorrow, or vice versa. What I would like to see is a program that's there for all children in Canada, no matter where they live. And that's what this legislation does.
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York, the economy. The Honourable Member for Chatham, Kent, Leamington, immigration, refugees and citizenship. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre, the economy. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is an honor for me to rise today to represent the constituents of Regina Capel in opposition to the bill that will add more inflationary fuel to the fire. And I caught the last few minutes of my honourable colleague's speech, the Liberal member for Winnipeg North, and I am just astounded at how much he can get wrong in just a short 20-minute period of time. But I give him full marks for efficiency. He crammed a lot of errors and a lot of misinformation into one 20-minute speech. I probably don't have enough time to address all of them in my speech because of just the sheer volume of inaccuracies that he put into his pun not intended there. So I thought I'd start maybe by helping the honourable member understand what caused inflation, because that's what this bill is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be to help address the suffering that families who are experiencing the sticker shock every time they go into a grocery store or a hardware store or any other store that they might have to buy goods or obtain services from. And prices that they've been used to over the past few years are now much, much higher. And we know the Prime Minister doesn't think about monetary policy. I'm not sure if anybody else in the caucus that he leads does, but I'll help the member understand what causes inflation. The inflation that Canadians are suffering from is directly linked to the massive Liberal deficits that this government chose to run, starting before the pandemic even started. Why do I say that? Well, because that's what the Bank of Canada admitted. The Bank of Canada, which is in charge of Canada's money supply, has acknowledged that it was the money creation that it embarked upon at the beginning of 2020, in March of 2020, just as this government was racking up record high deficits, the biggest deficits Canadians have ever seen, on their way to adding more to the national debt than every single other Prime Minister combined. This government added $500 billion to the national debt. Now, when the government spends more than it takes in, it has to borrow that. It has to find someone who has money to lend it to them. Now, that's normally carried out during normal economic times by the bond market. large investors go out and they buy government treasury bonds. They're basically IOUs that the government writes, borrowing money from someone who has it, taking it and spending it, with the promise to pay it back. And it's that promise to pay it back with interest that is costing the Bank of Canada money now. In fact, as a little aside, the Bank of Canada is now actually losing money for the first time in Canadian history. This has never happened before, but I'll get back to that in a moment. So what the government did is it turned to the Bank of Canada and it started floating these IOUs, these government bonds. And the Bank of Canada said, we'll buy them. We'll buy the government bonds that the government is now issuing with these massive deficits. The problem is, Bank of Canada didn't actually have anybody else's money. The Bank of Canada didn't have lots and lots of deposits from Canadians or lots of deposits on account from financial institutions that it could then use. Sorry, when I say it didn't have deposits, it didn't have any of its own money on deposit. It didn't have some vault of cash that they could turn around and buy those government bonds with. So what did it do? It had to create the money. It created that money right out of thin air. It exchanged the bonds that other institutions had bought, so large profitable banks, like the big five banks in Canada, and other types of large and financial institutions that have accounts with Canada's central bank. They bought the bonds from the federal government, turned around and sold them to the Bank of Canada in exchange for brand new money that had never existed before. Literally with little ones and zeros and keyboard strokes, the Bank of Canada just dumped cash into those big banks and large financial institutions, and then took those bonds in exchange. So that's how the Canadian economy was flooded with over $400 billion of brand new money. And we have seen the effects of that. The Liberal government's trickle-down economics, where they pumped hundreds of billions of dollars into the most wealthiest and most profitable corporations in Canada, the big banks. They pushed that money through that system. Wow. The big winners when it comes to this type of arrangement, Madam Speaker, is whoever gets the money first. Because there's a little bit of a lag between rising prices and money creation. Because the market has not yet learned that there's a whole bunch of new money chasing the same amounts of goods. So the prices in the grocery store haven't, at this point, yet started to go up. And the prices for commodities haven't, at this point, yet started to go up. So those large financial institutions, those massively profitable banks, they got to buy up all these assets, and they got to push that money through everything from commodities to real estate to anything else you can imagine. While the prices were still low, they got the new money first, bought it all as much as they could, and that's when the prices started to rise. Now, by the time that new money hits Canadians' pockets, it's already too late. The prices at the grocery store have already skyrocketed. We've seen food inflation go over 8% for a couple of months now. The average inflation index, the CPI, it's been hovering around 7% for several months now. So just as the time that Canadians start to get the new money that the government's created, the prices have already gone up. And that's when those big banks and financial institutions, that's when they can sell. And they make those massive profits on what they can buy low with newly created money and sell high after the inflationary effects take into account. And that's why we saw record profits during and after the pandemic. Record profits by Canada's largest banks. This is the result of the Prime Minister's economic policy, allowing the richest and most profitable corporations in Canada to make even more money, while Canadians subsidize that profit through higher prices in the grocery store aisles. That's why these inflationary deficits are so devastating, Madam Speaker, and that's why Conservatives are opposed to new measures that force the government to borrow more money to pay for new spending. It's a little bit like a superficial treatment to a problem. We can all think of examples of what might look to be something or a course of action that might help with a problem that actually makes the problem worse. You might have experience in your life, Madam Speaker. You might have seen public service videos about fire safety, where they say, "Don't ever pour water on a grease fire." you can imagine a young child perhaps, or someone who've never been educated along the lines of fire safety, seeing a fire. And we're all taught from a very young age, you know, water beats fire, you know, put out fires with water, always keep a bucket of water if you're having a campfire, things like that. We all understand that. We see pictures of firefighters putting out fires with big hoses of water. So you can imagine someone about to dump water on a grease fire thinking that they're helping. But we all know what will actually happen. We have to resist the temptation to apply a superficial antidote to a problem. We all know on this side of the house that instead of pouring water on a fire, you have to treat it in other ways. You have to put a lid on that fire to remove it from the heating element. There are other ways to tackle that fire rather than making it worse. A thirsty person might look at an ocean shore and think, boy, I'm so thirsty, I'm going to go down and I'm going to take a nice long drink of water. As Homer Simpson taught us, Madam Speaker, water, water everywhere, so let's go have a drink. It's not actually how the poem goes. Of course, it's water, water everywhere, and not a drop to drink, because ocean water makes thirst worse. That's what we're seeing with this Liberal government bill. The member from Winnipeg North gave a great speech trying to convince Canadians that this would help, that while prices are going up in many aspects of their lives, here's the government coming along with a way to try and reduce some costs for them. But where are they going to get the money for that? They're going to have to borrow more money to pay for that. So any benefit that any Canadian might hope to receive under this government's plan that we're debating today will evaporate because of the effects of this new government plan. In other words, the government is trying to convince us that a government program will help alleviate the problems caused by government programs. And that's where Conservatives come along, because you see, we take a more comprehensive look at issues. The Liberals and their allies in the Costly Coalition, the NDP, who are pushing all this new spending, working hand in hand with the government to drive up the costs of living with higher spending and more borrowing to pay for it. That's where this is coming from. That Costly Coalition's approach is always very superficial. You can kind of make the comparison to candy before supper. You know, there's a problem, here's a simplistic solution, we're just going to have a new government program to dole out more money. Conservatives understand that you have to treat the fundamental issues that caused it first, and we would be doing Canadians a far greater service, including low-income Canadians who are being hit hardest by inflation. We would be doing those individuals a much greater service if we came to this place every day trying to reduce the cost of government, looking for ways to reduce spending, cutting out inefficiencies, like, for example, Madam Speaker, the $500 million that this government tried to give to their friends at the WE organization, the $54 million for the Arrive scam app that didn't work, wasn't needed, and could have been designed and programmed in a weekend for a fraction of the $54 million that taxpayers had to pay for. The Prime Minister might have looked at ways to visit London where he didn't have to charge $6,000 a night for a single room, Madam Speaker. Those would be the types of things, if we all came together, if every member of Parliament went back to their offices tonight, scrolled through the public accounts, which were just tabled this morning, and we all put our collective heads together to look for ways that we could eliminate wasteful spending and bring down that cost of government so the government could pay back those IOUs, retire those bonds, take that brand new created money that's flowing out of the system to return back to normals where that money was backed up by real economic activity and not just ones and zeros on the computer terminals at the Bank of Canada. If we did that, Madam Speaker, we'd put a lot more purchasing power back in the hands of Canadians who have worked so hard to earn it. That's why they call inflation the hidden tax, the most insidious tax of all. Because when the government raises a tax rate, they have to do it in this House for all to see. They have to bring forward a motion or a bill to raise those taxes. Opposition parties hold them to account, and every Canadian has an elected representative that can vote yes or no based on that proposal. But when the Bank of Canada, or when the government causes inflation through the Bank of Canada by forcing the bank to purchase those government bonds, there's no vote in the House. There's no debate. There's no accountability. Not any one of us got to read the proposal make a decision and vote based on our constituents, and our constituents can't hold us to account because none of that ever took place. It just happens. It happens because of those powerful, unaccountable officials just made a decision one day. And that's why Conservatives are opposed to this legislation, knowing that it will make the problem worse. There are other ways the government could handle or tackle the cost of living crisis. This opposition has proposed a very concrete proposal that we should be debating today instead of a bill that's going to add more borrowing costs on the government and therefore lead to even worse inflation. We're about to head into the winter months, Madam Speaker, and many Canadians are already getting a taste of what those home heating costs are going to look like over the next few months. And I want to take a few moments right now to inform you, Madam Speaker, that the higher costs that Canadians are about to get hit with, and some have already started to experience, these are not some accidental outcomes from government policies. These are not unintended consequences. It's not like the government was trying to do something and accidentally caused home energy costs to rise. This is a feature of the NDP and Liberal coalition's plan to make home heating costs more expensive. They want Canadians to pay more for filling up their tank or for heating their homes. You don't have to take my word for it.
It's deliberate.
They've admitted it. They have built a fake environmental policy around the idea of making Canadians pay more for fueling their cars, for purchasing goods that have to be transported to Canada, or for the crime of heating their homes in the winter. That's what they want. They want Canadians to feel pain when it comes to those types of goods. They admit it. It's in the rationale for their carbon tax. Well, here's the thing, Madam Speaker. The carbon tax isn't working. Canadians are getting all the pain and none of the environmental gain. This government hasn't hit a single target it has set for itself. The people who are the people who are concerned about climate change the most should be opposed to the carbon tax the most.
Totally.
Because the government's gone all in on a failed policy that for 7 years now has been proven not to work. So that's why this party, that's why the official opposition and Conservative members of Parliament have been working so hard since this fall sitting began to convince the government to do no further harm when it comes to borrowing and spending, driving up inflation, and to control some of the things it can control and cancel the planned tax hikes. This government's plan is to triple the carbon tax. And the member for Winnipeg North might like to make jokes about Tim Hortons double-double. But there's a reason why we're highlighting it, Madam Speaker, and why we want Canadians to understand, because it's already hard enough to make ends meet for the vast majority of Canadians. We're hearing really shocking stats. Canada is a G7 developed country, and 1.5 million people visited the food bank last month. That's unbelievable. Record highs. It's gone up 15%. 15% more visits to the food bank last month than the month before. Canadians who are working, who have 2 jobs in some cases, and double income households, because they have to pay more and more for their mortgage as interest rates go up and higher costs at the grocery store, now have to turn to charity at food banks just to be able to feed their children. And you know what else is very alarming, Madam Speaker? Those food banks, they're running out too, because Canadians have fewer and fewer goods to donate to the food bank. And that's the thing about Liberal and NDP coalition economic policies. It leads to scarcity. When Conservatives are in government, we lower the costs of government. We leave more money in the economy, more money in the pockets of hard-working Canadians. And that does more good for low-income Canadians because there are more jobs to fill. There's more opportunity. And when Canadians have more at the end of the month, they can make decisions to be charitable. They can fill up those shelves at the food bank so that the less fortunate have more choice and more options and have more support when they need it. NDP and Liberal policies that drive up the cost of fuel and home heating and other essentials and chase away jobs and investment means that there's less at the end of the month for Canadian families to donate to charity. So those families that do need it have less. That is the constant and unblemished record of failure of this government and their failed policies. That's why Conservatives are fighting this. So instead of voting in favor of a bill that will just add to the cost of government, instead of leaving Canadians with a situation where this government has to go out and borrow more and more, paying higher and higher interest rates. I mentioned at the beginning of my speech how the Bank of Canada is losing money for the first time in Canadian history. This is the perverse outcome of the bond purchase program that the Bank of Canada initiated to help pay for the government deficits. When they bought the bonds, the Bank of Canada bought them at very low rates. The Bank of Canada had lowered its overnight rate as low as 50 basis points. It was down 0.5%. Was the Bank of Canada's rate. So the bonds that the Bank of Canada holds that the government has to pay interest on, the government has to pay interest at 0.5%. Well, remember, the way they bought those bonds was they put large deposits into the bank accounts of those large financial institutions. So, for example, TD Bank or CIBC, they have an account at the Bank of Canada, and there's a deposit in that account for the bond that bank sold to the Bank of Canada. Well, guess what? As interest rates rise, the Bank of Canada has to pay more interest to those large financial institutions than the government pays the bank in interest. That's unbelievable, Madam Speaker. This is a direct transfer of wealth from hard-working taxpayers, paying money to the government. Government then turns around and pays the Bank of Canada interest, and the Bank of Canada doesn't have enough. So they're going to lose money. I believe that they've indicated that they expect to lose about $4 billion this year. Well, it's from the bank's website, so if the member for Winnipeg North thinks I shouldn't believe everything I read on the bank's website, he should maybe call his friend Tiff Macklem and ask him to be a little bit more accurate.
This is a speech and not necessarily a conversation. Thank you.
I said he should, but duly noted, Madam Speaker. So the question for the government is, are they going to have to bail out the Bank of Canada with taxpayers' money? After taking taxpayers' money to pay interest on the bonds that it sold, they will now have to underwrite the difference that the bank is paying out to other large banks. If you follow the logic here, Madam Speaker, that basically this government's going to have to underwrite the deficits that the Bank of Canada is racking up due to their own deficit spending. This is a triple insult to Canadians when you look at all the interest that's being paid. So I see my time is up, Madam Speaker. I will close by urging my colleagues on all sides of the House to stop digging when you're in a hole. Don't pour water on that grease fire. No more inflationary spending that will make the problem even worse.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, there are so many questions I'd love to be able to ask the opposition House Leader, but due to time limitations, let me take advantage of his economic analysis and ask him to reflect on countries like the United States and England and many other European countries where their inflation rate is higher than what it is here in Canada. Would he draw the same sorts of conclusions, given that many in the Western world have done, and for some of them actually taken the ideas from Canada, and others why do they have the inflation rates that they have? Did they have bad policies too, or why the inflation rate there? If you could use this same principled economic analysis system.
Regina Capel.
Well, I don't know if the honourable member for Winnipeg's North, if his mother ever used the expression, just because your friends go jump off a bridge doesn't mean you should too. It's true. It's true. There are other countries that have inflation, Madam Speaker. They followed the same failed policies that this government did. There's lots of times in human history where there seems to be a lot of people making the same mistakes. That doesn't make it right. It's no comfort to the Canadian who's going through the grocery store aisle, buying things that we make here in Canada at inflated prices. It's no comfort to them to know that other countries are paying higher prices too. Other countries made the same mistakes. They printed money, they have inflation. Some countries didn't print money to pay for their spending. Some countries maintained fiscal discipline, like Switzerland, and that's why they're not experiencing inflation.
Right.
That's the reason why other countries have.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We had a nice opposition day this week. It was constructive, and all day there were people on the Liberal side and on the Conservative side that were telling us that we did not have time in this House to discuss topics as important as that one. But I'd like to ask the member from Regina Cabell what he thinks about tripling the use of gag orders in the House. Doesn't that take time away from discussing topics like the monarchy, which are important? Thank you.
A member for Regina Cabell.
Well, Madam Speaker, I enjoy debating philosophical aspects. J'aime beaucoup les discussions.
I love esoteric discussions based on philosophy. I am a political science student, and I always like to talk about the best way to build a state, maybe to debate over a glass of wine after dinner. But I am convinced that Canadians are more concerned about what they can buy with their money than what face is on the bills that they use to pay at the grocery store. But I would say that I agree with the member on the issue of the government's use of motions to limit debate. And we've seen motions and bills that have nothing to do with the cost of living crisis, and we want the government to propose solutions.
First, Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened carefully to my colleague from Regina Quipel, and I didn't hear in his speech any mention of dental care. I imagine this is because he doesn't, in fact, support the idea of expanding universal health care to include care for people's teeth. And I appreciate an honest disagreement as much as the next guy. My question is around consistency. And, through much of his remarks, he talked about, his view that the government shouldn't be providing directed financial relief to the people hardest hit by this crisis because, in his view, it's inflationary. My question is, why then did he vote for Bill C-30, given that the measures in Bill C-30 are very similar to the relief measures in Bill C-31? The money all comes from the same place. I think people appreciate consistency more than anything. Perhaps he could explain.
Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Happy to do that, Madam Speaker. There's a big difference between lowering the tax burden on Canadians and new spending. It's as simple as that. And I just want to take issue with one of the major principles with the far left these days, and this idea that the government just has a big pile of cash and all we're really doing is fighting over how to spend it. The government does not have a dollar that it does not first take out of the economy, that it does not first take out of someone's pocket. So the question for the honourable member is he comfortable saddling more and more financial burdens on Canadians with higher and higher cost of governments? That cost, the cost for this program, has to be paid for by taxpayers and adds to the inflation crisis because the government has to borrow the money first to pay for it.
That's reality. Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Heights.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable colleague from Regina Capel, whom I know well, and I was in this place and certainly a close watcher of the Harper administration for years, I'd like to put to the honourable member for Regina Capel that if Stephen Harper had been Prime Minister at the beginning of the COVID outbreak, no doubt in my mind he would have done exactly the same things that the Liberal government did. And that's because every economy and central banks throughout the G20 followed the same prescription. It was dictated to us through the International Monetary Fund. I urge the honourable member for Regina Capel to check the June 17, 2020 report of the IMF. The central banks throughout the G20 followed all the same prescriptions: low interest rates, quantitative easing. You can check it out, and any member of the public can check it out when I use the word you. Anyone can check this out. And the reasons for Switzerland not having high inflation have nothing to do with what the honourable member for Regina Capel said, have a lot to do with the fact that before the war in Ukraine, the cost of living in Switzerland was already 51% higher than Germany because they have a very regulated economy, they have renewable energy locked in, and high electricity prices.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Well, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, I won't have enough time to point out all the errors that the member for Saanich Gulf Island just said in her statement. I have here the 2022 Economic and Fiscal Update Issues for Parliamentarians from the Office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Now, while there is no doubt that a Conservative government would have found ways to support Canadians during an unprecedented pandemic, there are lots of ways that governments can do it without running the printing presses at the central bank. And I just want to read a very important stat. Since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the government has spent or has planned to spend $541.9 billion in new measures, of which $176 billion is not part of the COVID-19 response plan. That's the major point here. Yes, there was a pandemic. Yes, there was unprecedented actions that governments had to take. But there were lots of things along the way that the government did not have to do. This Liberal government chose to use the pandemic to try to enrich their friends at the We organization. They chose to use the pandemic to give contracts out to former Liberal MPs. They chose to use the pandemic to create...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. Very excellent. We look at this bill, it's $10 billion in new spending. There's a $500 one-time payment in it, but I was reading an article about mortgage rates, and from October of 21 until May of 22, the average mortgage price per month went up $800. I can't even imagine what it's gone up since then as interest rates have continued to go up. Just wondering what my honourable colleague thinks of what prices would be like now.
Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Well, this is the devastating reality that many, many Canadians are waking up to in the coming weeks and months as mortgages come up for renewal. And I've already heard from friends of mine and relatives of mine who maybe had a 2 or a 2.25% interest rate 4 or 5 years ago, and now they're renewing at 6, 7, 8%. And many Canadians are going to be faced with the tragic and sad reality that they're going to have to just toss the keys back to the bank because they just won't be able to make those payments. And when the Prime Minister told Canadians and erroneously said that the government was going to go into debt so that Canadians didn't have to, this is how Canadians are paying for it. They're getting stuck with the bill. They got the party, the Liberals got the party, Canadians are paying the bill. And the sticker shock on that bill is awful. And it's one more reason why we should come to this place, sleeves rolled up, pencils out, finding ways to lower the cost of government, not finding for new ways to borrow money to spend.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question from my friend from Regina Capel. C31 has a dental care program, and that is part of health care. And according to the Constitution, it is under the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces. And the government is getting involved in that rather than sticking to its own areas of jurisdiction. In parallel, in Quebec, we have dental care for young people, almost the same ones that are proposed in Bill C31. But in its bill, the government is ignoring what exists in Quebec, is using a gag order, is bulldozing through, and is not doing anything to make sure that its program is aligned with what is in the provinces. This centralizing government ignores areas of jurisdiction and what's happening in provinces. What does my colleague think about that? Thank you. The member for Regina Capella in 15 seconds. I'll try. I agree with the member that there are a number of problems in provincial programs, and this new program will increase costs for the federal government, and it is interference in provincial jurisdiction. But it's strange to hear this question from the Bloc because the Bloc wants the government to increase the carbon tax, and that's another example of interference in provincial competition. Resuming debate, the member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I would ask for consent to share my time with the honourable member for Juliette. Does the member have the consent of the House to share his time? Yes, granted. Madam Speaker, thank you. I would like to thank the colleagues for that as well. And Madam Speaker, there are 338 of us members in this House. We were elected by people in our ridings, people who went out and voted and asked us to work for them, to work constructively, to develop better public policy, better transfer programs, and to improve the quality of the services that they have access to and their quality of life. And there are divergent views on a number of issues, but the 338 people in this House are here for the right reasons. And that is why we have to work together. when we develop public policy, like the public policy in Bill 31, we have to work together, and we have to work hard together to be able to improve the programs that we provide, and particularly when we're dealing with an ambitious bill. So this forces us to cooperate, to think through things, to go over the bill a number of times, to consult people, experts, and to see what's happening on the ground, and to respect what people have to say to us. That's part of our job. And that is the job that we were prevented from doing with the Bill C-31 process that was not respectful of parliamentarians' work. It was concocted at the last minute. The bill was concocted at the last minute in the summer because the leader of the NDP told the media that perhaps the agreement was going to end, and that's how we got Bill C-31, which was, a bill that was written on the back of a napkin. So what happens when things are rushed through like this? It makes the parliamentary process more complicated because it means that the role of members in opposition have to do their job, and the government does too, has to work to improve the bill. And in fact, we have to use our tools to contribute to the work of making the bill better. And what are the tools at our disposal? To discuss in the House, to work on the bill in committee, and that takes time. We can speed things up a little bit, but we need energy and time. We need witnesses from civil society. We can't just live here in a bubble in Parliament. We can't do that when we have to examine bills. We owe more than that to the people who elect us. We need to look at the figures of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. It takes time to propose amendments, to study amendments as well, and to discuss the proposed amendments, because amendments can help bring people under the bill who might have been excluded by the policies. And this is particularly the case with Bill C-31. After study in committee, we come back to report stage, third reading, and then there are hours of debate that are important to be able to improve the bill. And anyone who believes in Parliament, who believes in our institution, also believes in the value of going through the process. I see them a member for Winnipeg North, who is one of the people who understands this best, who is in the House 23 hours out of every 24 debating here. And once parliamentarians have done their job, we can have confidence in the fact that the work has been done. I know that most of the time we won't agree, but at least we will be aware and we will be confident that we've done our job properly. But here, in this case, we're not talking about 1, 2, or 3 steps that were jumped. We jumped all of the steps in the legislative process. We completely prevented parliamentarians from doing their job. It is the government's executive power that took the upper hand. It's as though parliamentarians were muzzled here in the House and in committees. It's as though members of Parliament had nothing to say, and they were not even constructive because it was a gag order, but a super gag order. As we were told, nope, you have nothing else to say here in this House. And we did have something to say. We can improve the bill because we have members who are good at their jobs on both sides of the House. So there was from 7 to midnight on Monday night. Then if we hadn't finished by then, well, then the amendments would not be discussed, and then the bill would be simply adopted as such. We had agreed to 4 hours of witness testimony, and then after that, we heard that there was not going to be any time with witnesses, and we only had an hour and a half with 2 ministers at the same time, and I would tell you that those ministers were not properly prepared and were not actually comfortable, it would seemed, with the bill. The Minister of Health is an excellent economist, and he's renowned worldwide, and he was not comfortable with it. I could tell. It's the kind of thing that shows And then finally, we ended up with a bill that was not amended in committee. It was not amended in committee, and what's worse, we were not able to table amendments after we saw the ministers, and we didn't see witnesses. So the entire amendment process was short-circuited. We know that sometimes amendments are not adopted, and we know that the government and the NDP get together and prevent it from happening. I'm not making accusations. That's just what happens. But the amendments at least have to be discussed when they're presented. And so here we are today with this bill that was adopted at top speed without the proper parliamentary process. And I'm a new parliamentarian, and I am quite disappointed by not just the gag order, the super gag order. And I can tell you that the members of the Standing Committee on Health work together. We talk to each other. We don't always agree on everything, but we know that we can make compromises, and we were prevented from making compromises, and the discomfort was palpable on both sides of the House. The Bloc Québécois, the Conservatives were uneasy as well. And we could even feel it on the part of the members of the government who weren't able to do their job either. I even felt it for them. We know that people are increasingly cynical about politics and are less and less engaged. And what this shows those people is that that's what the democratic process is. Members of parliament are worth nothing, and their work is not valued. So we can wonder why people no longer trust our institutions. And that's the answer. And who pays for this? Well, the parents and the children of Quebec have been left behind by that bill because these are services. There are services provided to children in Quebec that will not be coming from the federal government because the provincial government takes care of it. The federal government and the NPD talk about dental care as being health care. And yes, we say that this is something that should be provided by public services. But what the provinces are being told is that if the provinces incorporate these services into their own social programs, then the federal government is going to penalize them. We have people in Quebec who live in low-income housing, and they are being penalized. Quebec has a progressive model for building housing units, and that could have been integrated into Bill C-31 with a small amendment of 2 lines. My colleague for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert also wanted to include that in that amendment. And we asked whether that could be included. But when it comes to creating real assistance in housing, you have to see how to encourage the provinces to have programs that will lead to building housing units.
The government creates programs that penalizes them, and now you've made efforts. So we're going to take money from taxpayers and then we're going to give it to other provinces. And this is the issue here. So you understand that this process is unacceptable. We would have liked to have contributed more. But with the current state of the bill as it is, we won't be able to support it, Madam Speaker, at second and third reading. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just so that we're clear, through questioning previously, it's clear that the Bloc support the principle of providing dental benefits for children under the age of 12. They're not objecting to that. It appears to also be clear that they're not against the expenditure, us actually using that as a government expenditure. It seems to me that the Bloc should be voting in favor of the legislation unless there is an alternative reason. The reason the members putting forward is they just needed more time, then they would support the bill. I'm wondering if the member can be clear as to why it is the Bloc does not support it. I suspect it is because they believe that they don't want Ottawa to play a role in this, which would be to the detriment, I believe, of kids throughout the country, that it should be available to all children.
Député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. You know, we're talking about the children in Quebec. We'll try and be less partisan, Madam Speaker. We ran out of time. We weren't able to contribute and help the government understand how to properly administer such programs. Quebec already has a program for dental care. It could have been more generous. It's constitutionally a provincial jurisdiction to provide health care. We could have contributed to this work that benefits children. But what we're doing today is that we're undermining all of the efforts that were done by Quebec or by Nova Scotia to build such services. And what this is actually doing is working against dental care, so we can't support this principle.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my Bloc colleague for, really highlighting the hypocrisy coming out of the government when it comes to the different tools that they use to limit debate in this House. We quite often hear when they limit debate at second reading that, we'll solve those amendment challenges. We'll get those fixes done during the committee work. But it's really concerning with this bill that they didn't allow those expert witnesses to testify at committee and provide their opinion so that we can develop the best bill possible and get the best legislation. So I'd just like the member to expand on that a little bit. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I could understand that the government would want to use something like a gag order or a super gag order if it was something perfect. But there are so many imperfections here. As a minority government, they could have worked with the opposition to improve things. So it makes this doubly unacceptable. We're talking about 130,000 parents in Quebec that will not be able to have access to this support. 86,000 people who earn less than $20,000 or $35,000 a year that live in social housing or co-ops that will not qualify. Are these people benefit? We have to ask ourselves the question.
Madam Speaker, now the Bloc has claimed that our dental care program is discriminatory and unneeded in Quebec. This is demonstrably untrue. Every Quebec parent can apply for $1,300 per child to fix their teeth, just like every other Canadian parent. The provincial Quebec plan only covers children under 10, is poorly funded, and has inadequate coverage. The Quebec representative to the Canadian Dental Association has confirmed the poor quality of the Quebec program, supports the federal plan, and explicitly opposes sending the federal money directly to the Quebec government. So why is the Bloc putting politics over public health and opposing a plan that will help some 100,000 Quebec children who don't have the same dental care that he has? Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, during the election campaign in Quebec, the groups that have been asking for dental care for years held a press conference on the same day as C-31 was published. Their comments on the bill were that it was really garbage. Parents in Quebec will be ineligible for many dental care services, not all of them, but some of them. And then now we have to help Quebec pay for these services. So when ministers stand up and repeat incessantly that all parents that are eligible, and that's the problem, and we are leaving behind 100,000 people behind. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague and friend from Mirabel for his poignant speech. As he has clearly demonstrated, we are critical of the government's cavalier approach to this bill. The bill has been poorly drafted. It does not take into account the reality of Quebec. It is not in line with what's going on in Quebec, both for the rental assistance part and the dental care part. Because Quebec chooses to pay for social measures, it is greatly excluded and penalized by this bill. There are plenty of ways to fix this, such as compensation or some minor modifications to the qualifying rules. but nothing has been done. This could have been solved through the normal process of studying bills, both in the House and in committees, with a modicum of goodwill. But the government has chosen to push it through with a gag order, a super gag order, that short-circuits the entire standard process. Reduced hours of debate, minimal committee study, that barely 2 hours, and denies any witnesses and does not allow for experts to analyze the issue. Same thing for people who are affected by the bill. Rejecting of our amendments aimed at accommodating Quebec. And all of this is because the government preferred to get its bulldozer out and not listen to reason or the people who are affected. This government shows bad faith by denying this House and its committee the opportunity to play its role in a reasonable manner. All of this with the complicity of the third opposition party. All of this in order to go fast, fast, fast and to botch the work. What's the point? What does this give us? A bad bill that comes back at third reading that's just as bad. The result is that the Quebec reality is once again flouted by this government and by this House. Please understand, Madam Speaker, I'm completely in favor of the principles behind this bill. The Bloc Québécois is fully in favor of the principles underpinning this bill, but we will vote against it. Why? Because in its application, this bill creates major inequities for Quebec. Because short-circuiting the entire process of studying and improving this bill, this government has chosen to implement a law that is unfair to Quebec. If the government had let its House do its work, we would not be in this situation. Let me explain. The bill discriminates against Quebecers in both its housing and its dental components. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed our apprehensions. With C-31, the population of Quebec is not getting its fair share. Let's start about housing. The Parliamentary Budget Officer published on October 14th his estimate of the cost of the number of beneficiaries for the rental assistance component of Bill C-31. This part of the law offers a one-time check of $500. It confirms that the population of Quebec is not getting its fair share and is being discriminated against. To be eligible, one must have a low income, $20,000 per person, or $35,000 for a couple or a family. They also have to be a tenant and pay rent that represents more than 30% of their income. In Quebec, we have collectively chosen to support social housing. There are many low-income households that live in low-income housing or in housing cooperatives. In these social housing units, the rent is capped at 30% of the income. This is to take into account people's abilities to pay. These people are therefore excluded of the assistance that is proposed here. So in Quebec, because we chose to be more progressive, we collectively pay for a social housing service. With this bill, we find ourselves paying a second time for an assistance check, but we are largely excluded from receiving it, and not one penny of compensation for it. The result is that this bill discriminates against Quebec because it's too progressive for Ottawa, for this Liberal government, and for the NDP. I want you to understand me well, Mr. Speaker. In Quebec, there's still a serious lack of social housing. More needs to be done, and Ottawa must do its part for social housing. But because the situation is better in Quebec, our low-income people is penalized. Because we're too progressive, Ottawa has chosen to deprive Quebec from its share of rental assistance. In this regard, the PBO estimates that because of this 30% rule, 118,000 people in Canada will not be entitled to the support, and 3/4 of those will be in Quebec, 86,700 people. Why has the government chosen to create such an injustice? Why does it refuse to correct this injustice? Why is it that every time there's an injustice to Quebec, Ottawa chooses to ignore it? I'll repeat myself. This inequity could have been resolved in committee or in the House. The government refuses to do it and to voluntarily chooses to deprive Quebec of a significant portion of the assistance that is owed. Is the government ready to commit to correcting this injustice? Until now, it has refused to do it. Now let's talk about the dental component. The PBO has confirmed our fears here too. Quebec will receive half as much assistance per child on average. According to his calculations, Quebecers will receive 13% of the program. If we received our share, it would be 23%. That's a 10-point difference. In short, Quebec parents are far from receiving their fair share of the program. Per child, the picture is not better. On average, a child in Quebec receives half as much as a child in Canada outside of Quebec. This is without compensation, without any concern that the support adequately covers dental costs. In fact, since these are one-time checks, Quebec parents will not receive lower checks, but half of them will not be eligible for the benefit when, with similar income and parental situations, they would be entitled to it if they lived outside of Quebec. This means that approximately, like my colleague said, 130 people in Quebec will be excluded from the program, even though they would be entitled to it if they lived outside of Quebec, given similar parental situation and income. During our meeting with the PBO last Friday, he explained that two factors explain this discrepancy. First, the reason for this inequity is because Quebec is too progressive. The Quebec government's program means that many parents do not pay fees when they visit the dentist. They can therefore not receive assistance from Ottawa. There will be a question period for comments later. In Quebec, we decided to offer dental care for children, and we have chosen to pay for it. Paying for this important service deprives us of the help from Ottawa that we pay for. No tie-in, no compensation. So first, Quebec is too progressive. Second, because Quebec is too unionized. Since the unionization rate in Quebec is higher than in Canada, a higher proportion of our population has group insurance. This excludes us once again from help from this bill. Quebec is not getting its fair share because Quebec is too progressive and more unionized. Ottawa, the Liberal government, and the NDP chose to discriminate against progressives and union members. I mean, you couldn't make this up. Because it's too progressive, Quebec is being discriminated against by Ottawa. The government refused to propose a settlement. The government forced the House to adopt all of this too quickly, without resolving the iniquities. This is unacceptable, and it forces us to vote against it, even though we are in favor of the principle. Without a doubt, my nation is being badly served by its neighbor who is deciding for us with our money and is simply not interested in offering more arrangements or accommodations. This is another thing that we will remember.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess this is where we differ. You see, whether you're a 11-year-old child in Quebec, Manitoba, British Columbia, Nova Scotia, or any other jurisdiction in Canada, we believe that to have that basic dental benefit for all children is a positive thing. There will be some variances. Some provinces, Alberta has another program, Quebec has a program, some provinces have no programs. From a national perspective, we're trying to ensure that every child, and I find it disappointing that the Bloc are being so narrow-minded in recognizing the true value of providing children in Canada a benefit that will make a difference.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what? I completely agree on the principle of what my colleague just said. We're getting into technicalities. The bill was written too quickly. The principle is good. Everything he says I agree with. The Bloc agrees with it. But the application is faulty. It was written so quickly that we can't make it work with the with the program in Quebec or with the other provinces. We have to think about the tangible application. He said, we won't talk about it. No, you can't invite witnesses. No, we won't accept your amendments. No, we won't propose any. Because we didn't think to coordinate with the programs that exist in Quebec and other provinces. The result is that Quebec will get half as much as what it's owed. Quebec already chooses to pay for dental care for children. Quebec is ready to pay for a federal plan for the part that's not covered, but all we're asking is that we coordinate so that it's fair. The Liberal government is working with the NDP that's just chirping in the background, is saying pay, 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 and we're not going to balance our books at the end. And the reason that this is happening is because the government has imposed a super gag order and did a terrible job, and now we're stuck voting against it because of it.
L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et pour...
Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to follow up on what my colleague from Joliette said. I appreciate his contribution. I know he does very good work. I agree with him. The government is trying to make the Bloc say that this isn't interesting, but this is not important. This is not what they're saying if we were listening to their speech. But the problem is not here. I have a question for my colleague from Joliette. Is it because there's a deal between the NDP and the Liberal Party of Canada that this is the bill that we get? This bill that was written too quickly without any rigor and that doesn't respect provincial and federal jurisdictions. The member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier for his question and his compliments, and I would like to return these compliments. I appreciate his hard work and dedication and everything that he does for democracy in this House. Here's what we've understood. There's an agreement to create a dental care plan. However, Ottawa doesn't have the expertise in providing services directly to the population, unlike the provinces. What we were told by civil servants last week is we didn't know how we were going to do it. It's going to be complicated. We don't know how it's going to work. From what I understand is when the government said this to the other opposition party, they said, that's not going to work. We need to find a solution. And since they weren't able to find a real solution, a real plan, we'll send in checks. And so it was done very quickly. It was ham-fisted, and it doesn't consider the reality or iniquities that may exist. So we figured we can challenge this in committee, we can propose some amendments, and then we were gagged. And so now we're stuck with this, and we have to vote against it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've stood in this House for months and months and listened to Bloc Québécois demand additional Canada Health transfers from the federal government to the province, and they're right about that. I agree. We do need the federal government to pay more of its share for health care. So here we have a bill before this House that will see the federal government send $1,300 to every single Quebec parent with a child under 12 who makes under $70,000 a year to take those children to the dentist who don't have coverage now without any conditions whatsoever, and they oppose it. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can tell me, why is he opposing the federal government sending $1,300 for every child in Quebec that doesn't have dental care now, 100% paid by the federal government? What does he say to those Quebec parents by opposing that payment?
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. As I said, we're in favour of the principle. There's a factual problem in his question. He says for each child of Quebec, to the parents of each child of Quebec, but that's false. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has done the studies and shown that in Quebec it would only be half compared to the rest of Canada. Quebec is discriminated against. All we asked is set aside the closure that the NDP supported so that we could improve this in committee. If we could have improved it in committee, we would have voted for. But there was a super closure here that doesn't take into account fair compensation, so we wouldn't have received half of what we're entitled to. There are consequences to supporting super closure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I speak, I'd like to seek unanimous consent from the House for me to split my time.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. You've heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Carried. Please continue.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I would also like to split my time with the member from Vancouver Kingsway. I'm delighted to enter into this debate, and I've been listening all day to members in this House to speak to Bill C-31. What are we talking about with Bill C-31? We're talking about making sure that families whose income is less than $90,000 with children under 12 and do not have dental coverage or insurance elsewhere, that they get oral health support. That's what we're talking about in this bill. We're talking about also making sure that low-income families whose income as an individual is less than $20,000, or a couple or family whose income is less than $35,000 would get a one-time housing benefit of $500. That's what we're talking about in Bill C-31. And when I listened to the members in this House today, I can't tell you, I sort of went through a range of emotions, from anger to dismay to sadness. I heard the Conservatives say over and over and over again how children who need dental care support, who don't have dental care support, basically should not get it. They're opposed to this bill, and they use all kinds of rationale, illogical and strange as they may be. They even actually came right out and said that dental care, dental health should not be a priority because there is no crisis. Says the people who actually have dental coverage for themselves and for their families. And across the country, Mr. Speaker, 500,000 children do not have access to dental care. And just so the Conservative members know, here are the real facts of what's going on. Oral health is actually critical to our overall health. And beyond the risk of pain and infection, tooth decay, and particularly in young children, it could impact their eating, their sleep, their growth. It could have long-lasting impacts into adulthood. In fact, oral health is linked to diabetes and respiratory illnesses. And the most common surgery performed on preschool children at most pediatric hospitals in Canada is treatment of dental decay. Now, they may not care about people and the pain that they might have to suffer through because they don't have access to dental services. But let me tell you this, they care about money. They talk about money all the time. Not that they will ever stop to talk about the ultra rich with the CEOs who benefit from excessive bonuses and pandemic profitability. They're not worried about those companies. They're not worried about the oil and gas industry, where last year alone, they made $147 billion. You will never hear them say that they should actually pay their share so that those 500,000 children and families could actually get dental care. No, you'll never hear that. All they talk about is how we can't afford it. Where's the money going to come from? Well, the money can come from those very people who have this extra excessive profits to support people in Canada. And that's what the Democrats are here to fight for. You bet your bottom dollar, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'm here to fight for. Now, let's just talk about money for 1 minute. I don't know if any of the Conservative members know that 1% of the people end up in the hospital because they don't have dental services. They end up in emergency. Just in British Columbia alone, 1% of that cost is $155 million. That's just for one province. Times that across the entire country, the provinces and territories, that makes up all the money that is required to do this work. And then some. And imagine the pain and suffering that people have to go through. They talk about dollars and cents, but they don't actually really think about it, Mr. Speaker. And then the way they speak, to say that dental care is not in a crisis, my goodness, really, really, And do we really want everybody to end up in the hospital? And then we say, oh, let's do something about it. And then the worst thing still, Mr. Speaker, they try to pit communities against communities. I heard them say all day today to say that somehow, because there's insufficient funds to address mental health, therefore, we should not do dental health. What sort of twisted, illogical thinking is that? Now, New Democrats on this side of the House absolutely believe that there should be investment in mental health. In fact, we believe that head-to-toe care should be in place. We want to fight for farmer care as well, and we will go to the wall to fight for these things. So I can't believe what I'm hearing today from the Conservatives, including from their own leader who said in different places to say that dental care is not a priority. I even heard Conservative members say nobody, no constituents in the riding need dental care. My goodness, I challenge them. I challenge them to validate that by way of a proof that not one Conservative constituent need dental care. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn a minute to address the housing issue. On the housing issue, I'm also hearing twisted logic as well. Now, let's just be clear. Earlier today, I put on the record on the distribution of how many people qualify for the housing benefit, province by province, as well, to the tune of 1,785,600 people will qualify for this $500 one-time benefit. In Quebec, 568,800 people would qualify for this benefit. They're the second highest province by way of number of people that would qualify. It is simply not true to say that Quebecers will not get this benefit. They do. Now, I have to say, I admire Quebec from this perspective, because when the federal Liberals canceled the National Affordable Housing Program in 1993, Quebec, along with British Columbia, we were the only two provinces that continued to do social housing, that continued to build affordable housing and co-op housing by ourselves. British Columbia did that too. And we also subsidize people who have that need. And now with the NDP government back in office, they actually are investing significant amounts of money into housing. But just because some people have, say, secure affordable housing and rent that's geared to their income, it does not mean to say that we should leave everyone else behind. It does not mean to say that we don't need to fight for them to get supports as well, Mr. Speaker. So I will go to my grave fighting for people to get that. And then, as my mother has taught me, we need to lift each other up. And as Indigenous elders have taught me, one heart, one mind. This is what we've got to do. Just because I've made it and there are people left behind does not mean that we've made it. It means that we need to work harder to bring everybody there. Once upon a time, I lived in poverty. Once upon a time, my parents made less than minimum wage to support us. Just because we're no longer living in poverty doesn't mean that I forget my history and background and all the people that's left behind. That's what this bill is all about, and that's why New Democrats are here. 24 of us will force the government to take more action to support the people in this country. We all deserve it. We want to be proud as who we are as Canadians. I ran for office to do a job, and what is that job? To fight for everyone so that they are not left behind. Until that's done, New Democrats will never rest. And no matter what the Conservatives want to call us or anyone else, it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, it's not about me, it is about the people. And that's why we're here in this House.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis.
Speaker, my understanding is that the Conservatives are loath to support this bill because they feel that all government spending is inflationary, even though economists have said that the amount of government spending in this bill would not cause inflationary pressure. My question to the member is, does she believe that providing dental care to children 12 and under will cause the price of dental care to go up?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much for that question. It is, of course, absurd to say that supporting Canadians who need dental services, who can't access it because they can't afford it, will actually cause dental services to increase in cost. It is absurd to even say that. I think the reasons why the Conservatives are opposed to this bill is because their wealthy and rich friends and the oil and gas sector, because they already have dental services. And so they loathe to actually support people who don't have it, and they hate to contribute to them so that they too can actually have the healthcare services that we all deserve.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I heard my colleague's speech in this House. I heard earlier today speak. I think it was much the same speech, but we're at third reading now, so I appreciate we had to hear that speech twice. I heard her paraphrase what my colleagues and I spoke on this bill here today too, what we had to say about this bill, and it was a rather stretched paraphrase of what we have put on the page here about why we are opposed to this bill. But she talks about, I'm going to ask her one question here, she talks about how everybody's screaming for this need. Well, there's 10 premiers across Canada, including her premier, a new Democratic premier in British Columbia, none of whom have asked the government for any support for dental care. And there's a reason for that, because it is provincial jurisdiction and it's meant to stay provincial jurisdiction. But this government, to appease this member's party, is putting something nice in the window so they can say, that's why you support us over here. It is, as I said earlier, a trinket. Would she ask her premier to please ask for this from the federal government before she stands up and says that this is something everybody's demanding?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
I'll tell you, it's not paraphrasing, Mr. Speaker. The member from Cumberland Colchester actually said yesterday at committee, and I quote, I think very clearly we have obviously established there is no dental crisis here. Like as though the 500,000 children who don't have access to dental care are not faced with a crisis when they actually have dental pain and dental decay and missing school and end up in surgery, which costs them more money to which they cannot afford. Now, on the question around dental care and on health care overall, I have to say this. It is a shared jurisdictional issue. That's what it is. The federal government has responsibility for it, as do the provinces. We don't get to walk away and say it's not us. Because that's what the Conservatives want to do, close their eyes as though somehow dental services has nothing to do with the federal government. It simply is not true. And finally, I'll say this. My constituents have said to me they desperately need this service. They need it for their children, and I'll tell you, seniors need it as well. My seniors have told me, and I've met seniors who could not afford dental services, who have to blend up their food to drink because they don't have the teeth to eat it. Tell that to my constituents, that they don't need this plan.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honneur de député.
The Honourable Member for Ile d'Orléans Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to hear my colleague defend the less fortunate. If she thinks that she's the only one who comes from a less fortunate background, I'll tell her at the outset that the artistic world is used to living on $20,000 or less per year, so we are very aware of this. In Quebec, we have many artists. Of course, we became aware of her content because we heard her, which isn't always the case for Laurier Sainte-Marie, Joliette, for my colleague from Joliette. So my question is on this point. The best way to understand a situation that seems unfair is to look towards the other person, to put yourself in the other person's shoes. If my colleague put herself in Quebec's shoes, which would have a part of what it should receive taken away without reacting, I think she would probably react as strongly as she just has now. So what does she think of that situation for Quebec? How does she see that? Because a member of parliament, there is a member of parliament in her group.
The answer, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I know under this program is that about 100,000 children in Quebec would actually benefit from this. What I know on the housing benefit is that over 500,000 Quebecers will actually benefit from the housing benefit. From my perspective, it's not about me. It's about the people. And it's about the people's needs. And this is what we're trying to address with this bill, trying to help as many people as possible across the country.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise today to speak to Bill C-31, the Cost of Living Relief Act. As the Health Critics NDP, I'm particularly pleased to speak to the dental aspects of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, over 50 years ago, Tommy Douglas used his influence in a minority parliament in this House to build our public health care system. This made access to physician and hospital care a right of citizenship in Canada, rather than a privilege. This cherished institution, our public health care system, defines us as a nation. It is an affirmation that we will take care of each other when we are at our most vulnerable. It is a reflection of our commitment to equality and justice. However, our healthcare system is not perfect and it is not complete. Many important health services remain uncovered across Canada. For these, patients remain at the mercy of their ability to pay. In this minority parliament, Canada's New Democrats are once again putting progress ahead of partisanship to address one of the most glaring gaps in our public system, that of dental care. Through our confidence and supply agreement with the government, New Democrats were able to compel the Liberals to commit to a national dental care program for uninsured individuals and families with an income of less than $90,000 per year, with no co-payments whatsoever for anyone making under $70,000 annually. We intend to build a comprehensive dental plan that will permit millions of Canadians to get dental services equal to what other insured Canadians enjoy, and ultimately to fold dental care into our public health care system as a universal, publicly insured benefit, which it was always intended to be. The Canada Dental Benefit in this legislation is the first stage of this plan. It is a bridge payment that will allow children under 12 to get the dental care they need urgently while a comprehensive dental plan is developed by the end of 2023 for children under 18, seniors over 65, and people living with disabilities. That plan will then expand to all families in Canada with an income under $90,000 per year in 2025, covering an estimated 9 million Canadians. The Canada Dental Benefit will provide eligible parents or guardians with up to $1,300 in direct, upfront, tax-free payments to cover dental expenses for their children under 12 years old over the next 14 months. The target implementation date for the program is December 1, 2022, and it will cover expenses retroactive to October 1. Now, to access this benefit, parents or guardians will need to apply through the Canada Revenue Agency and attest that their child does not have access to private dental care insurance. They will have out-of-pocket dental care expenses for which they will use the benefit, and they understand that they will need to retain documentation to verify that out-of-pocket dental care expenses occurred if required. There will be an effective audit and enforcement policy. Mr. Speaker, 500,000 kids across Canada will receive urgently needed investment for dental care. Now, unmet oral health needs impose significant costs on other parts of our public health care system through hospital stays for dental emergencies, as well as the long-term impacts of poor oral health on systemic disease. This is particularly true for children, since good oral health practices in childhood serve as a foundation for the rest of a person's life. We know that oral health is an essential component of overall health. Tooth decay remains the most common childhood chronic disease in Canada. It is the most common reason for Canadian children to undergo day surgery, and it is a leading cause for children missing school. In addition to the pain and risk of infection caused by tooth decay, it can also negatively impact a child's eating, sleeping, and growth patterns while increasing the need for treatment later in life. And numbers cannot quantify the impacts of pain, the social impacts and economic losses suffered by people with untreated dental problems. Yet today, As we debate in this House, over 35% or 13 million Canadians have no dental insurance whatsoever. And nearly 7 million Canadians who may even have it avoid going to the dentist every year because of the cost. Unsurprisingly, this impacts low-income and marginalized Canadians the most. Canada's most vulnerable people have the highest rates of dental decay and disease and the worst access to oral health care services. According to the Canadian Academy of Health Sciences, 50% of low-income Canadians have no dental coverage, along with the majority of seniors over the age of 60. This is a serious public health issue. Untreated oral health issues lead to many serious conditions, from cardiac problems to diabetes complications to low birth rate to fatal infections. Not to mention the dental health effect of chronic pain, facial disfiguration, and shame. That's why Canada's New Democrats have been driving the agenda forward on universal dental care for many years. At their first meeting following the 2019 election, the leader of the NDP pressed the Prime Minister to work across party lines to implement dental care for all Canadians. I was pleased to see the government acknowledge this NDP priority in the 2019 speech from the throne, and was heartened to see in the Minister of Health's mandate letter at that time a direction to work with Parliament to study and analyze the possibility of national dental care. Unfortunately, however, the Liberal government failed to take any action on this commitment in the last Parliament. In fact, when New Democrats put forward a plan to fund a national dental care plan by taxing the windfalls reaped by pandemic profiteers and the ultra-rich, the Liberals and Conservatives voted against that proposal. And when my former caucus colleague Jack Harris introduced a motion in June 2021 to establish a federal dental care plan for uninsured Canadians with household incomes under $90,000 per year, like this plan, as a first step towards universal public dental care, the Liberals and Conservatives voted it down again. Mr. Speaker, today we have an opportunity finally to move forward on national dental care in Canada. We must not squander it. This will represent the single greatest expansion of public health care in a generation and the largest investment in oral health in Canadian history. To those MPs who oppose this initiative, I wish to remind them that every member of this House receives dental coverage for them and their families paid for by taxpayers.
Absolutely.
When they vote against this bill, they're taking taxpayer dollars to cover their teeth and saying no to the poorest Canadians for theirs, and that is a shame of the most grotesque proportions. Shame. I see people showing us their teeth on the Conservative side. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Shame. Now, to those who claim that we simply can't afford to establish an urgently needed program, let's look at some numbers. The Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates that the Canada Dental Benefit will cost $703 million in total. And once fully implemented, our National Dental Care Plan will cost approximately $1.7 billion a year to provide coverage for 9 million Canadians. Now, we currently spend about $309 billion every year on health care in Canada. This dental care plan represents less than 1% of that. And that does not account for the savings we will achieve in fewer emergency room visits and in avoided serious health complications from untreated oral health issues later in life. Mr. Speaker, oral health is not a luxury. It is essential. For those that say we can't afford dental care now because we have to fix our Canadian healthcare system, they don't understand that oral health care is primary health care. We would never ask someone, what would you rather have, heart surgery or cataract surgery? Fix your broken leg or have hip surgery? Having your mouth covered is as much a part of your overall health as any other part of our body. Yep. Now, to those who say provinces or territories that already cover dental care, I say this: it's a myth. There is no province or territory that covers all citizens with no co-pays in a comprehensive way for people under $70,000. Every program I have looked at in this country, virtually without exception, is poorly funded, incomplete, and reserved for too few people. So, Mr. Speaker, it is time for us to put aside partisan differences. The mouth was always intended to be part of our Canada healthcare system. It's only a historic anomaly that it wasn't. When Prime Minister Diefenbaker asked Justice Hall to recommend what should be in the Canada healthcare system in 1964, Justice Hall recommended that dental care be included. This is over a 50-year omission that we have a chance to rectify, and New Democrats are not going to stop till every Canadian can get their teeth fixed as a matter of right, just like they can every other necessary medical issue in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by thanking my neighbour from Vancouver Kingsway for his longtime advocacy on this important issue, and for his speech. You know, I'd like to ask him. You know, as we listen in this House to Conservatives talk about having, you know, the best interests of Canadians at heart, how do they then align that with the hypocrisy of saying that they are going to deny kids the right to dental care? How are they going to do this in a way? How do they align that? And I'd love to get his sense of how it's possible, or what it is that must be motivating folks to say that they are going to deny children the very right and the very privilege all of us in this House have to dental care for ourselves and for our families.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, thank you for that question. I mean, I remember the words of J.S. Woodsworth, who said, what I desire for myself, I wish for all. And I think that's an excellent guiding principle as a matter of good citizenship and good governance. But if I flip that around and I think of the utter hypocrisy of people in this House voting against providing dental care to Canada's poorest citizens, while they themselves get their teeth fixed and their spouses' teeth fixed and their children's teeth fixed, not paid for by them, paid for by the taxpayers. I mean, the leader of the official opposition has been in this House since he was 25 years old. He's been having his teeth fixed, paid for by the taxpayers, since he was 25. And he's going to stand in this House and say that people that make under $70,000, seniors of 65. I just want to say, you know how many seniors over 65 make under $70,000 a year and have no dental insurance? Almost all of them. And that's who the NDP is going to bring dental care for. And I want to see what Conservatives say to them next election.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoyed my friend's speech on the other side of the House. I do have some questions for him on the applicability of an actual dental care system. This is a dental payout system. Dental care systems exist in all 10 provinces right now, including in my province in Alberta, where we did some extensive research. All poor people below a certain threshold are covered 100% for dental expenses in Alberta. And I think it's much the same system in many of the provinces across Canada. Some are more, some are less. This is an overlap system just to give money to people. I would ask my colleague if he would consider a better system as opposed to an overlapping system that's going to be highly bureaucratic and inefficient, if we would actually look at perhaps just giving some extra funding to the provincial systems that aren't meeting what he sees are the requirements that he says people are missing out on in dental care in Canada at this point.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, I had the benefit of sitting in on a roundtable meeting that had not only the Canadian Dental Association, but representatives from every province and territory of the country, including Alberta. And this is what they told me about Alberta. They said Alberta has an existing low-income and seniors program, but like Ontario, the coverage is poor. Dentists don't accept most patients, or they ration patients. They said that there's 750,000 visits to hospitals every year in Alberta for people who are accessing dental care. They said that they need $4 billion to treat all untreated cavities in the province of Alberta. That doesn't sound like there's a very good program in Alberta to me. And one of the myths is that all 10 provinces and territories that do have programs, I've met with all of them, none of them have a good program. There's gaps in coverage, there's high co-pays, and what they really do is they dump the costs onto dental professionals, and they pay substandard rates to dentists and denturists and dental hygienists, so that they actually are subsidizing the poor coverage that's already there. The plan we're talking about is a normative plan for all Canadians that's as good as my honourable colleague's plan is.
Hear, hear.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it a shame to hear so much about other things than what my colleagues from Mirabel and Joliette said, because their speeches were very detailed and gave a clear message. And it's a shame that that wasn't followed up on. And I have a question. So why was there closure? Why was there the prevention of debate? And why was there no effort made to coordinate with the jurisdiction of Quebec? And why is this happening? Well, we know that it's always the situation of Ottawa knows best. That's what Ottawa thinks. But in fact, if there had been true work in committees, a true study in committees with experts giving us their testimony, then we could have looked into it and improved the bill. But we weren't able to actually conduct democracy.
Hey, and a very short answer.
Gee, well, my honourable colleague is worried about rushing this bill through Parliament. Dental care was recommended to be part of our Canada healthcare system since 1964. So I think Canadians have been waiting long enough. Second of all, I was at the Health Committee the other night when we had every opportunity to put in amendments. In fact, the Bloc Québécois did put 2 amendments into the legislation. One of them was to have every province opt out, which of course defeats the entire purpose of the program. But let me read what the Quebec member of the Canadian Dental Association told us. Quebec has a very basic program for kids under 10. There's lots of procedures not covered. It's poorly funded. Dentists are subsidizing that program. They don't want the transfer to go to the province, and they prefer the federal program. My question to him is, why does he want Quebec children who are in families under $70,000 not to get $1,300 starting in a month or two so that they can go to the dentist for dental exams, for cleanings, for x-rays, and to get their teeth filled? Why would he stand in the way of that for Quebec families? I wonder what he says to them.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for folks that are watching this debate, they're seeing political theatrics at its best. We just watched the member for Vancouver East and the member for Vancouver Kingsway. So Vancouver East, the member for Vancouver East has been elected for 29 years. 29 years. And the member for Vancouver Kingsway has been elected since 2008, and prior to that worked for a union. So they themselves have had dental care. Mr. Speaker, you know, the member for Vancouver Kingsway brought up a good point that at the Health Committee, members from the opposition did bring amendments through. Our honourable colleague from the Bloc brought some great amendments through. He's a member from Mirabel. But you know what happened, Mr. Speaker? We saw the Costly Coalition gang up and actually deny these amendments, just like they do all the other times. Do you know, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, they were ruled out of order, but yet the NDP amendments were ruled in order, and it didn't actually take place till the next day when the Speaker of the House actually had to rule those amendments out of order. But yet we still see the political theatrics that this group continues to do, and it really is shameful. You know, Mr. Speaker, I gotta say this. Let me begin by saying that there's not one member in His Majesty's official opposition that doesn't believe Canadian families need more help. There's not one person in my party that doesn't believe and doesn't want to see that Canadians' lives get easier and more affordable. There's not one member of our party that doesn't want to see life made easier for kids and parents. No one on this side believes that kids shouldn't have access to dental care. We've heard all kinds of accusations from the Liberal NDP coalition today on this, and it's absolute hogwash. I'd use stronger language because that's what them speaking kind of gets me one. Triggers is a good word. They trigger it. But that's what they want, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what they want.
Order. Let's try to keep the temperature down just a little bit here. I don't have a big list of speakers here. I just want to make sure that the ones that do have left have the opportunity to present, just like everyone else had the opportunity during this debate. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, I really appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, because as they will go on and on and on and say that people are heckling them, you notice that I didn't even acknowledge them, Mr. Speaker. They could say anything that they want to say. It doesn't bother me at all, because what they're saying is hogwash, total hogwash. They are triggering, you know. And Mr. Speaker, what this is called, what this bill C-31 is called in the political sphere, is a wedge bill, a wedge issue, because they want to use this to score political points. Score political points, Mr. Speaker. Now, our new leader has went out of his way to tell Canadians that we care for Canadians. We want to let everyday regular people know that we actually have a plan and we care. We want people to have more money in their pockets. What we've seen by this Liberal government and the NDP, who has propped them up all the way, is that they're going to triple food, triple the prices for fuel, triple the prices for heating. Yeah, you heard that correctly, Mr. Speaker, and I'll repeat it for my Liberal and NDP coalition, triple, triple, triple. I know they hate that, so I'll say it again. Conservatives want life to be more affordable. You know what's shameful, Mr. Speaker, is that we know that our friends in Atlantic Canada are struggling. And they've just gone through a horrendous natural disaster, weather disaster, and they are struggling. And we know that we have Liberal premiers in Atlantic Canada that are begging this government to please cancel their carbon tax plan, the raising of the carbon tax, because they're struggling. And we also know a recent report that was just released today that 1.5 million Canadians accessed food banks just last month. That's an increase of 35% year over year. And that's happening under this government's watch. And when we tell them that, they blame everybody else but themselves. Now, inflation, I will agree that inflation can be caused by a number of things and a number of foreign issues as well too, but it starts at home. They are the ones, they are the key, they have the keys to the bank, Mr. Speaker. As our friend from Regina Capel in his great speech that he had, it starts here with home. Over $176 billion of spending that they will say that was for COVID had nothing to do with COVID, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report states that today. We don't want to see people evicted. We don't want to see kids suffering in pain because they can't afford a dentist. And we have focused the majority of our questions in question period since our new leader on affordability. While the Liberals and NDP want to spend, we've been talking about making an actual difference in people's lives. Bill C-31 isn't about providing access to dental care or making rent more affordable. It's about maintaining power. Let's be very clear. It's about this Prime Minister's tenuous at best hold on his party. There are people, there are wolves at the door, Mr. Speaker. They're lining up and getting their soldiers and getting their organization together to actually take over power and be the next leaders of the Liberal Party, because this Prime Minister is struggling to hold on to his power. It's about an NDP leader who's also struggling with his own internal party politics. If members of the NDP Liberal coalition were actually concerned about dental care or rent, they would have wanted a fulsome debate at committee. They would have wanted a fulsome debate here in this chamber. They would have wanted to ensure the best legislation possible. And Mr. Speaker, let me just throw this out here. This isn't a plan. This isn't a program. Programs have checks and balances in place. This has none. Legislation that would create a program to actually help kids that are in pain, legislation that would actually help the single mom pay her rent or get a dentist, that is a program. This is not the case. I've been a member of Parliament for 7 years, and I've sat in on countless bill reviews. I've sat in on countless committee meetings. And what I witnessed Monday night was unbelievable. My colleague from Mirabel will attest to this. What we saw, Mr. Speaker, is that this government gave committee members literally 2 hours to study a piece of legislation, 2 hours that will commit the Canadian government to $10 billion of spending. In fact, just talking right now about this actually triggers me even more. It makes me more angrier. And Mr. Speaker, when they brought amendments, when they voted down my honorable colleague from Mirabel's amendments for a certain clause, a reason that committees cannot attach further financial obligations to the government, they voted them down. They voted the amendments down. But yet, when the Liberals brought the very same, or sorry, when the NDP brought the very same, sorry, I get them mixed up, they're interchangeable, the Liberals, NDP, when they brought they brought amendments to this piece of legislation to committee, and that they attached financial obligations to the piece of legislation, the chair ruled those in order. And as a matter of fact, the Liberals and the NDP rammed it through. As parliamentarians, we have a job to do. We are sent here by the people from our ridings to represent them. We are sent here to get the best legislation possible. We are sent here to work together. I have stood in this House so much over the time to talk about mental health, to talk about health, and I think all colleagues will agree I take a very nonpartisan approach to this. You know, if we can work together to get things done, that's the best for Canadians. But what we've seen with this government and their friends, the NDP, the costly Liberal coalition, Liberal NDP coalition, is that they don't care what the rest of us and the rest of Canadians think. But they will stand in the House and they'll put on a great show for video clips and social media. And yet they are misleading Canadians every step of the way. Mr. Speaker, I understand that partisan politics can get in the way, and I know that when we're in this chamber, sometimes the level of debate can get pretty low. But that said, I've always believed in the committee process. I've always believed that committees are where we as parliamentarians do our best work, or at least that's what I had hoped. I remember a time on the Fisheries Committee a few years ago, there were a number of amendments that we thought would make a bill better. At that time, I was getting up daily in questions to hammer the Minister of Fisheries of Oceans on clam scam. Does everybody remember clam scam? It was when the federal Minister of Fisheries and Oceans gave a lucrative contract to a former member of Parliament, a Liberal member of Parliament, and possibly even some family members of the Fisheries Minister, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, that meant that jobs were lost in the community of Grand Bank, and I fought tirelessly for them, Mr. Speaker, and not one member from the Atlantic Canada caucus stood up to actually do that. Why? Why do you ask, Mr. Speaker? Is because, well, they were silenced. They were muzzled by this front bench. But when the bill came to committee, Mr. Speaker, and we knew that there were some amendments, I reached out to the honourable members from across the way, and I said some of our concerns. We were at it every day in question period, but when it came to getting that bill right, we actually got the work done. We got those amendments passed. That is an example of a committee working with the best interest of Canadians, I feel. At committee, the members were listened to. We heard from over 20 witnesses. We heard from the minister. We heard from officials. When it came to do the clause by clause, the members of the committee agreed with some of our amendments, and we managed to pass a number of them. We worked together. We got a better piece of legislation, and Canadians were better for it. Did we get everything we wanted, Mr. Speaker? No, we didn't. But we got a few, and we had an opportunity to actually study a bill. Not like what we saw on Monday night. We literally got this piece of legislation. We got the amendments. We were told we had to have the amendments in before we actually got a chance to see the witnesses, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, we were supposed to analyze a bill that's going to spend, as I said, $10 billion. And do you know how many days we were allowed to study that bill? 1 day, 2 hours. And do you know how many witnesses we had? We had 5. Two ministers that couldn't answer a question if their lives depended on it. They could not answer these questions. And when we offered thoughtful questions to the officials, they themselves were stymied. Now, 2 hours. And then we had to immediately move into clause by clause. Is that really offering parliamentarians of all stripes an opportunity to do their best work for Canadians, I would offer to you that it isn't. And it was very, very discouraging. Now, I get that the Liberal NDP coalition don't care about inflation, they don't care about budgets, they don't care about robbing Peter to pay Paul, they don't really care about families. They think that the government has this magic pot of gold or magic pot of money where all this money comes from, or perhaps it's a tree. Well, it's probably not a tree, but yeah. Right. But seriously, this is such an utter sham. It really, truly is. And it's more of what we see with this Liberal NDP and coalition. You know, the worst part of all this is, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberal and NDP members of the committee attempted to usurp the government's power and increase the spending. And I mentioned that. You heard me correctly. After negative ruling by the chair on a block amendment, 2 block amendments, correct, if I remember correctly, that would have increased spending, the coalition introduced an NDP amendment to spend even more than $10 billion. No consultation, no cabinet approval, no authorization. They just agreed to add more money. When the chair ruled them out of order, they challenged them. You heard me correctly. They challenged the chair and they rammed it through. They voted him down and they amended the bill anyway. Of course, we objected. We pointed out this would require a royal recommendation, but they did not want to hear that. They did not want to debate dental care for kids. They did not want to debate money for rent. The Liberal members of this committee supported the NDP amendment because they did not want to lose power. They did not want to jeopardize their agreement with a third party. Mr. Speaker, the fix was in before the bill even came to committee. The fix was in to get this passed without scrutiny, without accountability, without care for kids and families. When the member from Vancouver East moved her amendment to increase the rental eligibility, the chair correctly ruled the motion inadmissible. As a House of Commons procedure and practice, 3rd edition states on page 772, I know I don't have to tell you this, but I'm going to read it into record anyways. Since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury of it. It extends to the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in a royal recommendation. Despite this clear and concise ruling, the Liberals and NDP voted down the chair and proceeded regardless. It wasn't until the bill was reported back to the House on Tuesday that the mistake was fixed. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to finish with this. The Canadian Dental Association said this: the single best way to quickly improve oral health and increase access to dental care is to invest in and enhance existing provincial and territorial dental programs. These programs are significantly underfunded and are almost exclusively financed by provincial and territorial governments. We are surprised by today's announcement that the federal government is considering a new large-scale federal dental program. It will be important to ensure that any new initiatives do not disrupt access to dental care for the large majority of Canadians who already have dental coverage through the employer-provided health benefits. And Mr. Speaker, if you will give me one more minute. The Liberal member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River summed it up best on Monday night with his second question. He admitted that this bill was nothing really about dental care. He said this, and I quote, "There's a lot of costs in life." He said dental is certainly one of them, but you have to buy your kids shoes, you have to buy them food, you have to pay for their minor league hockey. These are all costs for families. I don't disagree with the member, Mr. Speaker. Families can always use more money, and we could use an actual program that has checks and balances in place so that this money will actually get to kids and families that need it the most, and it can be a consistent, not a one-time top-up that these guys are going to claw back, that the government's going to claw back anyway. And we also heard through our 2-hour study, Mr. Speaker, is that First Nations children are not eligible for this program. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From popping up and down at the end of the queue, I get to go first. I appreciate it very much. The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George, I very much support Bill C-31, and I will share that although I've heard over and over again that people get dental care if they need it in this country, I haven't shared any personal stories up till now. I have enough respect for the member for Cariboo Prince George to say that when I was a single mom and earning under $30,000 a year, I put the priority on getting my daughter to a dentist. I never could afford dental care. I've had a lot of teeth pulled out, and when I got to be able to have some money, I went in and got replacements because it really got in the way of being able to be successful in any way, not to be able to speak properly. I certainly couldn't pronounce in French, vérificatrice générale. That was impossible with my situation. But I am urging members across the way to vote for this bill, despite the fact that I agree with the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George that an important piece of legislation should not be pushed through in 2 hours in committee. I think that's offensive. But thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to our honourable colleague across the way. Look, Mr. Speaker, I don't disagree. I think, and I've said this in my intervention, that that Canadians need a leg up, and that single parents and families that are living dollar to dollar and trying to have a hard time finding ends meet, they do need a leg up. They need a plan, so they get, Mr. Speaker, they get the top up, and then what? How do they live for the rest of the days of the year? In my summation, in my intervention, Mr. Speaker, I offer through you to my honourable colleague is that a plan needs to be in place so that while this money may make things better for that at that moment, there's not a long-term plan in place that can actually truly make a difference, and that's something that we've been struggling to try and get this government to do.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, sometimes in this House there's a lot of invectives that are thrown around. We're being told that we're making small politics with families, and I would tell you that my experience at the Health Committee is that we wanted to invite witnesses, we wanted to work with the government, we wanted to include people that were left behind by the NDP, and we were prevented from doing our work. So I would like my colleague who sits on the committee with me to say if I would like him to say if the opposition parties are the ones that were obstructing the proceedings, or if it was the government that was doing it. Who got in the way of parliamentary work in this House?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as my honourable colleague from Mirabel mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I've been part of a lot of committees, and as our colleague can attest, I absolutely lost my mind that night that this was taking place and that what we were witnessing was taking place. It was so unparliamentary. Clearly, as I stated in my speech, the deal was done, and that anybody that brought any type of amendment that wasn't an NDP or a Liberal or part of the NDP or a Liberal coalition was just going to get shut out. We offered to bring more witnesses to the table. We asked for more time to study. We asked to do our job. We offered to actually sit through the weekend to study this bill and bring witnesses, and we were shut down at every step of the way.
Wow. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. Resuming debate. No? Coming up to
There being no further members rising for debate pursuant to the order made on Tuesday, October 18th, 2022, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows.
Mr. Duclos, seconded by Mrs. Tassi, moves that Bill C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing, be now read a third time and do pass. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to request a recorded division, please.
Call in the members. Good. The question is the following one. Mr. Duclos, seconded by Madame Tassi, moves that Bill C-31, an act respecting the cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing, be now read a third time and do pass. The 10-minute voting period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Macpherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Maysanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. Maysanish Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Small.
Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutiev.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Ellison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Arnold.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Wagenthal.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de...
The House will now await the end of the electronic voting period before proceeding. Thank you.
Je désire informer la Chambre que
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Epp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote nay.
Mr. Epp, against, contre.
Anybody else? Voilà. The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 138, 138.
I declare the motion carried. Okay. Ready? It being 1918, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, October 18, 2022, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.